1, copies all, and I have you in sight from a distance.
Oh, friends.
Alright, I'm slowing back to 130 so you can close the gap.
4-1.
Of course, they don't say much until I want to start the stream, and then the radio crackles to life.
Romeo, on track 5. I'm
Hey,
on my
your
mobile.
guys' junk looks way better, man. Thank you.
No problem. Anything you need?
Cool, man.
Like to meet
Figured that out.
and see the plan for this evening.
Yeah, we definitely, are you right here by, the Modoc buggies again?
I'm down the road towards the bluff. I go on the back way to where we had the old pumping station.
Yeah, I feel you. Okay, yeah, we'll run into each other here before we all take off.
Darn, I was hoping for some sort of summary of what they want for tomorrow. That would be great. Hello, friends. How you doing? Hey, Kate Garcia, how are you?
Charlie, hold up there.
Hoping I can get a word in a second. I've been here all day, friends, since 8 in the morning, monitoring fires, ready to go live at a moment's notice. I've got a lot of things to do behind the scenes, and a couple friends really needed help. John Stoker lost his internet, so I've been troubleshooting things with him, and it's been a day like that. But you know, fingers crossed, nothing's gone crazy. And with today's weather, you know, it really could have. So welcome, friends.
Yeah, I don't have you anymore.
There's terrible things going on in South America. Husky informs me of that. Just wildfires going crazy. I think it's a little early for that because their winter is our summer. Their winter is our summer.
Start point is that pile of rocks with that cleared out area right at my 6 o'clock now.
Just
Up on the top of the ridge there.
Affirmative, just to the east of where all those buggies are parked. Have you got me in sight?
Gotcha, it's your 3.
I forgot we had
I'm
a.
up to 9 or 1,000. Meet me on a left and downwind for that drop heading at 065, 9,000 feet.
Okay.
As you can hear, the air show's still going.
02, if you're in position, I'm going to have you do a tag and extend coverage level 6, and just give us enough space so you're doing it as an IA drop. Okay, we can do that if we do end up with the right spacing. We're probably 5 miles in trail 4-1. Roger that. Break, Tinker 4-1. On the exit, right turn down drainage at 8. Exit for me.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the Big Bear scanner, Goldmine Peak. I put the link to this scanner radio in the description of the video, and thank you ABBY. He's not here right now, I don't think, but for coming up with that link, so we can hear. I didn't even know ScanCalifornia.com existed, or at least I forgot if I did. So I'm going to put the link in the channel so you guys can, in the chat, can click on it and listen on your own time as well. I've got 2 different sets. There's the gold mine, and then there's the Baldwin, and they frequently overlap each other with radio signals. But hey, here we are. We play at least one at a time. I forgot that we had, there's a YouTube channel called the Angeles Oaks Camera. It's a live camera. So I went back to last night and earlier today to see what we could see about Angeles Oaks, and I couldn't see the fire whatsoever. There was some white specks of light back here in the trees, but I couldn't verify that that was actual fire or if it was lights. It's probably just lights. So that's the thumbnail for today, but we do have this resource, and as I went closing a bunch of tabs to try to make the computer behave, lucky me, I found this again. So you can see all the fire crews coming to Angeles Oaks throughout the night, and they saved it. That's one of the coolest things. I can't wait for more people to arrive. One of the coolest announcements that I have is that they saved the building over at Angeles Oaks, but was it Seven Oaks? I forget which community. I forget which one is which, so I'm going to have to go and take a look. But that's wonderful to hear. I just shut down the watch duty on accident, and I can read you the summary. But look at the crews assembling this morning, and there's occasionally a journalist showing up, and they they move on and they roll on out. So it's really cool to see them at work. These are live cameras, so if I press play, it just goes back to what was going on earlier, and you can see people walk around and do stuff. So the current view from this camera with the Angeles Oaks camera is like so. So it's still a good staging area here. Now, I should have been live 2 hours ago, but a big situation showed up west of Portland here where there was a 3-alarm wildfire where Highway 26 starts climbing into the mountains past the town of Banks. It's not exactly on Highway 26, but I know some people who used to live out there. So I've been on the cusp of like packing up the camera and going out to film that live because it's just off the freeway. I could get there. But as I suspected, once I listened to the radio and they started making access, then they started wrapping it up pretty quickly, even though it's like 25% humidity out here. It's rather cold and damp and dewy during the mornings and super cold at night. It was like 48 at night. So, hey, Grumpy Gamer Guy, welcome. Thank you for coming too. But looking at the cams, it had quite a bit of smoke and it ran through the fields. But thank goodness the fire crews were able to get a hold of it. But it just wasn't getting any better. They kept calling more and more units to the scene. And it was an access problem. It also got into Scotch broom, which is the extremely oily, invasive weeds that it's like every Scotch broom plant on fire it's like having a oil drum on fire. If it's a relative same size, it's pretty serious. They have a colony root system, so if the roots are on fire or smoldering, you can put it out one day and then like a day and a half later, the fire starts up in a different part of the field because it went underground and traveled. It can even be a week later. It's pretty much a nightmare kind of weed to deal with. So, friends, you guide me about which things you want to hear about first. And I need to open up watch duty. I don't know why I closed it. Where is a watch duty? We just need one. That's a drag it here, and yep, everything's looking okay on the cams. It's good to see you guys. I regret the sinus problems are still here, so I sound pretty messed up, and I'm still pretty loopy about not being able to breathe and my head's swimming. But it's slowly getting better. Other people are saying that they cannot hydrate either. Like I drink constantly. And I'm not the kind of person who just slams back a glass of water, but I've been doing that, and no matter what I do, I can't hydrate. Like I still have dry eyes and dry lips and dry mouth. It was CPRO who pointed out that it's been like 25% humidity. Oh yeah, that's dry for our neck of the woods, and that explains why the wildfire went taken off earlier today. But dodged a bullet there. The Tiger is looking better. I was hoping to make contact again with Middle California. We still don't have any updates. I don't think we'll get another one. But the situation there is looking better. It's just until it's 100%, contained, it's still a threat. I don't know what the status is right now. It says, yeah, 50%, 50, 8 in the morning. Whoops. According to Calfire AEU, yes, and thank you for all your hard work, guys. I'm gonna like that one. But it's 100 degrees in much of California right now. It's a hold on to your butts day. It's the first day of the official start of the Santa Ana wind season, which doesn't really have an official start. I'm just being playful with that. And so here we go. We have entered California's worst wildfire season. Not for the amount of fires, not for the amount that get big, but any fires that start during the Diablo winds and the Santa Ana winds are unstoppable under the right dry conditions. So this is why it's the worst. These are not just town erasers, but chunks of city erasers. That's what Santa Ana and Diablo wind fires can do. Think the Oakland firestorm in the 90s, the loss of paradise, and the Thomas fire, and so many others. So we can breathe some sighs of relief. We're past the summer season. Yes, 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 yes. But don't let your guard down. We got to stay vigilant. So they will be forecast in general. So we can keep watching the forecast. And we should ask Colt Hanley about how that all works for Santa Ana's and Diablo winds. But later, perhaps we can make some contact with him. The underground fire is just crazy. Okay, is that what I'm unaware of right now? I've been trying to keep on up with watch duty. Or are you just talking about how what I just said? Oh, an underground fire. Okay. I thought you were naming one. Like, there's an underground fire. Ah, see how jumpy I am? See how jumpy I am? Okay. This is going on 4 days with very little sleep. Just the sinus problem and other problems. So, and we're gonna have a nice take it easy day as best as we can. Knock on wood, because I just cursed things. But goodness gracious, wait, that's what you meant? Yes, I know. Gosh, don't give me a heart attack like that. Oh dear. The Jack Wells fire, a level 3 immediate go now evacuation has been issued in Brewster, Washington. Okay, let's go there real quick and look at it. I saw them issue level 1s and then level 2s, but this is remote Washington. It's not remote, but I mean, it's far away from me. Somewhat remote. It's sparsely populated, is what I should say. I can't imagine they have a lot of cams or a whole lot of radio over here. We could possibly check, but I'm not sure how to help the situation. This is the they just called a level 3 evacuation, friends, for the Jack Wells fire in Okanogan County, Washington. This is around 20 acres or more. And the level 3 evacuation is for Cameron Lake Road, Delfeld Road, the Snyder Flat Cutoff Road to Alkali Pond area, Brewster, Washington. So they're having crazy high temperatures and winds. You know, just turn back and look at the winds being animated here. For east of the Cascades, for much of Washington and the Columbia River Gorge and parts of eastern Oregon. This has created a plume, too, of some of the old Oregon fires that have been in a limbo status, where they're mostly contained, not completely and not completely out, but they're not expected to do much harm. Just kind of wait for the rainy season as the countdown for what happens with Oregon fires. So we have a plume, and I think it's okay. That status, we'll have to check on it. But this is the Jack Wells fire in Okanogan County, and if you guys know anybody in that region by Brewster, Washington, then I would definitely make your personal phone calls and get out there, get the word out there. So let's see. Be aware of your immediate surroundings. Take action immediately. Be cautious of emergency vehicles. Don't wait for the door-to-door knock. This may be your only notice to leave. You can sign up for, or you can see updates at the Okanogan County Emergency Management website, or go to okanogancounty.org. Yeah, that's the easiest way to get to the emergency website, part of the website. So it's look at this and see what the situation is. It started around 1:30 as almost nothing fire, and if you feel unsafe, leave now was the message for the level 2 evacuation that came down the pipe about an hour ago. I was still looking at the thing that was in Banks, Oregon at the time. Pretty preoccupied with that, but I don't know of any radios out here that we can really listen to. If unofficial Washington State wildfire info of Twitter will come in here, maybe we can ask him. Hey, Spy Man. Hey, California Cat. Welcome. Fab Daddy 44 says, love your channel. Hope you make yourself happy. Trying. You guys make me happy. Thank you for being here, friends. Bootney Lee Farnsworth says, hello, madam. Well, hello, sir. I just saluted with my left hand because it just occurred to me my instinct to salute myself with the right, holding a pencil. would probably result in the loss of an eye. So I hope you weren't offended there. What we're doing is an exciting fundraiser, and it's on the most sad of days. There's always this sad news. There's just, line fire reactivates. There's, other things going on in the world. There's hurricanes. So it's still trying to make a festive party day for us to celebrate memberships landing on the channel, and I get to fully explain what it means and what you can expect. But it's on pause. I want them to be available for people right now to try to sign up for, especially those who might not tune much back in until there's a next big fire. I want people to be aware of it and able to turn that on. But if we reach 1,000 by October 15th or so, then YouTube's supposed to match that 1,000, and we can finally get some really good gear like lighting and sound, as to pair with the laptop, and it'll be a match made in heaven. And a non-glass desk could be really good for us. So anybody who does have $1.99 to spare or whatever, there's a join button. If you're on iPhone or if you're on iPad, it may be invisible. You may have to go to an actual youtube.com on a browser. I hate the hoop that you have to jump to, but if we can raise 1,000, man, that would be such a boost. And I can drive around California to more places and show special places to you. So remember, memberships, nothing is going to be behind a paywall that's life-saving or fire information that's pertinent. Nothing like that's going to change, but I will add bonus content and sneak peek content for those who want to support with memberships and donations. So YouTube takes 30%, but for now I want to do memberships for donations, and you can gift them to others when you purchase. So like you don't have to spend $50, on I'll buy several months ahead or something. You can also just share it with many people, like 20 people. Those options are exciting, and it makes people feel special too when you gift. But I didn't know it would be this hard that iPhone people can practically not even see it. I thought it was going to be easy. Join button, boom. But hey, YouTube.
Brazilians choke as Amazon rainforest.
Whoa. I accidentally pressed read the article out loud. My bad. That gave me a heart attack. The Husky says that there are some major fires in South America right now. That one of the towns has fire wrapping around the capital. I can't remember which one. Ecuador? Smoke and ash engulf Ecuador. Ecuador's capital as wildfires burn. Yeah, this article. That's going on meanwhile. For South America, we have opposite seasons. Their summer is our winter, vice versa. So it's a little early for that. It should just start to get warm right now. But hey, La Nina, great. Extreme conditions. Climate change, wonderful, yay. Warming trend, whatever we're in right now, however you want to explain it, great. Yay. So, drought. What, watch duty? We just got watch duty. Let's show you some more of the cams right now. And I was going to read, the good news about the line. We'll continue to monitor the Jack Wells fire and anything else going on that gets level 3s. Let me know if you become aware of evacuations and help alert me. I do have all 3 western states, most counties, and most alerts triggered. So if I get 24 maximum notifications, then all of a sudden I can't get any new notifications. So occasionally my phone goes silent, and I'm totally unaware of what's happening. And you guys helping me keep track has always been very helpful, and I really appreciate it. Hey, Keith Evans, yeah, welcome to being an eggling. Hey, Sister G, welcome. It's 103 in Northern California. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know it's bad. I know there's plenty of wind too. Just fingers crossed. We've been lucky so far. A couple of fires have started and they went pounced on them and got them. Yeah, we're very lucky that yesterday they pounced on what was going on sort of by John Stoker's neck of the woods, the Tiger Fire. He's in the halfway to Tahoe area. And Middle California had to evacuate, like bam. So what if that had still been going on today without containment and get caught in the wind? They did good with that. No news about that one is good news, I guess. So they kept it around 4 acres in steep, rugged terrain in a canyon. You know, the spruce fire was over here, and there's one over by. It was in Nevada County. That must be it. I thought it was over by Nevada City, but I'm not sure. Turn on the heater. Sorry, I try to say, the Amazon hockey puck lady, the device you may have in your house. I try to say her name muted so I don't mess with your guys' heaters and lights. So I'm learning. What's a husky? What's a husky? Thanks, Chris. Man, them's fighting words. You guys, gentlemen, will it be pistols or swords? Hey, Moo Cow, welcome. If you guys have trouble becoming a member, we'll fix you up. Oh, thanks, Spyman. You're handing out even more gift subs. Adrian Robinson says there's no red flag warning on the east side of Washington. That's surprising to me that they didn't issue that. We've got red flag in many parts of the western United States. Let's try to get a good map there. Let's see. What just might have to go. National Weather Service red flag warning map. Should have that on speed dial. Yeah, the fire weather map. This one. Well, that's surprising. And it's not in red flag. We've got it for chunks of California. They were talking about fire concerns. In most of the watch duty posts for Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington. So maybe just don't meet the threshold. Maybe humidity is a couple degrees too high. Wind miles per hour a couple miles too low. It's a very, very formulated criteria in order to meet that, and they rarely budge on it. They kind of are sticklers for, oh well, it's 1 degree too cold for it to be red flag, and so then it's fire weather watch, or it's nothing at all, and it drives me nuts. But hey, here we are. We do have red flag over where the the line fire technically sort of is over here. It's over here, but just over here where the bridge, just off of where the bridge was, over here we got true red flag. And adjacent over where the line fire is at San Bernardino National Forest, like this little chunk, weather is a little bit different, but it's not great. It's not great for our fire behavior. But there are some good things to read. And they were ecstatic last night on the radio. They were very happy with the day crew's work, and the night shift went with enthusiasm. And said we've got a good chance of really doing a lot of work and upping the containment percentage quickly here. So that was the chatter, on radio, and firefighter who came in here who was assigned to it, but had to leave before I could pick his brain completely, of course. We did have containment percentage drop to a flat 76%, and it was 84 or 86% days ago. But it's mostly because the fire just grew. And if you think about perimeters, it's a circle, and the percentage of that circle's rim that they think fire cannot pass. The percentage of that rim, that's your containment percentage. So what happens if your circle increases in size? Well, the amount of line that's complete and is totally fine and totally good stays the same. But since the circle got bigger, the fire expanded and went in a gap. It went in between a gap in the line. Then then the fire just expanded. So it's not like they lost. They didn't lose their hard work. They just didn't complete the gap in time to fully corral it. It's always a race against time, and they've got some of the craziest terrain ever. I've got some battle maps from this morning. I've been looking at those. So I'll show you when I'm talking about where the line was and where it went. And they did save all the structures. Sorry, it wasn't Angeles Oaks, but it was the bedroom at Pines Anita neighborhood, technically. I don't know. You guys can tell me, like, as far as sending a letter goes, if that's an Angeles Oaks address, or locally they call it Pines Anita, but this is really cool. We're going to watch the update in a second. They explain that yesterday the fire behavior moderated a bit on the line, and the most active area was the Santa Ana River drainage, with the fire moving up that area to Sand Creek on the north, and also near the community of Pines Anita. So I did a lot more map tracing and trying to figure out exactly where we were looking at the flames, and I became more confident that I changed where I thought the fire was, and by the end of the stream last night, realized that it wasn't as close to the cameras as I thought. They were quite zoomed in. So I'll explain that later, but I do have a much better idea where it was last night, and then the maps today are reinforcing that. I'll show you exactly where the fire came into the community. So it says the fire burned up to the community, but all the residential structures were saved due to the quick action of the firefighters. So don't worry about the perimeter map going over spots of Pines Anita where you might know that structures are there. They saved them all. That's epic. And I'm sure the 6 night flying helicopters and other factors absolutely contributed. But last night I had a heart attack because they reported a drone. One of the pilots reported a drone. And they might have grounded, but apparently it was a false alarm, or they verified it landed, or something. And thank God they're able to still fly and help out, because I don't know without the helicopter support if things like that would have been possible. It would be cool to find out. The fire is active in the Angeles Oaks area. It burned up to Highway 38, just north of Angeles Oaks. There's spotting across 38, but all the spots, they got them extinguished. Suppression operations are planned in the Angeles Oaks community today, and we'll look back at the live cam. We can't really see much but a parking lot, but hey. Angeles Oaks was placed in evacuation order yesterday for the safety of the community, and crews continue to go direct on the other part of the fire, the line fire, which is up the hill significantly. They will continue to go direct and fight it in the Bear and Siberia Creek drainage whenever it's safe to do in that safe area, in that very steep area, excuse me. The western and southern perimeters of the fire remain in patrol and monitor status. So that means don't worry until you're told to for some reason. The western edges and southern edges of the line fire are not a threat. They're not a threat. I'm so happy to read that and re-report what they're saying. So, Moo Cow Ribs. Does I believe both work? Okay. Looking back up. Moo Cow Center here. Yeah. Your lower back's killing you, Husky. Well, if you need to take a day off, you go ahead. I really hope you feel better. You've been really helpful and super, super helpful and wonderful. And you do deserve to take care of yourself. We got you. So Rivas, hey, welcome back. Good to see you. Hello, what is the Cameron Park area? It looked smoky yesterday. Was it because of the Tiger Fire? Well, you know what? I'm not sure where Cameron Park is. Is that up by the Tahoe area? I'd love to investigate that with you. So, I turned the heater on under my desk. It's a little bit uncomfortably cold and chilly in here. But in a kind of a attacks your joints kind of way. So it's I bet everybody would love to trade places with me right now who's sweltering, but it's I feel guilty, but wish I could send Portland's weather down to you. Book House says, I must concur with that. Waiting for 70. Yeah. Yeah. Give us fall weather. Yeah. What do we want? Fall. When do we want it? Now. Right? But fall also brings this to us, and we have to remember that we have to strap in. You know, we've got to strap in. So as your captain, I'm turning on the seatbelt sign. Please remain seated. Turbulence is ahead until the red flag will expire sometime at Thursday night at 8 p.m. or so. Oh, my I didn't realize the radio was playing on my phone. Let me turn that off. That's the 3-alarm fire that was west of Portland today. I'm glad they caught it. But not only should you remain seated during this time of turbulence, you should also
hold on to your butts.
I'll just show you that clip. If I get copyright flagged, I'm going to be so upset. But this is too good not to show you. It's 6 whole seconds. If they get upset about it, whatever, Hollywood. Check it out.
Hold on to your butts.
So after that, that's turning on the main power. What that did is the power did not come on. And that's a clip from Jurassic Park. It did not come on. So instead of restoring power to all the electric fencing and save themselves from the dinosaurs, it turned off all the electric fences, and beep got real in the Jurassic Park movie. So, yep. So I hope to, with your kind donations, guys, I bought something. I got to show you this thing. Where is it? Okay, I may have put the box somewhere. I'm sorry. I got finally one of the hotkey things. It'll make it easier for me to switch between tabs and between anything really. You can. It's like a soundboard that radio DJs might have. So you have a sound effect for this, that, and that. And some of them are silly and fun, and some of them I want to get people's attention, like, you know, not silly, like Red Alert shields up with Star Trek. I mean, a lot of people in a crisis probably would not like that, and fail to appreciate that humor. I don't blame them, but we should have like a get everybody's attention sound, so that people know, like, hey, we're talking about evacuations now, something that goes high volume, you know. So, and quick, you know, hit the button, you know. So the hot button will is programmable, and I can queue up certain sounds. Where did I put on the bookshelf here? This thing. Can't remember what it's called even. Okay, I think it's on the other shelf in the other room, but I got it. It's I'm excited. It's a stream deck. I got a stream deck, guys. So we're checking all the boxes to having a more professional, you know, stream and be able to be mobile with the laptop. Yeah, we'll be trying to figure out if we can get that purchased this week. Please help us by contributing to the membership fund. Hit the join button and gift memberships, because YouTube will match $1,000. Man, that'll get us. That'll be either a lot of gas money or a lot of good sound equipment, right? So Jurassic Park must have had PG&E. Sister, yeah. So bear with me, guys. My sinuses. This is Catherine's sick edition. Everybody I'm making that first impression with, I'm kind of cringing. I have been so fogged up, I have not been able to sleep more than 4.5 hours per night the last 4 days. I'm here though. I mean, it's red flag. We're here to do our duty, but just realize I'm not like this all the time. So self-conscious, but I will finally get better once I have the surgery, and that's scheduled for either the 6th or the 7th of November. So any time from now to then, I can visit California. We just have to set our dates, get the laptop, get stuff that will allow me to go live from the road, make arrangements, and I'll be coming to see you guys. And I really need to see my family. I've got some. I really need to see them for emotional reasons. So, but the show must go on. I'm not going to stop it to go visit. I will take the show with me because it's Santa Ana wind season, and this is no joke. Let's just pray that we get lucky this year, friends. All right. So, let's see. Do Epsom salt baths help? Because people in chat told me that I should try that out, and they really do. Look, there's Tinker 15 going by. Some of the Canadian ones. It's constantly active with chatter with the radio. I'm about to put it on, and then I've got to take a food break because I skipped lunch. So I'm going to eat a nice early dinner, and then I'll be with you guys this evening. I was going to take Big Dog out for pizza, and C-Probe wants to go. So I was wondering if later I'll run it by them. Maybe we can have a lunch or dinner with C-Probe and Spyman, excuse me, the artist formerly known as Big Dog. Maybe we could at least take a group picture and share it, because you guys should see more behind the scenes stuff. I think that would be cool. What do you guys think about that? Like, I want to take you guys with me everywhere. You're so wonderful. Like, what am I going to do with you wonderful people? What do I do? Right. Pacific Gas and Electric is California. Portland General Electric is Portland. And yes, that causes mass confusion. Oh, yeah. When I first got independent and moved out and I got my first power bill ever, I tried to pay it because I did PGE.com and it took me to California and it's saying I couldn't log in. And I called tech support, the phone number, to be like, why is my login not working? And why can't you find my account to register me? And when I called the tech support number, it says, thanks for calling Pacific Gas and Electric. And I went, oh, that was such a long time ago, but it stands out. So let's look back at the cam for Angeles Oaks. Yeah, Spyman, do you remember that this one existed, or were you the one who told me about it? This is the live view of what's going on at Angeles Oaks right now. So I'm going to put this in the link this in the chat. I also updated some links in the description of this video so you guys could hear the pilot chatter and everything going on. There's a magical time when the pilots leave, for the day, and they do an assessment and they call for air attack will call for the amount of units that they need tomorrow. And if they don't need very many units, well, that's probably because they don't expect tomorrow to be that bad. But it's priceless. It's gold, and we never know when air attack's going to say that. I fear I might be at dinner. I'll try to wolf it down and get back here. But I do need to eat. Did this not share the link? Okay, control paste. Control Victor is paste. There we go. Sister G says pigs, goats, and elephants is California copy. What? Right. Oh, I appreciate you, Grumpy Gamer Guy, and so many others, and got, so many have helped us meet our goal. You guys want to know where we're at? I've always wanted to know exactly what the laptop fund was at, but the weird thing with PayPal is that I keep paying bills out of PayPal automatically from my business. It's not a business, expenses. So things like the PO box take money out, and then donations come in, but then I buy an app, renew Watch Duty for the year, or Flight Radar 24, or Broadcastify, and money goes out. And so with me having numbers dyslexia, it's hard to know how much do we actually raise for the goal, and just going off of a PayPal balance doesn't work that way. So to actually tally it, that's the big thing that holds me back. But I do need to read so many names of the people who have been donating to Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. They take no cut, Those donations are important, of course. It's just trying to gather all the information in one spot is difficult. The one that's easy, thank God, is the one for YouTube, and I can look at the studio portion of YouTube, studio.youtube.com, and that's where the chat is that I'm reading that you're at. And there's a different tab that I can go to, and it has right there a tab memberships. So let's see if it's safe for me to show you this screen. We could, yeah, I don't think there's anything here that is sensitive or, yeah, I'll just show you guys behind the scenes. Want to see it? What does it look like? It says earn on YouTube. So these are tabs. So you can go to like advertisements. And I've never put ads on a short because I never made a short, right? So there's nothing there. But you go to memberships, and it had a big try out memberships button. And the day that it said, hey, here's a bonus, raise $1,000 in 30 days and we'll match you. Oh, that got my attention. I wanted to do Patreon because they don't take the 30% like YouTube does. But hey, I'll try anything if they match $1,000. So unfortunately, the timer began on the 16th of September. That's the day that I met the deadline. It took me 3 days to set it all up, buy the graphics, set up the graphics, learn about how this program works as much as I could, pick the brain of a couple other YouTubers. Shaz73, who's wonderful, helped walk me through some of the harder to understand portions of setting it up behind the scenes. And it took 3 days. So I was ready to go live on the 16th and say, boom, we turned it on, guys. And that's when they said, oh, YouTube says you have submitted your application. Stand by and wait for it to be approved. And that took 48 hours. So then on the 18th, I was like, okay, well, we'll go live and do a party. And that's when I got the phone call with devastating family news. So, and the hurricane was going to arrive. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna pause. We'll do the party later. So don't worry, you guys. Anybody who does join with memberships is first. Okay, like there's no special, the very first person who pounces on it because I didn't announce. I was planning to pre-announce when it was available. So to all of you are the first, okay, in your tier, all of you who helped me meet the goal by the deadline. Like you will all be super special, elite place in my heart. I mean, you'll all be elite to me. You'll always have a special place in my heart. Now I said that correctly. And of course, I can't even express in words my gratitude. So we're at $256 right now. We've got 52 total members. And the amount of people who are chick and eggling and stuff, this will be a graph. It'll I'm sure give us a color graph that makes sense when more than a few days have gone by with memberships. So don't worry, you're not missing out on any sort of special appreciation or status like, oh, I wasn't first. Yes, you are if you join before October 15th and help us meet the deadline. So we could meet the $1,000 goal by just 100 people doing a $10 joining memberships, or many crowdfund with many people doing the $1.99. It's up to you guys, but you can gift memberships to others, and I really encourage that right now. Help other people feel special if you can, rather than buying months in advance for yourself, just depending on what situation you're in. But I want as many people to be able to join as possible. I'm open to feedback. We can adjust prices and perks and whatever you guys want to tell me about. So what the membership perks are sneak previews, get to help see behind the scenes, and then help me make decisions like that. And there a lot of them are events for like the people who want to hang out with me, even if fires are not occurring, because I do want to hang out with you guys. We got a good community. We're pretty fun. So let me go back to chat. We're going towards the goals, friend. We're going towards the goals. I hope we can have it be a lot more festive, and it'll alert people. You know, the day that we have the membership party. It's just if awful things would just stop happening, that'd be nice. Here's our current look. Snow Summit South Cam with the line fire. How has it been for you guys today? It's anxious, I'm sure. Okay, there's 11 acre fire. That's Okanagan County, Washington, as well. The Alvarado fire. Okay, I think I've caught up. So, yeah, this Angeles Oaks cam, this is live. So this is a crew. Wait, is it? Did I put on live? Yeah, that's a crew that just had a powwow. Awesome. They're wearing their Nomex. So I'll turn on the radio again for you guys, and it's about time for me to head over for dinner. And I'll try to chow it down. I'm not sure when it's going to be ready, but we'll come right back and we'll check out the situations. There's a plume. Yeah, what's the one making the plume in Oregon? That's what Spyman, you were telling me. I have goldfish memory right now. Is it the not Mouse Mountain, Middle Fork? Is it the Middle Fork? Because the camera that it was displayed on as a pyrocumulus was Smith Ridge, Smith Ridge cam. So we haven't seen activity like this. You know, this is the same general region where last year's biggest, most concerning fire, I would say, frightening fire, was the Lookout over here in the Belknap Springs, Santiam Junction, area. Let's see. Yeah, Brighton Bush being right there. So it's there's Belknap Springs, the hot spring that didn't burn down in 2020 that got close to last year with the Lookout fire. So we were all breathing a huge sigh of relief when they were able to save that historic place, the Mackenzie Bridge area in general. And so it's always like over here to see any plumes in the region. And these same cams that we were looking at, the Lookout is just gives me the willies, man. So let's look and see what the plume looked like earlier today. Oh my gosh. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your kind $100 donation. Oh, I have to shout that out. Oh my God. Grumpy. Thank you, man. You are the man. And yes, I'm going to give you a call. I did get your email. I'm so sorry. I meant to say, look, I'm monitoring a 3-alarm fire west of Portland right now. I'll hopefully call you a bit later. I was going to call you before the stream, I swear. But you're so wonderful. Thank you. So, yeah, we're on our way. We're on our way. Maybe you can help me shop, because the ones that I put on the wish list are sold out right now. They were at Lenovo outlet and whatnot. So when people are like, how far are we towards the goal? The other thing I can't answer is, well, how much is it going to cost? With all these sales and things going on, and discounts. We know general MSRP is $3,500, but I don't want to pay that for a video production or gaming class laptop. I'd rather pay a lot less than that. So, yeah, you're wonderful. Sound? Oh, what sound? I'm not. I see that I'm still. The bars are bouncing. I'm not muted, am I? Do you? Yeah. What? Spyman, what were you saying? Oh, sorry. I didn't see chat. I just put this window right in front of it. Man, you get 6 hearts. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get a 6 heart salute. Thank you, dear. and Kathleen and everybody else who has donated, through the PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. I want to read your guys' names later. I'm actually 10 minutes late to dinner, so we'll put on the radio. This is the current Angeles Oaks, crews milling around and doing stuff. But we'll put a cam back on here. And do you guys want to see the air show? Is that what you would like to see more than the cameras right now? Let me unmute this. The Goldmine Peak Big Bear scanner. I don't know if you know about this one. This is how I've been monitoring it. Or maybe you told me about it. I think ABBY told me about it. But
for a few to change out a broken hose. We'll have water up shortly.
Yep, it's active. Spyman, this is one of the best radios to
That's
listen
a division
to.
break there. This is Romeo. Hey, which one were you?
Yeah. Oh, you
Hey,
get
Romeo,
fed.
it's going to be Eldorado, water tender 221, empty. Hey, I copy.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever catch up with the tanks and all that? Everything kind of caught up? We're getting it ironed out right now. 312 is still flowing a lot of water, so the way the Type 1 turnaround's working out, we're barely keeping them up. Yeah. We're getting it ironed out right now. Our road's turning into bad shape here. I was hoping to get them big boys like water and on the way out today, but...
Okay. I don't know what they're talking about. The road.
If it's possible and we can get kind of caught up, maybe you can tell those big dogs out there to water on their way out, if it's possible.
They said, "Big dog, take a
Hi,
shot."
you trying to get the Mill Creek Road watered?
Take a shot.
Yeah, correct. And then,
Okay, let's see the second channel.
Hi, copy. You trying to get the Mill Creek Road watered? Yeah, correct. And then, if we get some more into tomorrow, we'll try to maintain our road a little better here. We're tearing this puppy up.
Oh dear.
Yeah, firm copy. We've been trying to water when we can, but water's been scarce, as you know.
Why?
I did it now, yeah, they're flowing a lot of water, so good job again today. Good hustling.
Oh, you're a radio operator in the Army speaking your language? The cameras, Shirley says. Okay. Sure. That'll be, I'll be happy to. In the past, when I had multiple monitors, I had one monitor just for the stream. And so with a few more donations.
Fire, Battalion 128 at Snow Valley, Sierra 35100, State Highway 18, between Unnamed Road and State Highway 18.
That's a new vegetation fire. Okay.
Assault Alpha 3, Medic Engine 214 at Carl's Jr. 1180, South Mount Vernon Avenue, between South Mount Vernon Avenue and South Carl Denny Drive.
Okay. Well, hopefully that doesn't amount to much. When I had the third monitor, that monitor I used to full screen all the apps. So I would full screen Flight Radar 24. I would full screen CalTopo. And so I would show the perimeter of the fire. It would be the CalTopo layer. I took Flight Radar 24 and made it semi-transparent. And I dimmed the background, and all I did was line it up. Like I would line up the silhouette of this lake.
When the big tenders haven't been at 60, we've had good luck drafting out of Bluff Lake. We've done that a couple times today.
And then you would see the...
Yeah, I don't have any issues with you guys drafting out of there. That's where you guys were getting water yesterday, huh?
Yesterday we were going all the way out, just about back to town, to a place called Cedar Camp. Bluff is way closer. It's not too far from 60. It's only like half a mile out of your way, so it's been pretty quick turnaround for us. It doesn't take much longer than going to 60 and filling up off a big tender.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. We can talk about how to be more efficient.
Oh, hey, New Day, welcome. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, sure, I was just throwing that out there.
Okay, well, you could see the planes, you could see where the fire perimeter was, you could see heat detections, you could see everything. It didn't always work because the maps were not exactly the same size and scale, so I've got to mess with the windows a lot. When I set it, forget it. You have to not touch that monitor. You have to be hands off because you sneeze or slightly move the window, and then you get double words, on the map, and it doesn't look right. But once upon a time, I had a better setup for it. And I hope to be able to set that up again. But we need a new desk system, clearly, because the whole glass thing didn't work. All right. So, yeah, but we're getting closer to having a safe and more professional setup, even like year one. Like in 2020, I was doing that. So nowadays, I tend to just be here more often and just flip through the different images myself. But having those options would be awesome, I think. New Day says 2 men called me gringo. Yeah, Sacramento's the capital of California, J.E. Cat, actually. It was called Sutter's Fort, if you know anything about the pioneer era. Like the Donner Party getting stuck by Truckee.
And North F Street.
At Sutter's Fort, they mounted the Rescue Party because it was one of the very few white man settlements west of the Rocky Mountains. At the time, it was real low population in 1847 or whatnot, wherever that was. So, yeah, so Sutter's Fort became Sacramento. I'm about to go to eat now, and I'll be right back, friends. It'll be a somewhat quick affair. And I'm having an early dinner. Other people can't, I can't eat at my usual time, and this is when C-Probe can cook it, so I'll go and enjoy some of his delicious meal. So, Shirley says, I can't believe you still have tech resource needs after all your service. You need a tanker desk and 3 monitors and a laptop. I'm on it. Yeah, it's video production is the most expensive thing that you really could have as a hobby, other than deep sea wreck diving or something. Like, I bought this Elvis Presley microphone, and yet I can't make it work correctly, and so I'm asking for help. So, but so far, every time I do get up with a sound guy, they're saying this is probably not the correct microphone for what you do. It's for singing. And I said, well, does it matter that much? It looks cool. I mean, I love this thing. It's the Elvis microphone. And no, it matters a lot. AI these days, like I would spend endless hours trying to do the filters of sound, and that's what every streamer does. Is how do I sound now? With a bunch of torture victims that say you're okay now. No, you're not okay now. How do I sound now? How do I sound now? You go through 17 hours of that, 17 hours, over the course of a week, just trying to dial it all in until you have your perfect settings for your room, your microphone, your equipment, and how the software interprets it, and then how YouTube interprets it. You have to take so many things into consideration that there's a radio in my ear. But the point is they just invented a new microphone and came out. The same company, Shure, now has one that has AI within the microphone, and it'll get rid of noise and all these things that takes me hours and hours to get out of my voice. Like if I get cut off or I'm too low, too high, peaking, staticky, unclear, echoey, whatever's going on, the microphone can help out. So, yeah, C-Probe not only cooks, but he's also an excellent pilot. Yeah, that's true. Can you hear me now, J.E. Cat says? Yeah. Good. Okay. So part of my problem, Shirley, is I keep buying gear that doesn't work. And that is the way that it works in video production. I've purchased a set of camera gear for interviewing people and professionally filming, sets of GoPro sets. I'll give you guys a sneak peek behind the scenes, of course, for membership as well. So you'll be able to see. I got to go eat because I have low blood sugar and I'm not good to anybody. until I have some. I'm trying to figure out, is air attack on the gold mine? Okay, air attack must be on the gold mine. I'm switching audio to, and we'll put the cams back on here. Okay, that's a little bit loud. The slider button doesn't do well. Okay, this is Big Bear.
Yeah, if it's capable of being put it out by yourself, we just put it out. Alright, I'll try myself. I'll be fine.
Okay, I think it's less clear than the other one. So even if air attack is on that one, we're going to stick with the Baldwin Big Bear audio. So,
What 37 is that? You need it down there?
yeah, New Day says,
Italian with Essie?
sorry, I have to make sure I can hear this. My own headset.
Not negative. I think we're looking good down here. You guys can leave the rehab and maybe get a count of all the hose we have up there.
Now they're too soft.
Okay, copy. Yeah, we were gonna clean up, organize, do all that. We have
Okay, speaking of sound issues, I'm meaning that for a second. I have something called limiter that I set. So even though I must turn up the volume so the low voices can be heard at all, and those voices that are high volume should reach the limit of maximum decibels that I set. There's so much behind the scenes that goes on with sound. It's the worst part of all video production and live TV and any part of it, period. Sound is the hardest. Everybody makes it look easy, but it's not. So I go and I buy a $250 microphone like that one, the Elvis mic, just to find out that it doesn't work for me. So now there's the $250 one that just came out that has AI in it that'll solve a lot of our issues without me having to disrupt stream, take time out to deal with it. I think that's when I need to go on the road. The Elvis microphone weighs a ton as well. I mean, I didn't think about it, but that's a lot of steel. Okay. And let's see. There's some medical calls in this too, but we'll be right back soon. Thank you, friends. Be back after dinner.
Was this? Engine 4677. Right there, copy that.
Duty 1, TAC 5.
Unconscious person, Medic Squad 211 at the 501 North 9th Street, Unit B40, between North Lacadena Drive and North 9th Street. diabetic problem Charlie 1, medic truck 211 at VS 501, North 9th Street, Unit B40, between North Lacadena Drive and North 9th Street.
Tone 13.
Stroke, Medic Engine 172-8387, Edwin Street, between Via Carrillo Lane and Arrow Route.
Flight here, 221, 4675 on TAC 5.
Traffic collision, Medic Engine 231, South Hunt Lane and West Redlands Boulevard.
Yeah, buddy, if you guys wrapped it all up, man, head on down the hill. Have a good night, buddy.
Those guys said they didn't need us down there anymore. There's nothing up here for us to do. But got something, we're going to head stuff off.
No, you're good, man. I want to get you down the hill early. Been a hard couple shifts for you guys.
Much appreciated. I'll see you in the morning. Contact you in a second. Everything on our team down here is I copy. No smoke showing currently. No, not currently. Everything's looking good. Just taking a look tomorrow. Copy.
trying to trade out with the 24-hour resources and kind of make that transition. Looking good, mountain a lot better. Yeah, the edge is looking better. Everything's looking better. They've been killing it. US engine 312 Romeo on RTAC. Can you hear me?
Hey, let's meet up at DP 60 by 1830.
That's it. That's 4.
Hey, 312 calling 04. Operator 3704 Charlie on project.
Hey, Reno Rams, Romeo, RTAC.
Hey, rates, did you copy direct? One's 3/4, other one's empty. up at DP60, 1830.
Might have enough seats to get you guys right back up. Thanks very much. Having them.
Yeah, I'd like to make a line order. Are you ready?
Tango trainee, go ahead.
Be 5,000 foot of inch and a half, 5,000 foot of inch, 100 gated wide, 100 reducers, 1.5 by 1, 20 inch and a half nozzles break. Be dropped off at drop point 70, 2000 hours tonight, and contact will be Tango training.
199-6863. That we shut down.
Gated wise, 100 reducers, half by 21.5 inch nozzles, delivered to draw point 70 at 2000 today, and point of contact is Tango Trainee. Line communication 1748.
Line communications, Tango Trainee. Those reducers will be 1.5 by 100.
Tango Trainee 1.5 by 1 inch. Line communication 1748.
Hey, Cruz, Romeo, you guys still around? Romeo, CNA. Romeo on our TAC. Hey, if you guys can hear me and you're still around, you guys are released.
Romeo, CNA 513, how do you copy? TAC 5.
Got you, sir. How you doing?
They're doing well. 513 and 514 are back to their truck. Should be heading out further.
Man, yeah, why don't you guys head on down the hill. Are the two New Jersey engines with you guys?
Yes.
Cool. Will you tell them they can go too?
Yeah.
Thanks for the work today, guys.
Jersey, copy that direct. We got Yoder 61 with us as well.
Set it back. Good.
Building B, Unit 104, between Amethyst Avenue and Amethyst Avenue.
Line air attack. About a 5-minute ETE to San Bernadino.
Head up right now. Buddy, thank you.
And North F Street. Sick person Charlie 2, Medic Squad 226, 6793, Glasgow Avenue, between East 18th Street and East 17th Street. Ambulance transport, Medic Ambulance 94 at Mountains Community Hospital, 29101, Hospital Road, between North Hospital Road and Hospital Road.
Five.
4677, engine 23.
Hey, go ahead, sir.
We just hit drop point. Headed back in.
Cool, man. Have a good night. Well, all right, guys. Thank you.
All right.
See Charlie, engine 23. Unit, that's going to be taking my place for tonight. What about the other strike team? They're going to stay down there as well? 40 Charlie, 23. Hey, you got a unit that's going to be replacing me for the at the pumping platform at the division break.
Affirmative, it's going to be 4485.
485, copy that. We're going to start breaking the equipment down. We're not having anyone blowing away water right now.
Yeah, firm. Five.
Chest pain, Medic Engine 202, Medic Ambulance 202-241, East Chaparral Street, between North State Avenue and North Magnolia Avenue. sick person, medic engine 65, medic squad 65, eastbound 60, between Ramona and Central, between Monte Vista Avenue and State 60, exit 33, off-ramp east.
Line communications, ambulance 3.
Go for line communications.
Line communications, ambulance 3 is off the line, headed to ICP.
Ambulance 3 off the line, headed to ICP, 1758, line communications.
Thanks for the work today.
I'm signing with the crews up along the gate, and I can meet you down at drop point 70. Yeah, 49 Charlie single. Hey, you from?
There's a couple down the road. I knew I was going to count those on my way out, so I think I got it.
Copy that. Make our way back to the truck and start heading out. We'll see you tomorrow.
You guys are good to head on in too, man, if you can unplug. The only one I don't know is where that Type 6 is. Hopefully they're with the New Jersey bunch.
Yeah, 1313 copies, and I heard Jersey was going to grab Yoder, the Type 6.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that whole task force, you guys are all good to head in.
Hey, 1313, do you guys got a red bag on top of your engine, or is that connected to it?
Yeah, hey, thanks for looking out. Out of the road on the way out for you.
Sweet.
Contact. Fort Charlie on TAC 5.
Hey, Fort Charlie, Romeo, go ahead.
Hey, just letting you know, yeah, the two pump platforms are established with folded tanks going down that Clark's grade break. I briefed up the 60 Charlie, strike team leader for the night. He's, once we pull out, he's going to plug in some engines there. As far as the line, the swaps, I don't know if you copied from 55 Golf, but everything's
Division Romeo, Sequoia Water Tender 221, TAC 5.
engines be down at DP60 at 1830, if you're okay with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for the update, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate all the work in there today, man. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
Hey, go ahead there, Tender.
Yeah, we dropped off our last load with the pumping platform that engine 23 was pumping. We're empty. We're gonna head out.
Hello, buddy. Thanks for all the hustle.
Communication with Medic Cali.
.4677, 86 TAC 5.
All victim Bravo 1, Medic Engine 228, 1358, Jasper Avenue, Unit 5, between Jasper Avenue and No Cross Street.
Tender coming up the road, so just heads up, everybody.
Good copy. Thank you.
You guys have a good night.
See you in the morning.
tapped in, got back. Two, we're up to line incident en route. McClellan released 3 souls, 2 hours fuel, and the McClellan 4 or 5 minutes.
Unknown medical aid, medic engine 172-8717, Cedar Point Court, between No Cross Street and High Ridge Place.
Division Romeo, engine 23, tag 5.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We just disconnected our equipment. Our personnel's back at the truck. Do you have anything else for us?
I sure don't, man. I don't know if you can raise your other, your partners down there, the other A&F trucks, but you guys are all good, man, if you can unplug.
In our area here, we were the only A&F truck. Which one would you be talking about?
No, I copied that you were the only one there. I don't know. If you can just relay the, 312 and 5, whatever. They can unplug. Let's get you guys out of here.
That's a good copy. We'll work on that.
Type 1 tender coming up Mill Creek Road to DP 60.
Tanker 138 released empty, returning to San Bernadino with the 5-minute ETE.
Go for Papa.
I'll meet you right there at the entrance.
2, line communication.
Go ahead and show ambulance 2 headed back to ICP off the line.
Show yourself off the line, returning to ICP, line communications 1813.
You up there, down there with 138? Okay, I'm just out on Highway 38 at the entrance. Want to bump up here and I'll tie in with you.
B12 on TAC 5. Working on TAC 3 today for us. Good copy, thank you.
Between Cleghorn and State 138, between I-15, Cajon Scales on ramp north, and I-15, exit 131, off ramp north.
Copy line here, TAC 615 release, 5 minutes, back to San Diego,
If needed, if you wanted to carry it tomorrow, it's currently empty.
Okay. Charlie, same traffic, all resources off the line, headed back to camp.
Division Charlie, line communications, copy, same traffic, all resources offline, returning to ICP, line communications 1817.
For Charlie 7.
Hey, 337, go ahead.
Level for Charlie, south, both down below. We're making our way the road to 60.
Okay, I copy. Yeah, thank you. We'll meet you there.
Back up to the trucks and head out, or do we need to hold that until we get a replacement crew?
and West 26th Street.
Yeah, I'm going to tie in with Night Tango and come up with a game plan. The priority is going to be to get some crews down there and keep all that in check. I'm thinking we can, do what we can down there and, look to bump out here in the next 30 minutes if it looks like we're good to do so, and then we'll get a replacement crew down there. Same traffic for your folks as well.
We have contact for both engines, 532 and 312. I copy. I'll see if I can text them or something, man. Hopefully they get the point. Go ahead, buddy. Did you hear 532 and 312? They copied your message. Nice. Yeah. No, I did not hear. I heard they didn't copy. Cool, dude. Thank you. No problem. We're going to fill the snap tank and get out of here, too. No. All right, guys. Thank you.
Near mile marker 17, South Cleghorn, involving a green Camaro versus a Toyota Corolla. Unsure if it's going to be one and the same.
Feet 27.85 N, 117.26 feet 59.56 W.
I don't know whose that is. What's up, Dan?
Don't teach him that stuff. That was between me and you.
Copy. Yeah, dude, I think we figured this out, dude.
delayed, Medic Engine 161, South Euclid Avenue, and I-10, Freeway West.
There is one more that we're waiting on. After he pulls out, we'll be able to head down.
Medical aid, Medic Truck 161, South Euclid Avenue, and I-10, Freeway West. Medic Engine 264 at Wood Spring Suites, 1700, Orange Tree Lane, between Plum Lane and Idaho Street. Abdominal pain Alpha 3, Medic Engine 252, 25483, Park Avenue, between Paloma Street and Curtis Street.
Alexa, I don't care about that news.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Okay. All right, back friends. Let me settle in. Thanks for being patient. With the dinner break. Thanks for helping me hold down the fort, mods and friends.
Start making your way back to your engine. Load up, get turned around. We're going to head out back towards the safety zone.
Go into a safety zone. Okay. Is that because of a safety issue or because they're done for the day? Yeah, J.E. Cat, were you...
Returning to San Bernadino with a 5-minute ETA.
There's nothing going on, is there? No safety issue? Okay. Put away the food, the leftovers. I got some good... We had Sloppy Joes. This morning were pancakes with apples. Green apple pancakes, which are so good as well. So... A neighbor at Sea Probes gave him 2 huge bags of apples. It's like, what do we do with this? So apple pancakes and then apple pie. So I have apple pie here in a little bowl with a saran wrap thing on it. I can't wait, but I'm too stuffed right now to enjoy it. So funny thing is I never ate pastries, pies, or anything particularly sweet as a as a kid or young adult.
Medic Engine 2, 3415 feet 27.85 N, 11726 feet 59.56 W.
Oh dear, phone turn off. I can hear my... I could hear myself coming through my own phone. That is so weird.
Copy yourself in EMT Harlan, departing DP45 en route to ICP. Line communications 1829.
Welcome back, friends. Anybody still here? I like it sometimes when there's nothing going on, and that's the reason that people don't tune in, because at least it means that no immediate crisis.
Big person Delta 1, Medic Engine 94, Medic Ambulance 26 at 26603, Hillcrest Lane, between Hillcrest Drive and Mill Cross Street.
All right, we're going to turn that way down, and we'll turn it back up. Do we need to?
Traffic collision, Medic Engine 232, northbound 15, between Cleghorn and State 138, between I-15, Cajon Scales on ramp north, and I-15, exit 131, off ramp north.
Yeah, we'll continue to mess with the sound.
Traffic collision, Medic Ambulance 305, 3415 feet 27.85 N, 11726 feet 59.5.
Sorry, that one's repeating itself though. Yeah, I need the third monitor so I can monitor sound and the control panel of what's being filmed over there. And then have a monitor for what you guys are seeing. And then a monitor for helping me actually dig around behind the scenes. Okay, friends. Spiderman says tonight is much, much better than last night on the Wildfire. Yeah. We were thinking we might have a pretty severe day today. And thank God, phew, sigh of relief. Crews did a monumental job, and I'll show you where the fire moved last night and what happened. I've got the battle maps. I pre-downloaded them before the show, as I was trying to monitor what was going on in Oregon at the time. So let's see. Okay, I'll show you it's briefing maps, but I call them battle maps because, well, they're battling a fire, and, well, it's like the war room. They do have a big map on the table, and all the generals, so to speak, point at it and make their decisions based off it. I have a very interesting one here. Whoops. This is fire behavior forecast from yesterday from their action plan. This is a incident action plan for line fire. You can ask me to read any of these portions or anything, but right now it's more important to look at the actual map. So that didn't work when I dragged it over. Let's try one more time. Or I may have to open it in a PDF reader if we don't have good zoom options, but we'll see about this. Okay, so this one is called the Evacuation Arch Land Map. Don't ask me why. It doesn't have a better name than that. So you can see the different evacuation zones. And it explains who to talk to. Like map number 6, when the fire column stands up with significant fire intensity and ember cast is over the ridge, consider evacuation orders for the south section of Boulder Bay. That's golden right there. Like, so you can kind of, I wish they would explain a little bit more like this to the public, especially when it's like level 2 and it's dusk or something. Like, you know, what are they waiting for to finally call level 3? If you inform people about that, they're much more likely to be vigilant as well, look out for themselves, understand the situation, which is the number one most important thing, and then actually comply. If you keep people in the dark, the level of fear that they have just because their imagination runs wild you get less cooperation and less of what you want from the general public. You don't keep people in the dark. You just tell it to them straight, and everything goes much better. But this is also the trigger point system, which is a bit outdated. You can utilize it in some situations where if the fire reaches X place, then the next adjacent place goes on notice, and keep going. But that's based on proximity. How close is a fire to your community? And I think that's a totally outdated system in general. For the big concept picture should be, is the fire headed that way day after day towards the community? Do we have the ability to build solid lines in front of it and protect the community? And if there's any question about it, give people as many days ahead of time notice as you can, so that they have the proper amount of time to evacuate livestock themselves, make arrangements, and maybe get a storage unit for, heirlooms and stuff, because some things you just can't replace. And then explain what we're trying to do. And these are the efforts to make that happen, to make it community safe. But if they had done this for South Lake Tahoe during the Caldor, then they wouldn't have had that crazy traffic jam problem. And they wouldn't have had the population just lose all trust with them. But that's what happened. People came to our channel. There were 30,000 people in the chat wanting to know what's going on because they did not tell the public. So we had to. I had to show the battle map like this and say, look, there's nothing. Now that during the Caldor fire, now that the fire is at elevation, it's on Sierra at Tahoe's plateau. There's nothing to the east of it, no dozer lines complete that will save, that can be completed in time to save Lake Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe, the community. It is now try to protect as many structures as possible and defend the city if the wind blows that way, because the dozer lines in that rocky terrain and stuff was a nightmare. There's no way it was going to be complete in time. So we realized this a full 48 hours before, 24 to 48 hours, and just began telling the public. I finally got a set of balls and just, excuse my language, just said, guys, I'm calling for the evacuation of South Lake Tahoe. Why? Because there's something broken with the system. They may want to tell people, the people behind the microphone and the people you're talking to, the firefighters that you see, might want to tell you, yeah, the fire's headed your way, and in a couple of days it might reach it. And hopefully we have lines in place by then and everything we need to do set up. Even if they want to say that to you, they will get fired if they do. So there's an old Byzantine red tape system where I don't know what's wrong with it exactly. I just know it's terribly wrong. I got the balls to call for evacuation of South Lake Tahoe, and man, we had a flurry of thank you, and dollar donations. That's when I thought the channel could really make it, but we had 30,000 people at the time. We got at least somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 people to evacuate early. And despite that, they had a 17 to 18 hour traffic jam, because even during their press conference that evening, it's been 24 hours since fire climbed up to Sierra Tahoe. The problem with the trigger point system is Lover's Leap was, or not Lover's Leap, Twin Bridges was the trigger point. If the fire reaches Twin Bridges, then you evacuate South Lake Tahoe. But that was incorrect. If the fire ever got on Sierra at Tahoe's plateau in any way, anyhow, it was over. So when we saw that happen at 3 in the morning, I started just saying at 3 in the morning, we need to call for that evacuation. And so by the morning update and briefing at 7, I thought they would call for it. They did not. They didn't mention it. We listened to their radio. They're still not calling for it. They still didn't mention it. So I started telling people, look, you are going to be told to go. I don't know what the delay is. And we find out later that Twin Bridges was the trigger point. So it was not at Twin Bridges yet. And if they asked for an exception to that evacuation, best that I could piece this together, if they called for an exception, whoever sits behind a desk in Sacramento or approves it, or Washington, D.C., or wherever the heck the decision is made, that became just too late, because their 5 p.m. the 7 p.m. press conference, they didn't even mention evacuations of South Lake Tahoe. And then at the very end, somebody asked, oh, hey, welcome back, Jose. Yeah, I'm here to tell you all about the line. Just ask away. I'm going to show people how it came to the communities. Like this is their thinking and thought process. And so I'm explaining that just saying this to the public, they could have kept the whole public, pretty much the entire public's cooperation. But when you keep people in the dark and do them dirty like this, that during that press conference, they didn't mention anything about evacuations. Somebody did online, like in Facebook, or raised their hand in the crowd. Is South Lake Tahoe going to be evacuated? They said, nah, we'll let you know if it needs to be. I spat my drink out on my monitor, and I said, guys, go now. You're going to be asked. They'll probably wait until it's after dark and start knocking on doors, but do it now. Don't go to bed. Don't go to sleep on that fire. And sure enough, they called for the evacuation of South Lake Tahoe at 10 p.m. and tried to knock on 20,000 doors at night. 25,000. Yeah, that didn't work well. So this is why I'm so happy to see a map like this, but I would be happier if they explain the fullness of this to the public. Like, what is their thought process for when we pull an evacuation? So if we look at, let's see, BBC08 for Big Bear Lake. Evacuation zone BBC08. Let's see, BBC 0437. That's 9. Where's 8? Where's 8? Oh, 8 and 9 is under number 6. So when the fire column stands up with significant intensity and embercast goes over the ridge, consider evacuation orders for the south section of Boulder Bay and evacuation warnings for Fawnskin, which is the adjacent BBC 09. So like I speculated yesterday, yeah, they would want the people on the west side to evacuate first. They're closer in proximity to it. And so they would stagger it, the west one first, then the east side. But there's no magic that would, if the fire got into Big Bear City in the Lakeshore area, there's no magical line where the fire would stop here for some reason. It's just that they split evacuation zones based on how many people lived there and a couple other factors like how quickly people could leave and terrain factors, whatever is at play. Whatever they think is at risk, and they'll change them on the fly. They'll divide, enlarge, destroy, and recreate these evacuation zones like a puzzle piece, but on the fly. Okay, so Jose Gutierrez says, "Here I am. I just got off work. Yeah. Welcome back. Like today, we got the DC-10 air tanker. Yesterday, we did not have it for the line fire. When are we done with the line fire?" And then when they're done with the line fire, they will send us to Lake Tahoe. Oh, okay. I must have missed something you were saying, Jose. Back up at the top. And SB responses, I was hoping you'd be here to tell me about the tactical channel. There's a Broadcastify for the TAC channel. Actually on Broadcastify. I would love to investigate that. I now have blood sugar, guys. You see how much more alive I am? Ooh. So this one is the evacuation map, and it has their reasonings. It also has the latest perimeter. So this is the one for today. You can see that it's dated the 1st of October. Welcome to October. Here it entered the Pinzanita bedroom community of Angeles Oaks, as far as I could tell. And they saved all structures last night and yesterday with 6 nighttime helicopters. They almost pulled the helicopters off the line because somebody called drone. And then suddenly the helicopters were still back at it. So that was resolved somehow, but I got a little mini heart attack thinking the helicopters would leave. I'm sure they played a huge role. A huge role. So let's see here. Yeah, Caskets, I don't know if you're still with us. Are you on? the line, Jose Gutierrez, I forgive my memory being like a goldfish. But not sleeping very well for days with the sinus issues. I don't take that personal. I can fully remember things once I get a memory prompt. You know how things are on the tip of your tongue, you can't remember somebody's name for a moment, but you know who they are and what they do? I feel like that all the time lately. But the level of exhaustion from doing Firestream this summer, it was just relentless. Usually you get a couple of days in between them where you can actually catch up on your own life and or sleep in. But it was daily for so many weeks in a row. I feel like I need a rest for a month. Whew. Okay, so you're not there right now? Okay. You're on the sleeping tent. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, yeah, you were the one saying that you had good probability of getting up to percentage of containment. That's right. Sorry. How has it been going down there? And of course, massive respect. Massive respect. Now let's look at the other maps that they have, and I'll show you where the let's see, the dozer lines and stuff are. We should see a change from yesterday, because they did good work last night. Okay, battle maps, evacuation briefing, day ops, arch E land or briefing land. Oh, air operations is different. Okay, here's the briefing one. All right, let's look at the live cam of Angeles Oaks real quick to see. Okay, so I heard a noise out there. This is live, so unfortunately we mostly see the parking lot staging area thing, but it's pretty cool to see them coming and going, and hose coiling and doing their thing, having meetings, whatnot. Not as fun as the day on the park fire when we saw them have a barbecue tailgating out the back of their pickups, and then some of them in the back of one of the flatbeds put up a whole bunch of easy chairs, like campsite easy chairs, and everybody was watching the park fire's plume on their break, sipping on beverages and whatnot. Jose Gutierrez is very bad, but it keeps moving but slow. It's bad. The line. Oh. Okay, then am I thinking of the wrong person? I'm sorry. I should take notes and refer to them. I don't have them in front of me. I hate to confuse people. This is from earlier today. We can look at the other cams, and soon we'll get the infrared, which it is KTLA, the media, and News 5, something like that. Oh, the line is bad. Okay, you were talking about the line. Okay. What the heck kind of vehicle is that? They kind of have the date wrong. It says this is January 15th, 1970. Just ignore that part. The clock seems to be correct in the upper right-hand corner. If you could see that, it's hard to see. It was like 1:13 in the afternoon today. And you can keep going back in time, but at nighttime we don't see the fire. I scrub. We may not be able to go back to nighttime anymore. It might be beyond rewind. There's LA County Fire Units. It wasn't that exciting. Okay, so here's our live look. And they kept saying they needed water to not tear up the roads, but I was a little bit confused by that. Does that help the roads if you wet them? If you have big tracked vehicles or other types, I would think it would turn it into mud, and that might make it worse. But maybe it helps tamp down the situation rather than losing it to dust. Or if you guys understand that, please explain to me. That's what they're saying on the radio. I want to make sure the radio is on again. Okay, it's on again, and we will listen to them. Let's look at the maps again. Spyman says there's also a live cam at Snow Valley Ski Resort on YouTube. It's being used as a staging area for the line. Many tents on the ground there. Hey, welcome back, Husky. Jose Gutierrez says this is the field truck, and they put some gas on the fire truck.
Charlie 1, Medic Engine 252, 26149, Park Avenue, Unit 7.
Okay, I try to mute people's individual medical problems. We'll turn it back on in a second. Yeah, thanks, Spyman. It's being used as a staging area. Snow Valley Ski Resort. Okay, let's add it to our cam collection. This one's live. This is Big Bear, one we've been checking on. Totally wonderful, helpful people and whatnot in their chat. But please go here and hit the like button to promote them so more people know. So we can add another cam. This is the gold mine cam live. Oh, yeah, I muted that sound. Look how beautifully ugly it is. It's a strawberry colored haze. That is if the cable were in the way, that would be a postcard. I would save that as my desktop wallpaper. Look how gorgeous that is. Yeah, we'll look for that ski resort cam real quick. Then I'll show you guys, I'll show you the, window. I'll show you the desert lines and what they're working on as far as what our maps show. Let's see. Save this. This is it's one of those gorgeous sunsets. I just wish it were under different circumstances, but aerosol pollution caused by wildfire smoke is a thing. It reflects all the particles of light back into space, and some of those are golden sunsets. Okay, so Snow Valley Ski Resort. Let's duplicate this tab. Snow Valley. Snow Valley Base Area, Big Bear Mountain Resort. Ah, okay. Incredible courage and logistics, ground zero for the line fire. It says new in 4K, but that one's not live. These seem to be. Oh, we should sort by live. You have to go to filters and hit live, even if you type in live. Okay. Slip side cam. One of those burned up, didn't they? Not at Big Bear, but that style of ski lift shelter thing. One of those burned up over on the bridge fire, right? Or melted. That was one heck of a day. Oh, the West Base camp. It's had mud on it. I was looking at it off and on, but ever since this mud got on the screen, it's been a little worthless. Or unclear, I should say. Come on, rewind. What fires do you have questions about, friends? Open answer, question and answer time. Okay, is this one down? Oh, okay. What a gorgeous place. I'd love to visit. Mammoth Mountain and other places that are relevant. But yeah, this one I was watching, and it was a great resource, especially when the line was somewhat new. Is it Snow Valley Peak? That might be a staging area. Oh yeah, you can see some roads in between it. Hey, is that what I think it is? Is that a snow machine? with a rainbow. Check that out. It's a snow machine making a rainbow. How nice. Right, snow machine rainbow. I'm saving that one. Okay. So if you guys want to go here and give them the like button, that helps them to be getting traffic instead of people just watching them through me. So it's a bit of a taboo thing to just rebroadcast somebody else's thing and keep going because they could watch your channel rather than theirs. But the people who originally upload it, they need the support, they need the likes, they need the views, the subs, you know. So help them out if you can, if it's convenient. So let's here we're grateful. We don't want to promote them, not be leeches. You know? So yeah, a lot of this is pretty interesting. Thanks, Spider-Man. I didn't realize that this camera had a staging area because every time I looked at it, there was nothing there. But yeah, this goes in our collection. Yeah, there's a bunch of retardant over there on the hillside. Oh, that would have been cool if it caught the airplanes working today. Just tell me it did. That would be so amazing. Now that would be something to leave on. I wonder if there's a snow machine. I wonder if the ski lifts can actually transport firefighters at this time of year if it's not done. I mean, that's one way to get to up inaccessible terrain or very difficult to hike. I mean, in general, like a ski lift in general. I know it's not close enough. Like right as a fire approaches, but like to the ridge tops. Okay, so here's let's go back to the live view. It's kind of staring at a blank mountainside. So we'll go back to our maps and we'll read a little bit about the outlook. So this one is fresh, right? This is the briefing map from the 30th. Let's see, 9:30, but it came from today's October pouch. So let me make sure I didn't download the wrong thing. Let's see, Wildfire. I got the Public Information Officer's map. Yeah, it's dated yesterday, but it is the printout of today that they used for the briefing of this morning. So it's not going to be 100% accurate, but it's updated since we last looked at it, I believe. Wait, no. I mean, it says Pines Anita is right there, but we know that the fire came out a little bit towards this way. So let's just compare that to the brief perimeter they have on launch duty. Because that doesn't seem right. Well, it goes with a spot on Pines Anita for the latest perimeter. So around 11 p.m. was when they did the Ferris flight. So it was not after midnight. So I guess that may be why the perimeter is labeled for the 30th. It might be when the flight went over. I don't know if there's another one for today. So this doesn't look quite right. Let's look. The Pines Anita on this map is right. So then the rivers forks meet right there where they have handline. Can't see much. That's right. Angeles Oaks 38 right there. Angeles Oaks and 38. Yeah, it does not reflect what happened yesterday. Shut my mouth. Because it went over here to 38 and they had spots to deal with, and it went over to Pines Anita. So I can't wait for the new perimeter map. Is there just a brand new one? Let's look at the interweb, see if they released it. Go to Wildfire. Look back at chat. Husky, I'm doing good. Just super tired. Have to go to bed. I'm very sorry. No, don't worry about that, Jose. Anything you want to share with us before you go, like that people should know or be comforted by, or anything? We're happy to have you, and no pressure if you just want to hit the pillow. And thank you for everything and helping us understand things. And do check in and tell everybody we love you. We love our heroes. Okay, let's go to where's the maps, photos. They have a progression map and an information map of September 30th. Did they not draw a new one? Huh. Daily update document, progression map. Let's just click on it. Daily update document. That was already posted to Watch Duty. One structure destroyed on the line fire. Was that the lookout tower? The historic one? 4 damage, 4 firefighter injuries, 43,000 acres, and some change. And it said 80% for this thing that apparently was released in the yesterday. We've got 76% now, just because the fire expanded more, primarily. Just get ready to be set and go, and if they come to knock on the doors, get out. Yes, that's what I tell people. If the smoke comes your way, go before you're told and knock on every door around you and alert your neighbors and go. Don't wait. If the smoke is going towards you, the fire is trying to as well. I think that's a good thing to tell the public. And if you feel vulnerable or ever have a bad feeling in the pit of your stomach, or you can't verify something, or if your cell phone's dead or something, just go. Don't wait to be told. Trust your gut instinct at that point. Never be a victim of detrimental optimism. This is the time where you don't think, oh, it's going to be okay somehow, or I'm sure that's fine, or maybe it's not as bad as I think, or maybe that's just firing, not a flare-up, or the wind picked up, but I'm sure it'll die down a little bit later, or the fire's far enough away from me that I'll have more time, right? No, just don't tell your brain when it's doing that. Shut up, brain. Don't do that. That's emotional reasoning. Just look at the facts. Like, I'm in danger. If I can't verify that where I'm at is safe, then I need to go to where is safe. If the window of opportunity to evacuate by vehicle is already passed, then you need to find a shelter-in-place option near you, like a culvert underneath a bridge, big box store parking lot, big track and field, golf courses, recently mowed green areas, things that can't burn, like a parking lot, construction site. You'll find them if you just think about what doesn't burn. But you need to go there to where it is safe, and don't let your brain get flooded with all these detrimental, optimistic things that your subconscious is trying to do to calm you down, or you're trying to do to calm your subconscious down, like, because it's probably saying panic, 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 go, and then your reaction of the thinking part of you might be an overreaction as well, which is, no, we're totally fine. Just clear all that. Assess the situation like X, Y, Z. This is the fact. And don't assume a thing. So, acres, 43,000 some change. They've got 69 fire engines, 22 crews, 10 water tenders, 14 dozers, 10 helicopters, 42 other. Okay. But total personnel, 1,176. So, yeah, this is a bit of an old update, actually. We don't need this. All right, so what else have we got from InsoWeb? road closures, campfire restrictions, soil burn severity map. That's an interesting one. Well, let's just go. Aha, here it is. The evacuation map has the new perimeter, but the briefing map doesn't. Aha, okay. That's odd. Comes from the same folder. But this one, the evacuation arch, I don't know what that means. Land map for the line fire. This is the correct perimeter, so we can flip through them and look at the difference. I knew I wasn't crazy. Yeah. Okay, like from one day to the next. Okay, so here's the one day. There's Angeles Oaks. Let me get to the same level zoom. Okay. What percentage zoom was it? Let's go to Angeles Oaks. Yeah, we dodged a bullet today with how bad it could have been. I mean, it's not a great situation, but boy, did our heroes save those structures. That's awesome. All right, what watch duty? Dinsmore, that California, 3 to 4 acres. Fire with a slow forward progress. Crew's making good progress on it for instant command. River Valley Road in Dinsmore. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, where can we flip back and forth like a before and after? That would be good. This almost works. Almost the same level zoom. What is zoom level? Does it actually say percentage? Yep. Let's move that over. Yeah, Angeles Oaks like so. More zoom level 2 in. Go down. Yeah, see how much it encroached. Back and forth like so. Today. Yesterday. Today. Yesterday. Today. Yesterday. So it went past these dozers lines, and there was a gap where there was hand line only. So I can imagine how difficult that would have been to try to deal with, because you could see the terrain too. Jose says, I got hurt today at work. Oh no. I just got cut a little bit, but I'm okay. So far. Just getting ready for sleep. Good night, everyone. Well, prayers sent for you, Jose, and I hope you feel much better real soon. You take good care of yourself. I'm very glad. I mean, I'm not glad that you got injured, but I am glad that it was minor. You know, you can always see the silver linings and helps us deal with things. Okay, so yeah, 0.68. Let's look at some of the gorgeous cams as the sunset hits, and let's do a couple time lapses. So it looks, they may be able to explain it. Oh, we didn't watch the briefing video. Maybe they will, about how it went past those lines. You know, that wasn't, they were completed lines, but it wasn't penciled in as black. It wasn't the deep, thick black marking pen that you would see that would denote containment percentage. Like they can have lines that are complete and they're dark black. Like the dozer lines are pink X's until they become black. Pink is under construction, black is finished. But that's not it. They've got to strengthen the lines to get it so confident that fire can't pass it. Then they declare this section is percentage of containment. It cannot pass this section. So it did not pass black line. As far as I can tell, I don't think they lost control that way, like some people are assuming. I think it slipped through where things were not finished yet. I mean, this is nightmare terrain to work in. Nothing happens quickly here in this terrain. Even getting the supplies up to this elevation, like if anything breaks down and you need a part, how many thousands of feet do you have to drive down, and how many miles away to get that part, or what helicopter do you have to request delivers it, and how long do you have to wait for the helicopter? This is high elevation, and it's not exactly like Ace Hardware is down the store for all of their firefighting needs. So, Husky says the line fire jumped to Highway 38, but luckily they got the spot fires. Yeah, absolutely. You could see, I think, a couple spots on the map where they kind of show it, where it's penciled sort of a tiny bit on the other side of Highway 38. I think that's what this little section is supposed to kind of hint at, that it was probably a battle right here. Now, that's the best thing that helicopters do. If it had gotten on the other side of 38 and rolled all the way down, like flaming debris rolled all the way down, it would go all the way, like this stuff down here, on fire. I mean, that would have sucked a lot. So this is a bit of a challenge in catching them all with that cliff drop off, and not exactly like those escalators to reach it, right? Hats off to him. But what I mean, the difference between black line is this thick black marker border. That's where they are confident that fire cannot pass, unless there's some pretty extraordinary circumstances like crazy wind events, right? So where it actually threatened and moved towards into Pine Zenita, Pine Zenita, like manzanita, but the shrubbery, but Pine Zenita, excuse me. It went through not black, but just completed lines. But here, the only thing was hand. I don't know if Dozer could have gone through that gap. I bet they would have done it if they could have. But you see all the pink incompletes back here with some completed things. But it went right through this little section, and river drainages act as wind tunnels. It makes it very hard to deal with. And also, where are you going to cross? If you're fighting something and it just goes to the side of the canyon, what do you do? How do you chase after it? Helicopters help. But it went through, and they just ran out of time. That was the thing about that one. I don't see a black line breach. That's just the distinction I really want to make clear. Because I want people to feel safe. If fire crosses black line, that's a big deal. That's a big apology to the communities. There was a big screw up. We miscalculated. That's a big deal. That would be a confidence shaker. I just don't believe that occurred, but people are getting confused about what does percentage of containment mean. Just because a line is complete that does not mean it's prepped, strengthened, and declared black. So let's see our cams. Let's go back to the live cams. This is live in Angeles Oaks. Seeing these dead trees is disturbing to me. But hey, I don't know how they can just stay there day after day after day. I'd be like itching to take those down. I'd be like, hazard, threat, mitigate, masticate, do it, get rid of it. But that's just me. Okay, we've got our infrared. This is gorgeous. This gold mine cam. Absolutely gorgeous. This is live. What a far cry from yesterday's intensity at night, too. This is sedated activity compared to yesterday. Yes, exactly, Husky. It went through dozer lines. but not black containment lines. Black containment lines, black line is reinforced. That's what that means. So, let's see. Anybody have questions about anything? Do hit the like button, please, friends. Today was nice and subdued, a bit more like a roundup. I was ready to go live since 10 in the morning. Woke at 8, but I need to catch up on sleep, like, seriously. I did not get to sleep earlier, like I thought yesterday. I've been helping people, and John Stoker had lost his internet, so I really wanted to help him out, because I'll be going live from his house, friends. As soon as we get the laptop and out of here as soon as I can, make some arrangements with my family and friends to stay down there, announce to you guys when my dates are. Maybe I could stay with some of you guys, or at least meet you, have little parties, and I'll be absolutely ready to go live at a moment's notice whenever possible during this new fire season we're in, Santa Ana and Diablo Wind season. This is the most dangerous season. There's not that many fires that get big, but those that do, because of those winds, could be some of the worst in California state history and have been. So we've got to count the days now until the rains come, until the wet season finally arrives, and then we can declare dead the autumn California fire season, the worst one. Just need to wait for those rains, but I'm not liking what I'm hearing about weak La Niñas causing typical excessive dryness, like a dry winter. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. It was November 8th that Paradise burned down, and it wasn't much longer that the rains actually came and rained it out. It's just these vulnerable moments. It doesn't take long to burn down a city. The first 24 hours will be absolutely the worst. So by the time I arrived in Paradise to visit my brother and try to help him as he was homeless, the fire was still going, but I couldn't film the immediate aftermath of Paradise because they had mudslides. They had torrential rain. If only PG&E had not started that fire, or if it had started during a rainstorm, how different would the world be right now? Our world, I should say. It makes me wonder, how many times do we get lucky where a disaster like that could happen and it didn't because of some little fluke, and we never know. They say ignorance is bliss, ignorance of bad things, of course, but when you're ignorant of blessings, that's not bliss. Let's rewind a little bit. Look at this. This was the time of 10:45 in the morning, and I thought, man, oh, there's a plane going past it at 10:45 there. Oh, neat. If I knew the plane's air show was going on, I would have just set this up. But I was preparing to do tech support, remote tech support, especially for John Stoker, because I will need his super internet to go live when I'm at his place. So I hope Metal Californian is all right. I did not get an email, Metal, if you're listening. I hope you're repopulating your house okay and that your evacuation went smooth over there in Amador County. Yeah, even as smoky and stuff as this, it just petered out today. Just milder weather than we expected, and the glory of heaven coming down through the clouds. Nice. Cool. Now let's look at the nice sunset. Oh, there's the big tanker. Look at that. Oh, if I knew about this, I would have found a way to stream this and do tech support at the same time. Oh, man. Aircraft, at least even just flying around it in front of the cams live. That is cool. Spyman says, watch several water retardant drops from the line fire this AM on the gold mine cam. Well, you know what you could do, Spyman, is get a notepad and write down the times that occurred. I'll be happy to go replay some highlights. Yeah, that'd be amazing for us to go see the coolest parts of the day. Yeah, there goes the tankers. Okay, let me make sure the radio is back on. Okay, it is. I didn't want to, there was a lot of medical stuff, so I had it off for a bit. I just didn't want people's privacy to be violated if I can help it. As we go towards sunset, look at the golden sunsets of California. You just can't beat this. Greece and Turkey have nice sunsets too, but there's nothing quite like California. I'm going to call them Glory Sunset 1. Glory Sunset 1 screenshot. This would be the kind of cool web I'm going to put right here once again in the chat.
Medic
so you guys.
65, Medic Engine 65 at the Village Apartments, Unit 71147.
Okay, you see, that gave me a heart attack. It's just been back-to-back medical. I'll mute it for you guys and monitor it for myself. If it'll cooperate. Come on now. Okay. It'll probably scare me because I couldn't adjust the volume, but we'll figure this out. Okay. As we went on further towards sunset, look how gorgeous that got. Man. This is one of the ways to stay sane and relax a little bit with all this tension. As we look at birds on the cam, so that's relaxing. We look at the sunset. Oh, look how magenta it got. It's a very high quality camera too, like a nice choice in webcams. It's got some compression affecting it, but that's to be expected. It's only in 1080, but hey, that's okay. It's high quality night vision too. If only the alert cams were like this, we'd be able to tell much better, like where the fire is, where it's going. Okay, taking another screenshot. Glory sunset number 3, and going further. Here's that magic moment before it goes into infrared, and look at it. It's just so reduced in intensity. I told you guys it was a good thing that if at nighttime it can burn fiercely, then it won't burn that fiercely during the day. It looks like they took the very good calculated risk, and they did firing ops, and they did let pockets burn and areas burn, and it paid off. They let it burn at night, so it wasn't as intense during the day and not as threatening. Awesome. I mean, some of the subdued activity, I'm sure, is it got hit with retardant or it ran up against retardant. Sure, but what was already on fire is dying down. Spyman says 10:06:47 a.m. There's a retardant drop. Okay. All right, let's go 10:06 a.m. Oh, go back a little bit. Here's 10:05. Now I can't really zoom. Oh yeah, I didn't have to zoom. Check it out, guys. Look at the screen. Check it out. You don't even really have to zoom. You can see it. That's just gorgeous. Please, guys, use the link in my chat and go give them the thumbs up. They deserve this. This is amazing. You can see the devastated wasteland over here. Burned. But hey, I'm more and more confident that things will survive. Just take it day in, day out, one day at a time. Just wait for that. Finally get some rain. We're not out of the woods yet, though. But like I said, one day at a time. Okay, that was a cool highlight. Good job. Bring us more. Thank you, sir. Can I have another? Yeah, you're awesome. Okay, that is also beautiful enough screenshot. Now we'll look at it on the infrared. Glory Sunset 4. I would like to do a little bit of looking at things like laptops and whatnot. But with the amount of sleep that I'm missing, I will be more alive and awake and with it tomorrow if we explore that tomorrow. I'm not sure if I still need to do some tech support for multiple people. Everybody has their computer have a glitch at the same time. But I was wondering, friends, and I should do a members poll. Hey, let's try it out. Let's do our first members only poll as an experiment. Okay, this is not the debut of the member stuff. We're going to do that officially with a festive theme, But we can do start a poll. It says ask a question. There is no way to make it members only. I wonder if that can't be done live. It says engage with your audience, start a poll, or start Q&A. Answer viewer questions live. I've never seen this before. Is this new? Okay, test Q&A. Start Q&A. Let's try to see what this does. Okay, that totally screwed up everything I'm looking at. Questions. Answer viewer questions live. Oh, okay. Spider-Man says, don't get greedy. My powers are limited. Your powers are not limited. I know you're a Superman. You're just very humble. All right. Yeah, Spider-Man said the fall rains were late, but when they finally did arrive, they put out the Paradise. Yeah. I was there. I was actually driving to Paradise. We made it from Orville to Cherokee, and we were taking the Table Mountain route. And that's when they started closing all the roads. The emergency broadcast was going, and said flash flood and mudslide warning because of the burn scar. So it actually interrupted the rest of the body recovery, and so 85 is going to be the question mark death toll from now on, because it was crematorium temperatures, I'll just say that. So the remains that were there, many washed away. So the true death toll, I don't believe, is 85, but it's the confirmed one. Oh, SB responses. Hey, you're welcome back. That is the NIFC tactical link. Oh, you can't actually share links unless you are a moderator. So I just gave you some moderator powers. Use them for good. You are authorized to share links related to the audio of the line fire or any visual aids. Okay. Try it again. Okay, 11:01 in the morning. There was another retardant drop that we could check out as a highlight. Cool. Oh yeah, that's a nice one too. You guys, we should one day reminisce and go back to my 747 global super tanker footage. The glass fire, even though it was horrible and dire and devastating for the Napa area, Calistoga area, we had the 747 super tanker. We had both MD-87s. We had all the DC-10s. We had K-Maxes. We had Lone Ranger in his super helicopter, the Bell Long Ranger. This is why we called him the Lone Ranger. He split off and saved like 200 homes by himself. We had many different cams. We had flight radar. We had air attack on the radio. So every time the global supertanker came in, we tracked them on the radio, on the radar. Okay, it's about to go in front of a camera. Then we'd switch to the camera. Then we'd see the 747 usually go by in one of the freeze frames, right? Because it was not a movie camera. Then we'd switch to the next camera that it flew in front of and see it there. And if we were lucky enough, we saw the entire retardant drop, and it was so huge. It was like painting entire mountains red. It could do from here to here. It was incredible, and I'm not joking. It could do this middle section, not where they're dropping right there, the entire area, like this ridge or that one, just had the most tremendous capacity. And so we played Ride of the Valkyries as a theme song whenever it appeared into the area in front of the cams, and we would switch between multiple camera angles and then hear about the result from air attack, whether or not it was good or bad or ugly. But I think they kind of single-handedly saved a couple of communities near Calistoga itself and near Calistoga. But unfortunately, the Global 747 supertanker was retired and now is a cargo plane again. California wouldn't renew the contract after 2020. Oh, next year is not going to be as bad a fire year, right? No, 2021 was worse, unimaginably. But that's one thing that California failed. You didn't just need to retain the 747, you needed a bunch more of them. You do need tiny planes, medium-sized planes, and big ones in your toolkit, just like you need different size screwdrivers, right? Okay, oh, you got the link. Okay, broadcastify the tactical channels. Oh, line instant command on NIFC TAC. Oh, NIFC TAC. Okay. I've heard that spoken a lot, but I didn't ever see it written out. So I wasn't ever sure what NIFC TAC meant. I didn't know it was NIF with a C, like the letter C. Anyway, okay, now I know. So let's online till fire is put out. That's cool. Let me add that to the dashboard. Thank you for sharing that. Let's see, California County. Counties in San Bernardino, brackets, Los Angeles. Okay, straddling it. Makes sense. Okay. So that was from earlier today. Let's go to live view. Just laying down like a good little doggy right now. This part of it. Okay. So let's see. San Bernardino. Ding ding. Okay, add feed. Use County, United States. California. San Bernardino. Ding, ding. You guys like the Dire Straits or Mark Knopfler? There it is. Line instant command NIFC on TAC. Okay, we have added it to our dashboard successfully. Let's give her a spin and play. Is it currently active? Much. I can't hear anything on the Big Bear Live scanner. It's been muted for you, but I haven't heard it queue up in quite a time. It's from scancalifornia.com/live Baldwin. This is what we were listening to earlier. I don't even know what Scan California is, but I'm about to find out. No, SB responses. San Bernardino responses says, yeah, I'm hosting that one right now. Just got set up yesterday. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. I think I remember you better now. Let me just make notes. My goldfish mind is not doing me any favors. Okay, S3 responses. Now, do you feel comfortable keeping moderator powers? Because if you do want to share links from time to time about the different fires, especially in your neck of the woods, there are two types of moderators, police and then link sharing information gatherers, or just those who occasionally share a link, So if you want it, we are recruiting, and I'm making training videos for doing like the whole 9 yards style of moderation. Okay, that radio, I'm not sure which one just played though. One of them just piped up. Was it yours? Was it line IC that I just heard? Because I forgot to mute the other one, and I can't tell what just spoke in my, for me, not for you guys. But sure, you can mod. Awesome. Yeah, for now, it's just take it easy for. Okay. Okay, so it's medical right now on Big Bear Live Scanner on scancalifornia.com. So I have heard nothing but medical stuff that I had to mute anyway for quite some time. Then we've got Big Bear Scanner Goldmine Peak. Yeah, I'm honored to have the unsung heroes that are involved with radio. Ah, okay, that blasted my ear out. Okay. Heart attack. Yeah, I'm honored to have radio folks here because you guys are so important in every disaster, and you're just not praised enough. You guys are unsung heroes. So for now, all I need is a way to contact you offline. So give me an email. Here it is. Yep, that's another medical call. Maybe that scanner changed. And we've got the line IC play. I saw it. I saw the bars bounce a second ago. So give me a quick email, and I didn't used to require this, but now I am a way to reach you. So email gives me your email, and then a phone number of some sort. Now you can just make a Google Voice phone number. If you have Gmail, just activate. Every single Gmail account comes with a Google Voice phone number, and it is something that works with the Google Voice app on your phone, and it works over Wi-Fi. It doesn't cost you anything. I need to be able to text you an emergency and say, yo, have you been hacked? Like, you're doing things weird on the chat. Are you okay? Are you having a medical emergency? Or because every once in a while something happens, like we had people getting banned left and right from good people, and it turned out that a child had grabbed somebody's phone and was chewing on it, and cats walking on keyboards and things. So I have to be able to reach out and go, yo, are you okay? So it doesn't have to be a real phone number. It can be whatever you're comfortable with. Google Voice is a good way to have a free one. Yeah, that'll really help. And it's just so I can reach you. That left me between a rock and a hard place before I had that contact info, because I realized I can't contact mods even though I find myself going near their hometowns. Like I can't say, hi, I'm here for lunch. And also when an emergency happened, I didn't have the ability to text anybody and say, what does it look like in your area, or are you even aware of it? So that's what that's about. They will never be shared with others without your permission, of course. That's just anybody who has been a mod needs to check in with me, and for the basic contact info. And then just don't try to do policing unless it's some sort of a egregious, people throwing out racial slurs or something, you would just hit the 3 dots and time people out 24 hours. Make a note of who that was and exactly when it was. Email me. I'll take care of it. But that's about it. Don't worry about policing. If any of the other mods are around or I'm around, you can just bring things to my attention. What you do if you're on desktop is you type in @ like I'm doing now, like this is the highlighted message. You type @ my name and then click on the pop-up. It'll highlight my name in orange and it'll get my attention. So what I'm about to do but not finished with is make a series of short little videos about how to mod and then how to find the different resources that I do, like CalTopo versus this or this or that. Where do you find radio? List of approved. Okay, I gotta adjust that volume. Okay, I almost screamed. Okay, that's very loud.
Get a pull over.
Radio's gonna give me a heart attack today. Okay. So you got a 2-minute delay on your feed? Okay, thank you so much. We are recruiting, and there are some people I have that have emailed me and said that they are interested in being a moderator. So what I'm doing is trying to make the guidebook, the little mini video series of like, here's how you use this method or that, a series of short videos so that people don't get lost in technology and we're all on the same page. Some people have been modding for quite some time, but they didn't realize there's top chat versus live chat, all messages versus top messages. So you can't even see everybody chatting if you're in the default, which is top messages, but you can hit this gear button, and people don't know about this. The gear button in the live chat area, depending on what device you're on. And then you go and you highlight all messages, and you could see the ones that previously YouTube made invisible. It drives me nuts. Every time you go away from the screen and click on another video and come back to YouTube, it's back on top messages. You have to select all messages again. Oh, SB says I can turn it down on my end. Geez, that is loud. Yeah, I'll show you what it bounced like and how drastically I just toned it down. So I'm happy to be of help to you in any way I can. Here's your feed, the line I see. Do you do any others, by the way? I'm fascinated. I'd love to know how you got into this. With Broadcastify and everything, and what's your full background? So what I had when it was blasting is the volume was just about here, just only about here, and when it blasted, I edged it all the way back to that little spot. I don't know if you could see that; it's kind of small. Yeah. So we were here, and I went where that much.
Division Sierra, the LP on command.
Now we've got activity. We can adjust it. Okay, what watch duty? What? The Tiger Creek. We finally got an update. Now this is the one in Amador County where Middle California, one of the mods had to evacuate. And when I was exploring, John Stoker took a look. He drove over to it during his
Division
errands.
Sierra, the LP on command.
Go
Okay.
for Division Sierra.
We're headed back into camp now.
This.
Okay, good copy. Thanks for the work.
For me, this is about right. Because people on other devices and loud rooms who have a radio or a phone up to their head may need to turn the volume much louder than I do. So I would call it good here, but I'm a noob. But for my purposes, this is perfect, and I would set it and forget it. At this volume, for my Open Broadcaster software and for broadcastify.com itself. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Husky says it's just been bad coding for YouTube. That's why you have to scroll through live chat if you click off of it for a minute. Oh, God, yeah. I don't know what they're doing right now. They were making some good progress on the interface. There's some annoying things like chat being on top of your image and stuff.
Operations, Night Tango on command.
Some things have improved, but others are broken. Right now, you have to tap twice on a screen to like a video that's vertical. They like hid the like button. Oh God, please don't do that to us, YouTube. You make it so that we live and die by the like button, and then you hide it from our viewers. Like nobody wants to relearn every day. Okay, this is our current live for, let's do 3 hours. The last 3 hours from Big Bear Lake looking to the southwest. A beautiful sunset and some ominous wispy smoke. SB responses says or San Bernardino responses, I would imagine, says I have calls for all of the county trucked system, and the dispatch channels are good, but look at the FDMA channels, and you're not. If you were to explain to me like I'm a 5-year-old anything about radio, that's probably my level of understanding. Like I would appreciate it. Don't worry, you wouldn't be insulting me.
Night Tango on command.
I've wanted to get my ham cert and have had no time, unfortunately. But I need to know as much as possible.
Tango Night Operations.
Being involved with ODART.
Yeah, just hoping to face-to-face with you. I'm over at DP70 if you're in the area.
Drop point 70? I know where that is. Angeles Oaks.
To the east a little bit by the middle control road where it goes down. We're right here in a turnout with day out.
There they go, live. There goes our hero.
Who's in the front?
Now this is called the Angeles Oaks web camera, and please patronize them with the like button too. Okay, so what did the Q&A thing do? Did anybody put a question there for me to answer? Yeah. I don't know how to use this. It says test Q&A. I don't select a question. Oh, this is neat. Let's do a test answer. Okay. SB responses asked hi. Okay, so select answer. Close the question. How do I type something though to reply? I like this new feature, but so far it's difficult to use. Okay, questions. And where did I even get that menu? Where did I even get that menu? To answer a question. Okay, I'm just going to say I don't know how to work that. We'll figure that out later. Okay, going back to live chat. Okay, the FDMA ones are currently used for the fire for travel on it.
Line communications, 1 November Charlie, on command.
1 November Charlie, line communications, go ahead.
November Charlie is off Big Bear, Hello Base, 3 souls on board, 2 hours of fuel, we're going to be assuming line Helco.
1 November Charlie will be assuming Helco with 3 souls on board, line communications at 1948.
Do I know about Pulse Point? They have it in the county. It shows you active events. Yes, I did add San Bernardino County to Pulse Point, and then I turned it off. I think I turned events off because I was being spammed by the constant problems of Southern California in the off season. Thank you for the reminder. I have Pulse Point. Oregon participates in it pretty seriously in the Portland metro area. Let me make sure that that is set up. But with Pulse Point, which is basically the sweetest app ever, guys, if you've never heard of it, you get a list. I know you can't read the words, but it's an app, and all of these are incidences of emergencies with the date and the address of the 911 calls. And so it's a way for people to see what's going on with the first responders. You can select an incident and then listen to the radio, boing, with the push of a button, and know the exact address of, like, for example, on here, this one was Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue for today. Medical emergencies, so it's mostly medical. But then fire at 16024 Northwest Bowman Street, Suite 301 in Portland at 7 p.m. And Engine 64 responded and was released. So vehicle fire, 6:55 p.m. Pacific Highway, Tigard, Oregon, Engine 55 responded, was released. Now the bad thing when you put alerts is, well, the good thing is you could say fire only and you could turn off medical stuff. The bad thing is that you're going to hear about every single fire in every backyard that occurs. So I tried the checkbox for only confirmed vegetation fires, but that doesn't even seem to work. So when you put regular vegetation fires, oh boy, do you hear about everything. It got overwhelming. But thank you for the reminder. That is solid gold. So like earlier when they were talking about the fire it was at 53 minutes into the stream, at 3:51, I think so. They had a vegetation fire at 35100 State Highway 18. So let's see if that shows up at 3:51 on Pulse Point with San Bernardino. Oh, I don't even have San Bernardino on Pulse Point anymore. Now, if people want to learn how we do this, I had Santa Barbara County still. Okay, then, yeah, we fix this right away. If anybody wants to learn how I do anything, I can teach you. I'll be happy to. If you hit the membership join button, we need to fundraise. And one of the perks I can do is private streams for people. It's $2.99 a month. It won't break the bank. But if a member says, hey, I want to learn about Flight Radar 24, will you teach? CalTopo, will you teach? How do you do this, that, or whatever? How do you set up a Broadcastify custom dashboard? I'll be happy to do a live stream for you and then make it public later for everybody. And you can refer to it as like a teaching video. Sometimes it's easier for me to do that live than put on my to-do list, oh, make a teaching video about CalTopo. I need your questions to guide me, like what confuses people? Where in the beginning of the process do I lose people? Because that's the better thing about being live with a class, so to speak, than just making a teaching video, is your students or whoever's learning can say, hey, wait a sec, stop. That's unclear. So I would prefer that to be a live kind of experience, and then we record it, upload it. You can always refer back to it. I do plan to do that, especially as we're on a little bit more of the off season now. Oh, Christina says FOBBV cam channel is in Big Bear. Seeing embers on cam 2. Hope it doesn't get to the Eagle's nest. Oh, yeah, the poor eagles. Okay, hi, Christina. Thank you for joining. Remember, we have to get $1,000 out of memberships for them to match 1,000. So if anybody could please become a member, even if it's $1.99, gift them to others. Absolutely. Super appreciated. iPhone people can't see it, and it's not on iPad YouTube app, but you got to go to Safari in the browser and go to youtube.com. I know it's a pain in the ass, but there's a button that says join, and you'll see it if you're on a browser. We'll have a specific party day, though. I'm trying to figure out when that should be. Take one day at a time, and I'll announce that we'll have a scheduled stream, and then we'll announce memberships, explain them, and party together. Best we can right now. Okay, so what is the FOBBV cam? Which specific one is that? Because here's the eagle nest. But I thought the eagle nest, yeah, you would know this, the location. Oh, friendsofbigbearvalley.org. Okay, I get it. It's labeled here on the eagle nest cam. Okay, so there's embers, somebody said? Camp 2. Okay, well, I'm going to subscribe and like this. Cool. Let's go to Cam 2. All right, let's see if these are truly embers, because you know what's been happening? Insects. Insects in front of these cameras have been making all kinds of neat fairy dust trails. They're trailing body heat, and so are bats. So when it goes into infrared, the way that you read it is infrared detects heat and light, okay? And heat and light. So it's everything that's hot is going to look brighter white, and everything that's colder is going to be the darker colors. When it's straight up black and white infrared. So we had a bunch of bugs fly in front of the cameras that were of this kind of caliber and quality, and that level of compression too. And it had the amazing effect of when the bugs flew by, it looked like fairy dust, or like gold dust, kind of going across the screen and evaporating. And if any of the other cameras will show that, I would be happy to. So what you can do to see, is this just heat or light? Because regular headlights will look all the same. Heat, light, fire, all the same. So if you see before infrared and after, you can get an idea of, was fire like truly there? And I need to know the location of this cam too. Like, it keeps changing its view. Is this on the west side of the lake by the dam? Let me know. I'm just rewinding a bit to see what does this look like with more daylight. Okay, I see how it changes viewpoint. So a tree in the center, the cam must have a couple of predetermined views in which it switches to automatically or at the push of a button. This means there's actually multiple cams, not just a second cam. It's just view 2 is what I would have labeled that. Let's go back to daytime and line up see where we're looking at, like at what part of the day does it look like that? Oh. Yeah. For the most part, I can't orient myself, see? Like, there's the nest, but it's super zoomed in. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's coming up on it, thanks.
Yeah, you guys have the location of the eagle's nest. I mean, I can see the lake. I just don't know what end we're on. Looks like there's dead trees over there on that side, but I know there was a fire there yesterday. Located Big Bear Valley in the San Bernardino Mountains of Southern California. It's about 145 feet up a Jeffrey pine tree. Jackie and Shadow are the two bald eagles that own the nest. Okay, I was hoping that they'd show the map or explain where it is. Do you guys know where it is on the map? Camera 1 has the live chat. We could just go in there and ask. Live recap and observations. Okay, let me save this on YouTube to the 2024 Fires Resources playlist. Oh, look at the Chinook here. Look at the Chinook go by. This is a highlight from earlier today at, 6:17 p.m. Look at it go. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Husky. Yeah, you're totally relieved. I'll wrap it up soon, too. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anybody's questions or people who have come back. Update and video from San Bernardino County. Cool. We've got an update on the line. Let's watch it. I accidentally skipped, totally kept forgetting the, wait a second, Lowell Creek fire. It's not by Lowell, the town. Lowell Creek, up there high in the mountains by Waldo Lake. Okay. Heart attack. The Bingham fire of today, 150 miles in Mount Jefferson Wilderness. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's make sure Valley Road, Valley Fire 3 acres. Not a big factor. Scan. Yep. That's the line. Okay. We got a video from 2 minutes ago off the press. Let me mute it for you until I adjust the volume. Oh God, it was awful. Okay. Hopefully this won't be terrible. I've got it down to low volume. Forgive me if it is. Here's our line fire update that just got uploaded.
Right now, our crew's over on that dozer line, working with other hotshot crews, preparing just in case we do have to burn for that emergency plan.
Sorry,
I have the pace technique, which is your primary.
I'm just going to make it bigger. That's a little bit too small. This is better, right?
Right now, our crew's over on that dozer.
Sorry, it's maximum volume again. But the captions are very, very small. Hell, we'll just full screen it for a moment. Third time's a charm.
Right now, our crew's over on that dozer line, working with other hotshot crews, preparing just in case we do have to burn for that emergency plan. Right now, our crew's over on that dozer line, working with other hotshot crews, preparing just in case we do have to burn for that emergency plan. We have the PACE technique, which is your primary, your alternative, your contingency, and your emergency plans. So there's multiple plans going on right now. We have people going direct on the fire's edge, as well as we have retardant going down, as well as water drops for those people that are going direct. And then we're also prepping for a possible burn, just in case if it does pass those control lines, then we have to create a buffer for that fire. prior to that flare-up, we never stopped fire suppression activities. We had all that rain and weather and stuff like that, so people got the misconception that the fire was out. It was never out. It was kind of corralled by weather at that time. Once the weather broke and started getting hotter again, then that's when the fire started to act up. We have multiple plans in place right now. We have a construction protection group. There are engines in here scouting out and preparing in case they had to protect this and Seven Oaks. There are going to be units, without a doubt, throughout the communities making sure that everything's safe.
Okay, that was atrociously bad audio. They needed a totally different style of microphone to eliminate the background noise stuff. I mean, it's really cool to interview somebody and have retardant drop in the background. I mean, that's like a dream shot. I mean, check that out. That is a poster. That is a poster. Like, yeah, I like that. However, you can't have the screaming airplane engine drown out your your subject, so they needed to lav mic him, put a lavalier mic right on his shirt, or at least point a shotgun mic at him, so that the crazy background noise wouldn't be there. But you sometimes just, you gotta run with what you have. But boy, isn't that cool, like, as an image. That's neat. So that's amazing that the public thought it was out just because of rain and good weather. Well, you guys have to, in general, like the public information officers, they must do better at informing the public, because what a wild swing of emotions. And especially the media. Like, media, you want some special access? Okay, make sure you say this. Tell people it's not over. And you get your special access. You don't make that clear, and, well, I'm going to retweet that now. All right, now I have to redo my window. Wait, maybe I don't, because the next one might be a Facebook update. We have a different briefing from earlier today.
In communications, Division Sierra on command.
Oh, this was 2 hours ago.
Division Sierra, line communications, go ahead.
All 12-hour resources are off the line, headed to camp. I got a list of 24-hour resources. 60 Charlie, 55 Golf, 93, 59 Lima, and 30 Charlie will remain on Sierra over the evening.
Yeah, SB.
Copy, except the first one. Can you repeat the first one? 66.
Be 60 Charlie.
Yeah,
Line communications copies at 2006.
Yeah, I do want to chat with you a little bit more, SB, but let's watch these updates too. I'd like to learn more about radio, and I will get San Bernardino set up on Pulse Point. Let's do a timestamp of when we watched these briefings. Line briefings. And then the awesome
Communications, ambulance 1.
retardant drop shot behind.
So that's 1. Line communications, go ahead.
Behind a firefighter.
Line communications, show ambulance 1 at drop point 6868.
1 at drop point 68. Line communications at 2007.
Please don't be a white screen. Oh, my headache is forming.
Good afternoon. John Fisher, Fire Behavior Analyst with California Team 11. There are 3 things.
Let me adjust this. Like so. Yeah, he's mostly in the frame.
Line communications, medic Watson on command.
Yeah.
Unit calling line communications.
line communications, Medic Watson at drop point 68.
Copy, Medic Watson at drop point 58, 2008.
68. 68.
I may have to just mute that for a second.
Copy, drop point 68, 2008.
Yeah, we'll mute it for a second, so we don't get driven crazy. Okay, here we go. Hey, Butterfly, welcome. Just found the Eagles live cam, thank you. Yeah, isn't it neat? You should thank Spyman. He's the one who turned me on to it. Yeah, he's the cam master. He loves live cams, and he can tell you all about the neatest ones. Do you know about the Angeles Oaks one? I put that in the description of my video. I'll add the Eagle ones if I'm out of characters. Like I copy and paste links. There's currently a helicopter there working on the line. This is live. The problem with a description of my video having all of the resources anybody could kind of need is I've run out of space. You can only type so many thousands of letters on a YouTube description of videos, so I type one more sentence and it says, you're out of characters. And sometimes getting online, getting live, is delayed because I'm desperately scrolling, thinking, what can I erase at this point in time so I could put new fire info in? And I have to do shenanigans. Like anytime I type in "and," I can get rid of two characters by typing in the "and" with the symbol, you know? And then I thought, dang it, I just have to get like a website. That's going to come down the pipe is I'm experimenting with the thought of having a on-the-fly website for each fire and the resource links so that there is one-stop shopping for each fire. But if I have to take too much time to update the website, I can't do the live coverage. So what we'd have to do is get mods that have a little bit of web design knowledge, or at least sit through some training courses with me. And if we did easy website builder systems, drag and drop text, you know, or I had a good enough template system where they just filled out a form and pressed publish, we could have a pretty dynamic website with all the fire info. Yeah, Jane Blackford, that is their names. It says in the description of the video, Jackie and Shadow. I don't think you could tell them apart. Male and female eagles look the same. So these things require more time, more volunteers, more funding, because we'd have to pay for the hosting of a website. I've already purchased some URLs, like the .com. A couple of candidates. We got to just decide on it, and that's what I want you members and viewers to help me figure out. Like, how can I help you? I'm designing it for you. You guys should tell me what you want and what's easiest for you to see. So I could try Squarespace, Weebly, a couple drag and drop design builders. Somebody said even GoDaddy's was okay, even though I kind of showed her that. And then I could say, guys, what does this look like on your cell phones right now, on iPhones? Does it look as good as I see it on my own phone? And we can have so many more improvements. And then volunteers may not have to be mods, right? You could totally ignore the stream. Like, if your job or your sanity requires you to not listen to fires all the time, you could just, a volunteer could fix broken links, and at my request or somebody else's request, add something to the website, and maybe a person has an hour a day to devote to it or whatever. Google Sites is freaking good. Okay, let me write that down as an option. I'm very familiar with Weebly. I went to school and started majoring in web design for a multimedia fine arts degree. Okay, that's an example, guys. That's an insect. It's not an ember. See this white stuff in front of the camera that looks like greeny Tinkerbell dust? Let's watch the insect get in front of the camera. It might take 20 seconds now. I'm not sure. I just rewound. But there's two things that happen. An insect close to the lens of a camera can't be focused on, just like you can't focus on your finger in front of your eyeball. So it'll be out of focus and big, bigger, like exaggerated size. And then its own body heat does a trail, and or its own reflection in infrared, just based on how the settings are. It's kind of magical fairy dust effect. Yeah, like there, that streak right there is likely an insect. We saw a big obvious one with, yeah, it made bokeh. You see there? Look right here to the bottom left. Boom. It was out of focus, but it was there for 1 second, so you saw the bokeh effect. And see how it's like a weird fairy dust? That's the dissipating body heat of the bat or insect or whatever else got in front of the cam. Oh, there's another one. Did you see that? It goes from the right to the left and swirls around. It's bugs. We saw bats, which had a much bigger heat signature, and it's kind of like Tinkerbell's wand, you know, where it trails like golden fairy dust everywhere. I think it's really cool. Have you ever heard of paranormal people saying that orbs exist? They just need to learn more about photography. It's dust motes in front of the camera, not in focus or anything too close to be in focus that reflects light. It's usually dust. Sometimes your own breath freezing in the air, or little bugs. Hello, Caskets. Hey, welcome back. And Irvin, welcome. He says, I'm having a good smoke and listening to the stream and some music. Cool. I'm glad you're having a good time. I'm trying to, we got to watch the rest of those updates. And while I still am thinking about it, SB Responses recommends Google Sites for the Fire website. Now, I'm not going to launch a website that I can't maintain and I can't really fully commit to. We're in the, if I don't have the crew, I can't bite off even more duty than I can barely handle. I could barely handle just moving the cameras around and making sure the sound is good and that we're live and we're not buffering, and juggling the tabs and checking watch duty and listening to the radio. That's a pretty big task saturated thing load for me. So that's why you guys are so important. You have no idea. Even if you just say, hey, did you hear about the fire over here? Don't assume I already know. You just might be really instrumental in giving me the heads up. Others gathering the data about specific fires and coming back, and we all bring it together, is the way it has to go. And I do have to try a few experiments to see if people can do it, or if the learning curve is too high. Knowing it's hard for me to imagine looking at it without the experience I already have, because I used to be able to code HTML by hand, which somebody would laugh at that. But hey, I thought it was a good exercise. I was proud of that. These days, website builders exist, but hey, I can almost from memory code a web page on the fly, you know, to get a basic headline like a newspaper and a couple of things to accompany it. But I realized that the big difference, the big difficulty I would have in a career like that, just being a web designer, would be there's too many devices, and there's a Mac world, an Android world, and a Windows world, and a Linux world, and whatever is flavor of the month for the favorite browser. Are we sure that these are embers? I still don't have an answer on. embers float in the air, so it could be that these are just hot spots visible on the mountainside. If they did trail embers earlier, I apologize. I just don't see them right now. And I know that insects doing that trailing of their body heat thing and going in front of the camera can give that illusion. As I've been scrolling, I don't see any. That could be hot spots. It also could be the lights of homes, because I can't tell what we're actually looking at. The flashing is helicopters. If I knew where we were looking, I could give you a much better assessment of what we're seeing, but I have no idea which direction we're looking. But looking at this, I'm not concerned about it. That's quiet to sleepy activity if we're even looking at flames. It looks like they might be just static lights, actually. Residences, street lamps. We've got a little bit of twinkle and a couple up here if I squint at it, but I don't honestly know what we're seeing. But nothing alarms me. I hope that helps. Hello Caskin says, praying for a nice calm heat wave of the week. Well, hey, Tuesday was supposed to be one of the worst days. We'll look at the weather after we watch our videos. Oh my God, I never changed the video size. All right, let's do that before I do that again. It was in full screen mode. So
that really affect wildland fire behavior, fuels, weather, and topography. So I want to go a little
full screen. Yeah, this is what it's supposed to look like. Let's go rewind. This is hot off the press 2 hours ago, I believe. Wildfire behavior update.
Good afternoon, John Fisher, fire behavior analyst with California Team 11. There are three things that really affect wildland fire behavior, fuels, weather, and topography. So I want to go a little bit into the history of this fire and the fuels and what was going on here. This is a chart of what's called the energy release components, essentially a measure of how volatile the fuels are. You can see here back in early September that the fuels are at almost record levels for that date. And then we got a little bit of rain, if you'll recall. That slowed the fire down as it went into running springs, but it rapidly built back up as it made a run to the east. Then we got about a half an inch of rain, creating record lows right about the time that Team 11, just before Team 11 got here. But things have been driving back up, and that's why we're seeing increased fire behavior right now. If we switch over to the map real quick, we'll talk a little bit about the topography and the weather. There we go. So the topography obviously does not change very rapidly, but it does affect the winds. We've got the Santa Ana drainage and the Bear Creek drainage through here. Those channel the winds that we've been talking about. And that's what caused the action down here in Angeles Oaks the other day. As we got channeling of the winds from the east, it pushed the fire uphill and towards Angeles Oaks. As we look at a return of the west winds, they're doing really well holding the fire here on the east flank, but it does have the potential to push back uphill and upwind in the afternoon tomorrow. That's what I've got for you today. Have a good day.
So the east flank could go up the hill in the afternoon tomorrow. Oh, what the heck is that? Facebook. Okay, there it is. Let's take a look at that. I'm glad that they do that kind of explainer. We have one more to watch from even earlier in the day. So it could go uphill tomorrow. Let me just watch that one more time. Where did he gesture exactly?
But it does have the potential to push back uphill and upwind in the afternoon tomorrow.
Hey, rewind.
That's what I've got holding the fire here on the east. They're doing really well holding the fire here on the east flank, but it does have the potential to push back uphill and upwind in the afternoon tomorrow. That's what I've got for you today. Have a good day.
Uphill and upwind. So it wants to go up towards Big Bear Lake then, against the wind. I thought the wind's been generally out of the south or the southeast. So maybe I'm missing something about the wind direction forecast. Let's go verify. The ugly. All right, refresh for Big Bear Lake. It's only 61 degrees now with 34% humidity with a dead calm, a north wind of 0 miles an hour. So you got your heat advisory thing still going on for the day. At least you have nighttime coolness. Most people die of heat exhaustion and heat stress if there's a few nights where there's no rest for the body. If at least at nighttime the body is cool, it can recover. But if you're hot all day, hot all night, hot all day, and hot all night, that's when it gets extremely dangerous. And you really got to check up on your neighbors. Make sure their windows open. Don't assume that they can open their windows. If they're frail, elderly, or whatnot, make sure you help them and just go deliver them some lemonade or whatever excuse you can come up with, to visit and check on them and offer to do stuff like that. But at least you've got, cool lows so people can get the heat out of their houses at night. At least up there in the mountains, you do. If you're not evacuated. So Helicast is how you got to work. Thank you so much for becoming an eggling and a member. You're wonderful. We're little by little we're stacking up the goal. I'm getting a little nervous because we only have 14 days now to raise or to meet the $1,000. But I'm sure it'll come together somehow, right? Especially when we announce that memberships exist and walk people through what to do about it. But you're so wonderful. Hey, Michael Jones, hey. Right now it looks like the wind is going west on watch duty, at least on the line. Yeah, so let's see what tomorrow they're talking about. And I'll look at the NOAA weather, which has a lot more details. The NOAA weather app. So it's saying north wind will be around 5 miles an hour, excuse me. Wednesday, tomorrow, areas of smoke after 2, sunny, high near 82, northeast wind, 5 miles an hour, becoming calm in the afternoon. So it is a wind from the north, and it would be going uphill against the wind. And here's what's bad. Ironically, the wind being that calm means it can climb easily against the wind. If the wind was really fierce, it would struggle to climb, just like we saw at the Davis fire at Washoe County and the Washoe City and Reno area. It really wanted to climb up into that ski resort, and the crazy 65 miles an hour wind coming off that ridge meant that it couldn't. It's like a fly trying to struggle in a Dyson hand dryer in the bathroom. Like, that's not going to work. But it definitely would be no barrier to it trying to climb and be smack dab in the center area of Big Bear Lake, but on the ridge. So what I'll do is I'll reiterate, guys, what will happen. What needs to happen for them to call an evacuation of the lake area? That's what people need to hear tonight. And so I'll go back to the evacuation map that we had that had nice printed in plain English. What bothers them enough to call for evacuations? And I'll show you. We got it over here. But thanks for the input there. I appreciate it. So here's our evacuation map. It has the current perimeter as we know it of today, and it's showing the sections. And if you do zoom in, oh shoot, I didn't. Guys, remind me to fix the screen. There we go. There we go. Need that third monitor back so I can see things without craning my neck. Okay. So here are the evacuation zones. West side, south of Big Bear Lake is BBCO8. Eastern, south side of Big Bear Lake, BBCO7. I thought this one was 9 and that was 8, but hey, must have been confused. So 8, 7, south side of Big Bear. And you go over here, BBC07, and 8. So which one's on the west side? The west side is 8. So in order to evacuate the south and west shore of, call for the level 3, go now, of Big Bear Lake, what would have to happen? What on paper here? I mean, they can always change their minds about anything on the fly. We're going with what we know, which is this document produced this morning. So they say, BBC08 is right here. When the fire column stands up with significant intensity and embers drift over the ridge, consider an evacuation order for the south section of Boulder Bay. BBCO8, right? And the warning for fawn skin, FAW01, and the North Shore Highway 38, BBCO9. I think they should tell the public that this is their general guideline, so that if anybody looks up and sees it, they could just start doing what they need to do. You know, start packing. Not packing. You should already be packed, but grab the keys and check on your neighbors. So this is what the awesome evacuation map is about. Now, if we go down here, he was gesturing to right here. At just past Mile Creek. It says Mile Creek. Zoom. He said they did a good job halting its progress on the east side. This must have been the airplane activity, because that's not a place you can really put a road or dozer line unless you want to fall off a cliff. But potential tomorrow for it to climb and go north, and we need to see what kind of lines they have there, what kind of dozer lines, because they're not shown. There is no black line here, which is very worrisome if there was a strong south wind push. So he's saying that tomorrow afternoon it could try to come up over the ridge. So let's look at our latest map and see what they got. Oh, they do have a dozer line right there. Okay, shut my mouth. They somehow acrobatically put a dozer line in a very steep terrain on that ridge. Wow. Very impressive, that's all I gotta say. Sometimes they pull this off by balls of steel, taking a steel cable and tying it off to something like a huge tree or something at the top of a cliff almost. And then they do an extremely steep, like an inclined train. Inclined train cars used to go almost, not totally vertically, but extremely steep angles because they were winched to the top of the mountain. So they kind of did that for dozers. They took the rear end of the dozer and asked me what that's called, snapped the cables onto it, said, okay, Charlie, go down that hill, and then you see him going down at these steep angles. That would give me just a complete and utter heart attack with my fear of heights and falling, but hey, our heroes are pretty damn brave. They stand up they look giant mega fires in the face, so. Irvin says, Hellcast, the black lines are containment lines. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll explain the key in general. Dozer lines are these X's, and the ones that are pink are under construction and or planned. Like planned for today, usually. usually they get completed where you see the pink, it'll become black. And it's kind of like a progress map, this briefing map that they show the crews and everything. I think if they have planning maps or theoretical planning of where might we put this X, Y, or Z, I don't think that the public sees that. So these tend to be where they want to continue and complete the desert lines everywhere it's pink. Once it's complete, it goes to black with a series of X's. Now, hand line, which is rake and shovel, basically building a trail to separate fire on one side of the trail versus the other. And I forgot to give you guys hearts for joining the team here. Hand line is where the H's are, so that's Smokey Bear has a shovel. Well, they have a shovel too, and that's how they make it. Then once line's completed, there's still more work to be done. Just separate more of the vegetation, make the line wider, separate the vegetation further and further apart, and get safer and safer. If the fire were to approach a hand line at night, nice and calm, yeah, that would totally hold. Fire moves steadily, slowly along the ground, creeping along at night in calm situations and under most circumstances of calmness. And therefore, a trail can, when they babysit it, can stop fire from moving along the ground. But every day you work on it, the stronger it gets until super or somebody declares, yeah, that's as strong as we can get it. It's adequate. Fire will not pass. That's when they take the big marker, black, and they go right over it and say black line. And if the entire circle, the entire perimeter is, red where the fire's edge is, where they pencil the black line is the percentage of containment. So remember, it's a circle, and if the fire can still keep growing, if, lines are not complete everywhere, or not finished, I should say, then that's the potential for the circle to get bigger. So when the circle gets bigger, remember the percentage of containment is going to drop. And so people get devastated by that. I don't, I look at the actual, what does this mean? This is why I hate containment percentages and acreage. They're meaningless sometimes. You have to think about the full big picture. Sometimes they do firing operations, and so that's a positive acreage growth. Like that could be good and positive, especially if they do firing operations for an entire week with a week of calm weather at night. Then yeah, a lot more acreage burned, but they did it on purpose to strengthen lines. So you have to really dig into it before you decide, am I sad or happy about this news, right? Here's live view of Angeles Oaks right now. Now the H is hand line, X's are dozer lines. Are they a lot better than hand or any other kind? Yeah. Because typically they could turn that into a primitive road, and at least the four-wheel drive vehicles could sometimes follow the dozers. And maybe you can make it nice enough for an engine to show up and put water on the fire as it approaches. So dozer lines can become basically roads with a little bit more work. And if you can get an engine with water there, is that a hell of a lot better than guys with shovels? Yes. So, here's a good example of the insects deciding to fly around in front of the camp. You see them coming and going? What people don't realize about the mountains is there's so many bugs. In our cabin, we had a colony of, they estimated 12,000 bats in the older cabin on the property. The newer one is what we lived in. And so the old one from the turn of the century had a 12,000 strong bat colony in the attic and in different rooms. Hey, yay. Well, good to see you here. I was just going to say something after my stream and thank everybody for the different cams and ask if I could set them up for rebroadcast occasionally. But yeah, there are this many bugs in the mountains, and the bats just feast. Tons of bugs in the woods and forests. It's kind of hard to tell the difference between them and embers sometimes, but I think we're just looking at bugs. Every time I see webcams at night that are like security cams, this is what it looks like too, with the bugs. I'm not 100%. I want to make sure I'm correct. Because whatever's going by the cam right now, there's quite a lot of it. And heck, they could be doing a fire op like just off camera to the left. And so if they're doing a firing op over there, I mean, two things can happen. You could have embers, and then you could have bugs fleeing off the grass, and they don't just sit there and burn up. The bugs leave and they try to get away. Was the line fire arson? I've actually, I did hear about a cause. Let me rack my brain for a second. People are like, is she spacing out or something? No, you understand I've tracked like 65 fires, so my head has a filing cabinet, and I'm flipping through the files, so stand by. Where did I read that so that I can find it again and read it instead of trying to remember off the top of my head? Yeah, was it a comment by a viewer or was it an email? I think it was an email. Watch Duty, what? The Valley Fire in Dinsmore. Forward progress stopped. Awesome. Yeah, I still think this could definitely be insects. They travel together in groups. They flit around. They go ape if a bat comes by. Bats will be, yeah, these are insects. When you pause, if they look like rods, it's insects. So what paranormal and the gullible people believe about photography is that rods are spirits or something in front of the cams, or little aliens or something, or fairies. And what it is it's the motion blur of an insect body going by, so it looks like a rod, and then its wings flapping up and down look like a wave. So I try to explain photography best I can, but those charlatans who are out there using trick photography and trying to, hype that up with kind of fake news and stuff, they put it out there like it's some mystery. It's no, those are bugs. With this cam, it's not easy to pause and give a good example of a, yeah, but you see how one just went up and down like so? That was an insect in flight. See the erratic? Let's move around and flit around this way. Yeah. Besides, embers land all over you. When I was evacuating my mom in front of the Beachy Creek fire, they were cold. It was hot ash, but they were not orange or glowing by any stretch of the imagination. And boy, I was reacting. I was just constantly rubbing my eyes because it was like hot sand in my eyes. It was going down the back of my neck. It was getting on the top of my head. And it was still hot and gritty and uncomfortable. I just don't think that people walking around in an ember storm would be that casual. There'd be no way. They're not, when they're still alive, when they're still glowing, they're a big deal. They hit the ground and they bounce because they're heavier than air. We would be seeing that. Yeti Manetti says, ABC7 has a report of the cause. Oh, do they right now? Let's go read it. Because I don't want to, I'd rather read news than an email. Was that like a Today story? Or where would I find that one? Oh, the line was arson. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the bridge. God, we already knew about the line. See how tired I am, friends. The bridge is the mystery. We know what happened with the line. We know what happened with the airport. I'm sorry, friends. But somebody told me that the bridge fire started near the Mount Baldy area, and they had a pretty good idea about what happened. I can't verify it, though. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yeti. I was just thinking the bridge. Yeah, the line was a FedEx driver, wasn't he? Yeah, he's still in custody. I thought his bail was pretty high. I was saying, man, they better not release him on bail or he'll disappear with the community amount of rage that people are feeling. I don't even live there, and I'm enraged at arsonists. But can you imagine what the mob would do to somebody? They suspect that we have to say suspect, started many more because, the profile of arsonists is they repeat their behavior. He was a FedEx delivery person, but he's already under arrest. Let's see. The arson suspect, he pled not guilty. Really interesting. I really want to know how they caught the person. I really want more details. I bet it was good Samaritans / vigilant citizens. But there has been a bunch of weird stuff going on in the LA, San Bernardino, and Orange County areas. Just weird little fires starting by roads all the time, right next to the hillsides, right next to the neighborhoods. We covered a whole bunch of them. Yeah, definitely could be connected. Absolutely. Arsonists will oftentimes have a need to start fires, a compulsion. And it's like a cigarette addiction, or they just need that hit. They need a drag, like they're just dying for it. And the opportunities may not have prevented themselves for the arsonist to get away with it or do something, or for the fire to take off. So when they get that itch and it's itching harder, they'll be looking around and impulsively try to seize a chance that they get sometimes. And so to have somebody be a FedEx driver, somebody who goes to homes like every day, who is a compulsive or a serial arsonist or whatever kind of arsonist, is kind of terrifying to me. They could look at your property, and instead of being like, oh, nice yard, he's thinking, nice yard, I could burn it. I just don't understand the way criminals are. But that's what's terrifying. So if somebody has a driving job every day where they're going around the counties just with that urge or compulsion or motivation or whatever it is, that just makes it a little bit more scary to me. So I don't have any other details, though. If you guys do, I'll read you an article that has more details. And it does not say that he is a firefighter. He started at least 5. Oh, yeah. There's different types of arsonists. I was going to invite Captain John Bruno on the show to discuss that. He's not an arson investigator. That wasn't his thing. But everybody with, basic firefighter training will understand basics. And he's got a good knowledge of the types of the arsonists. And that kind of profiling oftentimes comes from the FBI, and they work in conjunction with other units. But yeah, I had a little bit of a psych education, not any degrees or anything, not any serious classes, but I did have the privilege to listen day after day after day to FBI profilers lecture because I had an interest in going into the career of criminal profiling as a youth. And so my mom was a psych major. It took me along. So here I was just absorbing like a sponge everything, enough to know that I really don't want to be a criminologist. I don't want to be in their heads. I don't want to think like them. I don't want to do that. It's glamorized in movies. It's not cool. It's hard on the average person. But I got quite an eye-opened kind of education, and arson did come up several times, and they did some of their profiles on arson, and I really paid attention, and just reading on the updated material, a lot of it hasn't changed because their behavior doesn't change much. There's just not that much more to learn about them. Their motivations are simple. What we need to know is like, why do they think like this? Why do they have the impulses? That is more like neuroscience. But what do they do? And what can they do? All of this stuff is limited because of the nature of the crime. They have to have weather cooperate with their crime and conditions at the very least if it was an interior, right? So they all keep their eyes out for the same kind of thing, and they all tend to come out of the woodwork and strike at once, and they're not coordinating with each other. They don't know each other. But that's why so much happens at once. It's the conditions are right, and they haven't had that addiction cigarette in a long time, and they go, yeah, and they run out and start lighting. This is why it's so important to catch arsonists, because there are very few criminals that will commit such a crime. That's considered low even amongst criminals. And then those who are willing to do it are definitely willing to repeat, unless they are the mentally ill ones that somehow get treatment, right? But even then, I don't think you could trust somebody like that fully in society. So let's see here. John Sater, hey, welcome. Thank you for being such a wonderful, kind supporter, John. I hope you can become a member. We're doing the membership drive. We're starting it. We're not doing it with the party yet. But if the join button is there for you, I hope you can. So you can help me explore how we can make people feel more special with memberships. Okay, what were we doing? Oh, the last update. One was on Facebook. I didn't see the morning or the operational update video, excuse me, for 2:30 p.m. So we're going further back in time, but I still want to watch these. So let's do that on Facebook and full screen it. One of the things that bothers me to no end is officials and in their propaganda, like Smokey Bear propaganda. We're talking good kind of propaganda, not evil. Keep scolding the public that human caused. It's making everybody pissed off. It's making everybody uptight, suspicious of each other, and angry. Why are humans so stupid? Why do they cause so many fires? They don't really. If you think about the big ones. This year has been almost exclusively lightning and arson. There have been very few freak accidents and fires due to stupidity. Very few. Like the state of California, like with being the most populated state in the entire country, has relatively few fires caused by humans that get big. Like when there's big fire danger, people are generally very, very, very cautious. So all of the Smokey Bear stuff worked. All of that generally worked on the population that is smart enough to understand that level of propaganda. And it has, people have taught their kids fire safety. What we need is to pat the head on the public and say only you can prevent arson by keeping a lookout, and here's what to look out, and here's what to do. Because if you didn't get a license plate, if you don't get a good description, if you don't take a picture of the suspect, if you saw a suspicious vehicle at the trailhead, but you didn't take a picture of the license plate, and you went on your hike, oh, it was a gray car with 4 doors. That doesn't help, but the picture of the license plate. This is what we need to do. Stop scolding the public. They're pretty damn responsible, except for weird freak incidences. Now let's tell the public how to stop arsonists, because they will repeat their behavior until caught their entire life. Those with the impulse, that will never go away from them. And those who are evil enough to be criminals and have a career in it, of say arson, insurance fraud, they will keep committing those crimes. They're comfortable with it. It's their specialty. You don't want that. So they're not differentiating between, and power line companies cause most of the big town racing fires by far. They cause most of the deadly ones. It's the power companies, and they're not humans. Roping in corporation caused fires into human cause is an injustice to humanity. Corporations are not people. All the people within that corporation, they do not have freedom of will. They will lose their jobs. They have to obey their orders. And so if a company like PG&E, which this is how the Dixie Fire started, said you can't shut off the power even if you think a wildfire is happening, you cannot shut off the power even if you think a wildfire is happening. Yes, that was their policy. Unless you go and visually verify flame. That was a stupid policy that caused $1 billion disaster, burned down Greenville, Crescent Mills, part of it, Indian Falls, a big chunk of it, the entirety of Greenville, Olive Canyon Dam, chunks of the west shore of Almanor, the communities west of Chester, Drake's Bad, all the way towards Janesville and Susanville, and it wrapped all the way around, went to 5 counties. Billions is going to take to repair the forest. We lost 52% of the Plumas County forest. And that's because he was going to get fired if he just shut off the power. So he had to get in his truck, he had to drive a zigzag route up into a canyon, see the tree getting electrocuted, and that's when he saw a little bit of flame show up in the grass. So he thought that maybe he could put that out real quick and then drive back down to where he had cell phone reception. Well, he couldn't, and that's how the Dixie began. He could have hit the button, billions of dollars, so much saved. But that's what a power company is. It's technically people. It's technically a human-caused wildfire if it's a power line, but not really. It's corporate policy is what caused it. So stop blaming us, thanks. Rein in those power companies, and all of a sudden we'd have a 1/3 reduction in all the wildfires of California. Wouldn't that be nice? If power companies, if that was illegal to have a rule like that, you get fired if you suspect fire and shut off the power without verifying it. Why doesn't the president sign some executive order right now protecting all whistleblowers from that, and the Congress pass a law that power companies can't do that? Safety first, profit second. Thank you. It's just greed. They don't want to shut off the power on it. They can't, even if it is a red flag day or something, because they can't bill people for power not delivered that day. So that's it. Greed. But take away power company fires, at least, and PG&E has started thousands. The night that they killed my friend, they started 15 wildfires for just power lines going down, rickety and not maintained. Take away the power company fires, and you don't include the statistics of the backyard fire. Oh, the barbecue got out of control. That's not a wildfire, man. It's your backyard on fire. Like, decide what acreage true wildfire is versus vegetation fire versus outside fire versus illegal fire. You know, these are minor potatoes. If you think about the ones that actually damage, actually spread, actually take out property, destroy structures, habitat, and the landscape, stick with those. Not many are actually caused by human foolishness. It's a very misleading statistic. If it is human caused, it's usually intentional on some days, or freak accidents that nobody can really do anything about. Spyman says also a bridge was out on the Camp Creek Road, so the firefighters had to go way the hell out of the way to get to it. Yeah, the road down to where the Paradise Fire was starting. Okay, the road to it, where the rickety 97-year-old power lines fell off the line. And they kept them energized. PG&E let trees grow in the fire access road. Like they were fully sized bushes and minor sized trees. So they couldn't even drive there if they wanted to, not just the bridge being out. Oh, Larry. Oh, welcome, Larry. Big hearts. Thank you for your kind donation. Larry, are you a member yet? Oh, Larry, maybe you can help with this in this way. Become a member and gift the memberships, because if I could come up with $1,000 in membership donations by the 15th of October, then YouTube gives me another $1,000. So you can gift the memberships to others. If you hit the join button, is it visible for you? And then other people can, you can share the love with others. That'll be so cool. If you don't have the join button, let me know and I'll walk you through how to get to it. But thank you. You're so wonderful, top tier supporter. Here is your heart for the day. I've missed you. Yeah. That's true. I think I didn't hear about it, but I hear that it's true, Spyman, that a drone grounded some of the aircraft the first day, but I don't remember it. I started the first stream of 2021 on that day. I was covering it pretty closely. I just don't recall hearing that on the radio. I mean, I may have missed it, but that's just not something I recall. So it's illegal to not have fire crew access roads underneath power lines. Like that is something you're mandated to have. But good old PG&E, you know. What I'm trying to say though is, I think that they run the risk if they keep scolding the public of human caused. You know what that does? All of us who are already safe with fire and already educated just start hating our fellow man. We should be appreciative that almost everybody's pretty fire safe these days, except for the weird bad apples and drunks on 4th of July, and you know the types. Move on to how do we prevent the rest of the fires that are happening. Michael Jones says, "Have you looked at Happy Fire?" There's one for the poll of the weirdest fire names of 2024. The Happy Fire. It looks like it's burning pretty hot on the Buck Rock 2 camp. That might be in the middle of wilderness area, so it might not turn into anything. Of course, we should look at it. Buck Rock, Happy Fire. Let's go. Oh, then we'll watch the other briefing for the line real quick. That was from 2:30 today. Oh, the one in Fresno. Yeah, I looked at that. I think I screenshotted that. Yeah, that's a high altitude Sequoia wilderness area fire. Yeah, it got snowed on, I hear, or frosted on at one point in August during that event. If this is the one I'm thinking of, the one that's yeah, it's almost 6,000 feet. It was snow or frost. Wait, or is that what the helicopter elevation was? I know this is high up here. Yeah, it was 60% contained 4 days ago at 700 acres. Let's see. Little threat to infrastructure. Expected to laterally spread to the northeast on the Sequoia National Forest. Has not reached the higher elevation rock line, but when it does, it will, of course, probably stop. there'll be some scraggly trees up there, but it's not the kind of fuel that, it's a pretty good barrier. It would take extreme winds to get the tree line, scraggly trees up on fire up there. So, despite significant smoke plumes at the start of the Happy Fire, early in the week especially, there is little threat to infrastructure. Heavy fuels continue to burn within the perimeter, while the east flank is moved into a rocky section on the ridge top in the 2015 rough fire scar. So, pending changes in weather, minimal smoke is to be expected through the weekend. Fire management for SQF and SNF continue to monitor. Well, oh, that was 18 days ago. Okay. It stayed 16 days ago at the same, on September 15th, stayed at the same acreage, or a little bit less of acreage. Looks like they revised it down to 657. They revised it again to 667 with 60% containment 5 days ago. 4 days ago, still 695 acres, 60% containment. 4 days ago, 720. 3 days ago, 864 acres. 2 days ago, 1,061. Okay, the difference is the last 2 days it really spread. So are they going to tell us more about it though? So that was Buck Rock 2. Okay, so let's see what it did today on the Buck Rock 2 camp. Last call for everything, guys. I'm going to just collapse. It's time to. I'm doing that thing where I like hanging out with you, but I need to crash to be any good for you. Buck Rock. Buck Rock. Number two looking to the northeast. Okay, number 2 is looking at it. All right, let's time lapse this. These are lower resolution, but you get 24 hours out of it. So let's do a 24-hour. It rotates around the fire lookout a couple times. Oh, sorry, if you're seizure flashing light sensitive, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it would rotate. So you may want to close your eyes a second. Okay, we're in daylight right now. Shadows form, nighttime again. Okay, seizure warning, flashing lights. Stay closed. And, oh, it looped. I don't want you to loop. Hit a pause. Here we go. Stop. Okay, safe to look. This is, see how it's up there in the mountains. I don't know how they'd get to it. There's no access. Dead trees in the foreground everywhere. Ugh. I don't want that going when the Santa Ana season starts, so it's October already. It's of concern to me because of Santa Ana season. That could sweep it down, south and southwest, if you have this super high wind. So just pray that you get some rain or something before the Santa Anas come. At least it's high elevation where snow would come earlier than many other places. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. That's something to look at. Oh, let me look back at chat. Michael Jones, you were gifting. Thank you so much. You're so wonderful, Michael. You're one of the original super supporters. Saddle Tramp, oh, you're here. Good to see you. And Kennedy, yeah. Lurkers. Yeah, thank you. Keep it up, friends. You guys can gift some memberships to others. The Cam is Southwest, okay. You're so wonderful and appreciated. Let's see where, I don't think it updates in real time, but we can see what the goal. Let's see what our goal is. 256. I think we had that earlier with 52 members. I don't know how long it'll take to update. Yeah, but I'm sure we'll refresh and that will show here. Sweet, 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 guys. We did update in real time. I can't memorize anything right now, being this sleep deprived. And I definitely should pull myself away from this because there's a dangerous level of sleep deprivation where you are wondering, why am I this alert? Shouldn't I be dead tired, dragging, brain dead, like I usually am when I'm this sleep deprived? Why am I this alert? Maybe I don't need sleep anymore. You get to that level of, okay, brain is non-functional, time to make it get some rest, man. Yeah, H-Doc, welcome. Christopher Cooper, welcome. Spyman and Michael Jones, God, you guys deserve. We have to have a round of applause for sound effects. We gotta have some cheering. Let's find a good sound effect for that one. Then we'll put it on the. Oh, Michael, I'm sure you know what this is. Perhaps the little Stream Deck. So I got the little magic button thingy so we can cue sound effects and stuff like that. So sound effects cheering, celebratory cheering. Let's see if we can find one that's not terribly cheesy. Okay, I actually like how cheesy that one is. It's short and cut off. I like that one. If you guys find a cheesier couple seconds of a crowd cheering, you let me know. Let's go full cheesy. Yeah, let's go full cheesy on that. Okay. And you guys are wonderful. What am I going to do with you wonderful people? You're so wonderful that I don't want to go to bed when I'm even dead tired. Make me feel good and give energy. What will I ever do with you, friends? Okay. Now let's watch our last thing. Thankfully, there's not much to monitor here. Knock on wood, knock on wood. Hope I didn't curse anything. Spyman says, when I drove truck, a typical day was a 17-hour workday with sleep deprivation. It lasted over 25 years. Don't miss it one bit. Yeah. Michael Jones says, lol, but don't give chat the ability to do sounds. It gets out of control. I don't think YouTube has. But yeah, I've seen Twitch mistakes. Like, I don't know what drives a person on Twitch. That's gaming. YouTube gaming, basically. Like, it's like live streaming on YouTube, but for gaming at twitch.tv. And Amazon ended up buying it. So technically Amazon owns it. But there are these streamers who have, give me X amount of spare change and I'm obligated to play a sound effect for you. And it might be a robo voice and the chat could type in whatever message they want. You know how dangerous that is? And some of them say, give me even more money as a donation, and you could frighten me as I'm playing the game with a jump scare sound, and it might be a sudden bang, or like a firecracker, or like a lightning strike sound, or a werewolf howling, or whatever it is that's disturbing and extremely loud. And so not only are they getting scared and disturbed while they're trying to do their job, but here I am trying to relax watching somebody game, and I'm not relaxed. I'm trying to go to sleep, and there's a gunshot sound, so like everybody tunes out of their broadcast. It's like, why are you doing that to yourself? We want to be soothing. Okay, so we watched which video did we watch? Did I already do it? I don't remember how many we had and if there was one more to watch. We watched the one on X with a really swag freeze frame. Oops, this is the wrong Twitter. Why did I click on that? They're really swag, pointing and then a retardant drop in the background. Like, I'll just play it for a second without sound. He goes, a primary alternative, contingency, emergency line. But watch that. He points and there's a retardant drop in the background. Good filming, terrible sound. But hey, you can sometimes re-interview people and fix it later. But we watched that. We scrolled down and we watched the next video. Yeah, this one from 2:37 p.m. is what we have not seen. So let me full screen that one. No, we can't do that on WatchDuty. You gotta do it on Facebook. Okay.
Hey, good morning. My name is Daniel Diaz. I'm one of the Operations Section Chief on California Team 11 here on the Wildfire. Just giving you an operational update, what happened yesterday and what we're planning on doing today. So we'll start down here south of Angeles Oaks and work around the south end of the fire, all the way around down to the foothills and then back up the 330 corridor. All that's looking really good. We've had resources in there monitoring, patrolling, making sure that there's nothing against the fire's edge that would cause us any concern, and up to now there has been nothing there. As we get a little bit higher up on the 330, start heading up towards Running Springs a little bit more, we have had a few smokes right along the edge where the fire crossed Highway 330 up high. We've been monitoring, patrolling that, and getting folks to walk into that and secure it using helicopters and hose lays where possible. There's no concern at this point. We continue to monitor and make sure there's nothing that is going to be a concern along that western edge. Coming along the north side, down below Running Springs, we did have some prominent smokes pop up over the last couple of days. Those were all inside of the burn. No threat to the line necessarily, but we did work helicopters, hand crews, and engine crews in there to secure that and make sure that any threat there remaining is mitigated. As we continue further along to the east, up into Snow Valley, where the fire bumped up Snow Valley and then down into the drainage in Siberia Creek and Bear Creek, we've had crews that went direct down into that and put direct hand line to secure that all the way down into the creek's bottom. Crossing the creeks has been a little bit difficult given the terrain. Crews have worked.
Sorry, I spaced out on which creek that was. Let me rewind a second.
Where the fire bumped up Snow Valley and then down into the drainage in Siberia Creek and Bear Creek. We've had crews that went direct down into that and put direct hand line to secure that all the way down into the creek's bottom. Crossing the creeks has been a little bit difficult given the terrain. Crews.
What did I say earlier? Like, that would be a nightmare to be down there in the drainage. And what if the fire crosses the canyon to the other side? How do you cross the river? Okay, so my thought process, whenever it aligns with what the pros are saying, I just give myself a little pat on the head. Do you guys know you members have access to new emoticons, exclusive ones? There's a little phoenix being patted on the head. Can you find it in the smiley face menu? If you got a feather by your name, then you can use the pat on the head phoenix. And that's what that's for. Okay, so the Siberia Creek is right there, and they must have almost rappelled with ropes to reach the creeks down there. That is crazy. That's an amazing feat. Okay, so let's go back and return.
Have worked really hard to poke at that every day and make sure that every opportunity we have to put direct hand line and secure that is being used. Also, we have helicopters that have been working to secure that and hold that and knock the fire intensity down every day. As we come up and out of Bear Creek, up to the east, all that's looking real good across the top end. Where we come down onto the 2N10 and the Mill Creek Road, where the fire moved up to that over the last couple of days. We've managed to secure that up along the 2N10, and that's holding really good. And we've got crews that have turned the corner and started down the eastern edge, trying to put a direct hand line in to secure that from continuing any further to the east and north.
Well, okay, we see that there's a dozer line there already. So did it go past it? Is it holding at that dozer line? They said later, the video that comes after this, which we already watched, that they did a good job of holding this. So we see the pink area is where they need to put in. I don't know if you guys can see the pink, unless you're on a big screen TV like I am. But where he's pointing, this is a pink line of unfinished dozer. But it is finished already right here. So is it a dozer line that they're holding as we speak? They were, praising how well that has gone. It's for now holding. They said later the fire will try to go from the south to the north over the ridge, but they have lines up here too, as we checked out. So they will evacuate. They will call for evacuation of this section here, the Boulder Creek area, the southwest section of Big Bear Lake, if they see a column erupt tomorrow of significant size, significant duration, and if the embers start being cast over the ridge to the north, then they will pull a level 3 evacuation. That's what we just discovered on the evacuation map. And I'm sure if I dug deeper into the action plan and explain it, but the gist of it is all we need to know. So what they would do first is the west side to allow them ideally to travel, just get out first before a traffic jam. Then they would pull the east side of the lake because there's no magic barrier here. Even though this is the dividing line for the evacuation zone, there's no magic barrier that says this part of the town is vulnerable, but the fire will stop and not do the east side. They would just evacuate the people on the west because they're closer to it first and they need extra time and no traffic jam to finally get out. So if you see this smoke column tomorrow, if the smoke blows your way, then I would say just start leaving. Do not wait to be told. Gather up your neighbors, let them know. If the smoke column, if it's big and has a decent size and dense smoke is coming towards your community, or your location, I would leave it. That is exactly what the firefighter who was here on the line fire who jumped in the chat said. You get uncomfortable, or if the fire flares up tomorrow, you leave. You get that knock on the door, you leave immediately and right away. You get told, you leave right away. That's not me. That's what the firefighter said today on the line fire. Said that it just keeps moving. It's slow, but it just keeps going. So we all know what can happen with a wind event, and everybody gangster until, right? And then it's Roadrunner time. Still heavy fuels, and when you get up above this ridge, you've got the winds of higher altitude on the ridge tops that are always stronger than down in valleys and then down low in flatlands. So you don't want fire above your community to rain embers down upon it. You don't want your community to be downwind. At least there doesn't seem to be many drainages that point at the lake. Just the big vulnerability is the one from the west, and this is where the fire is trying to go. If it goes past them here, if they can't hold this, it will go up and might hit the dam area. It will curve along with the canyon and follow the terrain to that area. So this, whatever this is, the V, I have to remember what this is incomplete, whatever they're trying to put up there. We'll look down at the key of the map in a second. I know this is very bright. I'm going to try to get this off in a sec. But I was just hoping he'd be a little bit more clear what he's pointing to this area.
Secure that up along the 2N10, and that's holding really good. And we've got crews that have turned the corner and started down the eastern edge, trying to put a direct hand line in to secure that from continuing any further to the east and north.
Put in a direct hand line. So it went past their dozer line at this section. I can't make this bigger at the moment. We'll do it on the other map. So I don't know if they would call it a slop or what their terminology would be for that, but it is beyond that dozer line at that spot. With a dead calm night like tonight, I think they got an awesome opportunity if they can get that completed tonight. So Godspeed our heroes. Let's continue.
As we come down to the bottom here, down in the southeast corner, down in the Santa Ana River drainage, we've got crews that are continuing to work out of the Santa Ana River drainage up to the north towards the 2N10 to work to close in where the other crews are working downslope to make sure that we can get some hard containment line to that east side. Further down into the Santa Ana drainage towards Angeles Oaks, yesterday we did have a finger of fire that you can see here that moved up towards Highway 38. It did impact Highway 38 and had a couple of spot fires on the opposite side. We were able to use aircraft and ground crews to put those out, and there was no concern of any further spread from those spot fires. They continue to work hard to hold.
And I want to say hallelujah. Great freaking job. Maybe we should cue the cheering again. If it had gone beyond 38, this is so steep, flaming debris would have rolled down and lit this area on fire, as long as there's things to burn. I mean, I'm not familiar with the area. It's not showing vegetation, but oh my God, what a nightmare that might be. You tell me if that would be a bad thing. It really looks like that on paper. So thank God they caught that. Holy mackerel.
Hold that piece of Highway 38 and make sure.
And by the way, this monitor is about the same size that I'm looking at you guys with right now. So when I full screen this and it goes white, I'm blinded. Blinded by the light. So I have a 43-incher that looks like it's a little bit bigger, maybe a 52, but you get the idea. That's why I can't stand stuff being too white.
Make sure that the fire, if there's any possibility of that impacting Highway 38 again, that we manage that and are there to handle any spot fires across Highway 38. Where we are getting spot fires across Highway 38, it's in the old El Dorado burn scar. The fuels are moderated there. Most of that's grass and light brush that's been reproduced from when the El Dorado fire burned a few years back.
And, you know, Spyman was asking, didn't you cover that one? I did a bit, I'm pretty sure. We'll look up the date, and then we'll look up my archive. You can see almost all of the lives I've ever done going back to 2020. 2020 deleted, YouTube deleted a bunch of those. But we'll go back and see. It was 2020 or 2021. We'll go back and see. There's been so many fires named El Dorado that I'm not sure which one I did. All right, play.
All of that gives us a better opportunity to pick those spots up when we do get them. We used firing operations to come down below Highway 38, back behind Angeles Oaks, all the way back to the Burns Edge.
It's a touch screen.
Might have to, okay. And so now we have a direct...
oh man, if that's a touch screen, they should set him up with the drawing app and he can use his finger to make arrows and stuff. Oh, they could have set him up with that. Oh, that's tragic. Okay, well, let's go back. That's what I hope to do, guys. If I get a laptop with a touch screen, I get the stylus out and I can draw arrows, lines, words like I used to. Okay, friends.
Handline, we have fuels reduction that was done by the forest prior to the fire starting. And now we have a couple 100 feet of fire buffer for anything that's continuing to burn in the drainage down below Angeles Oaks, and we're feeling really good and confident about that. Crews are going to work throughout the day to continue to strengthen the control lines that we do have and continue putting in direct control lines where possible, and we'll continue to react as the increased east winds are testing the fire in new ways that we haven't been tested yet to make sure that we're ready to respond to anything additional that happens. That's your update for today.
Okay, code name Santa Ana's. Okay, the east winds that have not been tested yet or tested us yet, I'm just going to think they basically just did a subtle shout out to the Santa Ana wind events that now that it's October. And I would have liked a specific reassurance, like these communities that we're prepping will be safe even if Santa Ana's hit. That would have been cool to be very specific on that. But yeah, Santa Ana's are east winds / northeast winds coming from the Nevada desert or any desert area, and then they flow and roller coaster over the mountains. And pick up speed. And the only place that this incredible amount of air pressure can exit are basically two places on the coast, Mount Diablo by San Francisco and down the Santa Ana River drainage and others to leave out there by, Ventura and LA. California has so many tall mountains by its coastline that the valley is like a giant bowl. So if you get more wind from the desert entering that bowl, it makes incredible pressure. It makes incredible wind speeds. They're all hot and dry desert air, and they all go to one place trying to escape to get to the ocean. So you get this terrifying event. These are geographically based winds, and they're seasonal. There's nothing to do with climate change here. It's just the Sierra Nevada mountains caused them with the deserts on the other side, and the seasonal temperature changes, the jet stream changes. So what will happen is the jet stream will start going a little bit south, and they'll push all that Nevada dry desert air into California. And so the Diablo winds, Santa Anas are almost the same thing. I mean, for the general public, just think of it as basically the same thing. But occasionally, they usually run at the same time, but occasionally one is running and not the other. I'm sure there's just regular east winds that are bad, but I would like them to address Santa Ana maximum better here. If I were to, critique the correspondence with the public. Okay, let's keep going. I like this. They have a. Oh, you guys can't see it. Shoot. Let me show you what you can't see because I have a window in the way. Text. There. Okay. Full screen. I'll look at chat in a second. Without my other monitor, I don't have that. They've got an email for info, and they have a phone number. Whoops. Stay full screen, please.
Winds are testing the fire in new ways that we haven't been tested yet to make sure that we're ready to respond to anything additional that happens. That's your update for today.
Okay. Guess we could give them a call and say, yo, we've done that a couple of times, but okay, let's follow U.S. Forest Service San Bernadino. Great. So those are the updates of the day in reverse order. We watched the latest updates first. Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. Did not mean to click on that. It's only 2 minutes, the next update, the follow update. I want to replay it. So in that context, let's play this one real quick. It's just 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, John Fisher, Fire Behavior Analyst.
Oh my God, sorry, that's max. Even half volume, but oh my God, that's loud. Here we go.
With California Team 11. There are three things that really affect wildland fire behavior: fuels, weather, and topography. So I want to go a little bit into the history of this fire and the fuels and what was going on here. This is a chart of what's called the energy release components, essentially a measure of how volatile the fuels are. You can see here back in early September that the fuels are at almost record levels for that date.
Talking about it being dry. Like how active and readily does it burn? Like, just think of it as having your own wood stove. Would you load it with wet wood or damp wood? How hard would it be to get started, right? And even if you got it started for a bit, it would try to peter out, and you'd have a wet, half-burned or partially burned log in your stove, right? So we're talking about how wet are things. If they're super dry, poof.
And then we got a little bit of rain, if you'll recall. That slowed the fire down as it went into running springs, but it rapidly built back up as it made a run to the east. Then we got about a half an inch of rain, creating record lows right about the time that Team 11, just before Team 11 got here. But things have been driving back up, and that's why we're seeing increased fire behavior right now. If we switch over to the map real quick, we'll talk a little bit about the topography and the weather. There we go. So the topography obviously does not change very rapidly, but it does affect the winds. We've got the Santa Ana drainage and the Bear Creek drainage through here. Those channel the winds that we've been talking about. And that's what caused the action down here in Angeles Oaks the other day. As we got channeling of the winds from the east, it pushed the fire uphill and towards Angeles Oaks. As we look at a return of the west winds, they're doing really well holding the fire here on the east flank, but it does have the potential to push back uphill and upwind in the afternoon tomorrow. That's what I've got for you today. Have a good day.
Okay, so it's a meme on the channel, guys, a running gag. That's what a meme is. That whenever they gesture at maps, they use very creative implements to do so. The paper maps are the funniest because they will. Oh shoot! I didn't even declare that I'm back from dinner. Whoopsie. Let's turn the text back on. And then, God, it's time for bed. It really is. Why is it 9:30? I was gonna go to bed at 8:30. Why? Okay. Turn the text back on. Turn it back on. Yeah. 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 Oh, sneeze denial. That's so cruel. Okay. Okay. You got the pat on the head. Sweet. You found it. Excellent. See, we will have fun. We'll have fun. We can say, "Am I doing a good job? Pat me on the head if so." Or didn't the firefighters just do a great job? Pat them on the head. So these were great, good, thorough, but not rushed messages for the public. I'm glad that they're being that communicative. If they had been giving more updates on the actual day that was really freaky with the new evacuations, that would have been way more better. But hey, that's good communication to the public. I would still point out some things for improvement, but that's good. Some of them are abysmal. Like, we were deaf, dumb, and blind most of the time. Remember when Santa Barbara County had that major thing? It started at the lake. Was that the lake fire? Yeah, this is September 12th article, by the way. Where did I lose? Where did I lose my window? I'm back there, line fire. Okay, let's go back to live views. Check out Angeles Oaks. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys what embers look like for sure. And how to tell the difference between bugs. I forgot how they bounce along the ground, and there is a good example video of that. The actual fire that killed my family friend in 2017, the Cascade Fire, that was, it had embers bouncing all over the ground in the gravel driveway of a nearby neighbor who caught it all on security cams. And their home, they were able to successfully defend with garden hoses because they got trapped. They had no choice. But their security cam footage is so chilling. Yeah, these are bugs. These are insects. You're about to see what real embers are really like, unless they took the footage down. I hope they didn't. Let me look back at chat in just a second. No, not that. No. Go to crazy town. Okay, sorry. Let me read chat real quick. Michael Jones says all you viewers and chatters support the channel more than you may know. That's true. You can always hit the like button, and that like super supports. Butterfly says, "Oh, my chat's freezing sometimes. I'll check it after I sleep. Here it's already morning, 7:20 a.m. Well, good morning. Where are you at?" It could be done. People. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to show traumatic stuff on here. On Scene TV has some, I'm sure, traumatic video if you want to go watch it. about the line fire doing its thing yesterday and jumping Highway 38, but I don't have any agreement with them to rebroadcast, and I don't try to show fire traumatic stuff. Since they didn't lose any homes yesterday, it might not be traumatic, but we're here to monitor it, not be the news. So if we talk about the Cascade Fire 2017 Montereyka, I know I have it saved in my own playlist. Yeah, right here. This is the one I constantly teach with, especially in 2021. This is what it looks like, true embers. Okay, and if they're falling around you, it may already be too late to leave. You've got to shelter in place immediately. Bodies of water, short grass that's either green, or burn it off yourself in order to make it a black field to be in. Park a vehicle there and hunker down. Culverts. The people in this particular fire, many of the families were only saved because they went to their driveway and got in a tiny culvert under their driveway, barely wide enough to fit your shoulders, and grown men squeezing themselves into holes they didn't think they could. They sometimes the adults put the children in there, and then the adults were blocking the fires with their own bodies at either end, and there were some gruesome injuries. But that's how a lot of people survived. A couple people drove out, but for the most part, since there was no warning, the fire started due to PG&E power lines going down during Santa Ana's. Look at the date. It's the 9th of October. So the Diablo wind started to blow. Rains had not yet come. It was a very hot, dry summer, Indian summer. And PG&E left their lines energized, and they went down all over the northern part of the state. They lit 15 different fires. They killed more than, 24 people that night. Santa Rosa got all the press, but they didn't just burn down chunks of Santa Rosa, but they're pretty much erased Bangor, Loma Rica, and some other communities. They're just far apart from each other. But all these crises started at the same time because they neglected their power lines for decades. They're rickety. They're ready to fall over at the slightest sneeze, let alone a Diablo wind. And they had sustained 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts in some places in the mountains. And down in the valleys and the foothills here, they had some 75 to 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Ironically, if you held a match in wind speeds like that, the match would blow out. It would be actually hard to start a fire. There's only a couple things that can keep a fire going without the flame being extinguished by the wind, and that is molten metal, road flares. But molten metal is what you get when a power line goes down, or energized lines just constantly hitting vegetation, electrocuting trees until the sap boils off and then they ignite. Or just riding around like snakes, like in Lahaina, on the ground, lighting the grass on the ground on fire. So watch this. This is the only warning these people got, because the fire chewed through immediately the phone lines and power lines and any internet lines. Most people were on DSL out here, but people had no warning. Reverse 911 failed. It would fail again in Paradise 2 a year later. And this is mild ember cast. But you see how the actual embers bounce on the ground and they're lit for a bit. And they're very bright, they're very bold. And so this is typically the way you're going to recognize them on cameras. And that is the fire in the upper right. And there are these lulls that gave people false senses of security from time to time, where the wind would just kind of die down. But watch what happens when it picks up. All hell is going to break loose. But people think they can defend with a garden hose. They're not prepared for, when I say it'll be like snowflakes in a blizzard, a fire. And they'll constantly get in your eyes. What's invisible is the hot ash that's everywhere, constantly getting in your eyes, and it stings. It's like somebody throwing sand in your eyes. So even if you're outside and you have a bandana or something in front of your face, you need something to cover your eyes, even if it's dorky swim goggles or something. Just trust me, you got to cover your eyes. But these things get on your head. They go to the back of your shirt. And watch the timestamp. Not even 1 minute has passed, and then watch it hit the dry grass and start to catch. Not all embers will start another fire. They have to reach up, something like that, like a pile of dry leaves. And if the wind pushes them up against an object, they will collect in a pile and be much more likely to light a fire. Most people's homes burn down because these are going to be trying to enter your attic. So sure, you could wet down your roof, then realize your house is on fire anyway after 2 hours of battling the fire outside. Your attic is on fire because these embers went into the roof through the soffit vents and the gable vents. You need to have a very, very, very fine mesh screen up there to not let these things in. They vary in size from tiny to size of the palm of your hand. Even dinner plate sized flaming debris can be raining down on your house. It just really depends, especially if you have big, tall trees. So at first it seems feasible. The pickup truck is going to ignite and burn down in a moment, but you turn your back on it literally and look how many more embers are here. And what do? You don't have the pressure. What is best is if you do have warning to get out, the number one way to save your home is, move flammables off the porch and away from things. Don't have a place like dead leaves up against your house. Don't have a wooden deck with dead leaves underneath it because the embers will find their way down there and your house is toast. This is good that they have slab, but it's good if you have watch the wind. See how the pickup truck is about to be swallowed? It's only a minute and a half since I said notice the pickup. So, look at the trees being thrashed with the wind in the distance. So that little ember that started that one little fire, this is separate from the main one, is now completely lighting that area of the property and back. Beep is going to get real quick. Now, the best way to save your house, it'll mostly save itself, is prevent the embers from going up into the soffit and gable vents of your attic. Boom. That's the number one way the houses burn down. And it's been a mystery for like 75 years for firefighters. Why do houses burn down when we got them all wet? You come back an hour later and it's burned to the ground. Well, it's because it burned from the inside out. See what just happened? See how Beep got real fast? With one of the trees torching? There's eucalyptus out there, by the way. So when I'm looking and people are saying, are those embers? No. This is what embers look like. The camera will flip into color vision, daytime vision, several times throughout this because it thinks it's daytime because there's so much light. Now a newbie or anybody who doesn't know that much about fighting fire might be tempted to have gone out there. Oh, I said this too late. To go out there when it was really small, when the fire was like 2 feet wide. You might save your yard, right? Maybe just run out there with a garden hose, or run out there with a little water truck, or carry an extinguisher, or whatever you got to do. But if you had crossed this field and gotten over to it, look, it's less than 2 minutes later. That tree fully torches in the back, the wind changes directions, and embers land all over this grassy field. You could be trapped immediately. Just watch what happens in a second. This is why it's so dangerous when the winds die down and pick up and die down and pick up. Fire crews don't want to be right next to, look at that. Those are embers. Little bits of flaming trees, leaves, sticks, bark, whatever. But the sheer amount of swiftness, all this drama takes place in less than 15 minutes. You can't be everywhere at once. So this family will successfully defend things because they had some extra precautions. I think that grass is green. I can't tell. So that really helps. But they have respirators on and things. And they have a large enough family that multiple people can go around the perimeter and say, check out what's happening on the other side of our house. But this is also luck because it's a bit of a lull considering the wind speeds of the entire night and how ferocious the Santa Ana and Diablo winds were throughout the night. This is the fire approached their property when it was not as blowing as fiercely. So they got lucky with an opportunity to do this. Elsewhere, a lot of people just woke up. There's a red glow in their bedroom, and there's little rocks hitting their window. That's how they woke up. It's a normal day of sleeping this time of year. Red glow, tap, 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 tap on the windows. The winds were strong enough to pick up the gravel of the driveways and throw them against people's windows, and that's how they knew there was a fire. Way too late to evacuate by vehicle. He's out there at the garden hose looking down, and you might understand that it's a forlorn hope, buddy. Look what's happening to your left. Let that orchard tree go. Retreat, man. And he wisely does. There's nothing to do over there. You can probably feel the heat from the massive wall of flames now that the wind is picked up proper. That will move as a wall of flames that nothing can survive being in front of. And the wind will pick it up. The flame height will rise to whatever, 25 feet or whatever that is. And then the wind blows fiercer. That'll lay down, and that will cover a field this far. If the wind blew towards us, our camera angle, the flames could reach us when the trees are torching like that, and when the wall of fire begins with so much vegetation on fire at once. So, this is why you got to pop the bubble about. Yeah, I could defend with a garden hose if you've got everything on your side. If every scrap of luck possible fell into your favor, but you would need it. You would need luck. Grumpy Gamer Guy says 2017 the worst year of my life. It left a mark. I'm a great storyteller. Oh, I feel like I'm terrible, but I try my best. I'm trying to get better. I'm a writer. I'm not a speaker. I'm a very shy person, and this is not something I ever wanted to do. I never wanted to have a Catherine show like this. I wanted it to. I wanted to just interview people, and that would be like the Catherine show. I show dying ways of life and interview interesting people and have it like Mr. Rogers had guests on the show all the time, show people how the world works, you know. But I didn't want to be in front of the camera. I wanted to stick the microphone in front of somebody else. But thanks for the pat on the head. I tend to go on tangents. I don't wrap up everything until the very end. People go, what do these 5 topics have in common? Well, I'll show you. I'll weave them all together at the end, and how they all connect will make sense. But sometimes I take way too long to get there and just frustrate people. So at least with writing, I could tell when I'm rambling and I can edit down. But just on the fly live TV, even if I don't feel well and even if I'm sick, oh God, I cringe about what I look like sometimes. I just have to not think about it. I'm sorry, I just wanted to show you guys what embers were about. They also had luck that the wind didn't. Look at that rat. I just realized for the first time there's a rat in the field. Or a gopher or something that must have been hiding in a hole. It's that dark thing. No. A living creature's body temperature would be bright because it would be hot. It's not a living thing. What the hell is it? It does look like a rat or something. Why doesn't it have body heat? Why is it? It's darker it's cooler in temperature than the grass is. It may have been in a wet down in a hole. It could be wet fur or something. It definitely is a living creature running around. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I never noticed that before. It has to be a wet rat to not show its body heat as white. Grumpy Gamer Guy says, I play Words with Friends looking for someone who could beat me. Had one. Lost her rather suddenly. Oh, heck. I can't get a gaming addiction going, or you'll never see me again. I left too much of my life was lost to gaming addiction, and I'm not saying like, oh, I needed to have it like a fix like heroin, but it was when I had worse chronic pain in my life, but before I had some surgeries and things happen, I was so much in pain I needed to constantly read, talk to other people, or play a game, whatever took me out of my own head so I could forget about the amount of pain I was in. It was agonizing. So I was desperate to get any distraction. I don't do drugs or drink or really do anything that makes my body feel good in any other way other than take an epic bath sometimes. I'm just one of those teetotalers. So not having relief and just waiting and waiting and waiting until surgery date, I just lived on video games, and it took my focus away enough. But I just wish I was healthier and just involved in real life. Like so much of the older generation has died before I could interview them. I felt sick to my stomach. But hey, it's the past, right? With your kind donations, I now have a good camera. I began filming the Caldor Burn Scar documentary. That was very expensive. With the 2021 donations, I got the camera body. It was $3.5 grand. The lens was $1,400. But I'm shooting quality work with it as I learn it. It was expensive to rent the airplane, and it mostly was on C-Probe's dime because it's Saint. But we had to buy twin sets of GoPros, tons and tons of batteries, all kinds of lenses for it. You know, we just, it would be great if we had a 360 camera, enough money for that. Because when I had the GoPro on the car, I couldn't get the 360. I did not fully film driving around the Caldor burn scar, the true devastation to the landscape. It doesn't sink in if you can only see in the front. When you can look this way and far as the eye can see with virtual reality glasses, or just using the mouse to spin a panorama, that's what a 360-degree camera does. Then it hits home that the forest is gone. It was obliterated. El Dorado National Forest, you better take down the signs. You just have a bunch of dead sticks where the forest used to be. It's absolutely sobering. And if I had put the 360-degree camera on the tail of the plane, you would have been able to like see from the belly of a plane the burn scars. So now I kick myself for not just splurging on the $400 or whatever that would have been, maybe $500 once you count extra batteries and whatever filters and whatever SD cards you have to have with it. I would have had a much more moving documentary, but I've learned a lot. I learned what works and doesn't. Get the kind of camera gear that shows impact, or else why am I filming? Grumpy Gamer Guy says, I love photography as well. I had a Canon DSLR for my hobby. My Instagram's picking up steam. Cool, just filming in my garden. That sounds awesome. Yeah. Rob Langsworth, hey, welcome back. You want to become a member, Rob? Do you see the join button? If you're on iPhone or something, you probably don't. But anyway, this is what embers looks like. So let's contrast it with what people were speculating might be embers on our live video of Angeles Oaks. See the difference between bugs and embers? Those are bugs, right? I hope that illustrates that. That's the best example I can think of. But the reason I do Firestream just the last thing I have to say about the Cascade Fire, the one that did kill my friend, the one we were just watching, is he makes a last phone call to friends and family and tried to make a 911 call. He had his girlfriend visiting from the Bay Area, so she really chose wrong place, wrong time on an accident. They loved motorcycle riding. He taught me a little bit about riding motorcycles when I was a kid. And so they had their motorcycles in the garage, her car, I believe, in the driveway. They get woken up by the red glow of the fire through the window. Because of the way the embers travel, the roof was already on fire, probably from the interior. The embers had probably gone up into the attic. When they hit the side of a house, they go up, and they get stuck there and collect there underneath the roof eaves. And the wind pressure will just push it through the vents into your attic. So the number one way to help your house is just buy fine metal mesh, staple gun it as a temporary measure, soffit gable vents, and then later order the fireproof ones that are now fire code. For real, but do this until the fireproof ones arrive. Changing fire code all over in the entire nation so that attic vents are fireproof, and the ones that go underneath the home. We may have like entire cities burning down be pretty much a thing of the past. What firefighters can't keep up with was the rate of spread, and because embers go at the speed of the wind, they just keep lighting the attics and the rooftops of homes on fire faster than firefighters can get there, and even full hose. So the homes that miraculously survive, even though all their neighbors burned down next to them, no, it's not space laser conspiracy stuff. No, the lizard people didn't say, oh, I like that house, or that's my house, I want to don't burn down my... No, that's not what's going on. It's the vents. Defensible space with fireproof vents, and that's about it. So that's the big thing I'm trying to preach to the world. I'll make a video about it. But anybody now that's antsy about Santa Ana and Diablo wind season, don't think that you shouldn't prepare anymore. Keep your defensible space and check your vents. Check your laundry vent too, because fire can go up through the laundry vent and get the lint on fire, which is like powdered gasoline, and goes straight into your laundry room. So find a way for that to have fireproofing. So this is real time. This is Angela Stokes, and it's time to go to bed. Oh God, it's 10. Okay, we're going to bed. Guys, sorry, I can't email or interact with anybody right this moment because I can't keep my eyes open. I have to make myself sleep. All the electronics are going off, and I am going to get caught up on some sleep, hopefully. It's so hard. I take Sudafed, though, and I can't sleep, but if I don't take it, I can't breathe. But 1 month from now, and 5 days, I have nasal passage surgery, and maybe this will fix this problem. Well, 2017 is what woke me up. Here I called my dad on Friday the 13th, because that was the 10th of October, that Cascade Fire in Loma Rica. They call it the North Bay fires. Bull crap. On the Wikipedia, they should call them the PG&E fires. PG&E started every single one except for one I don't think they could confirm. But it was a firestorm. I accidentally clicked that button. So there's this horrible chart of the victims and deaths. So it was October 8th, 9th, and then after midnight on the 10th when these started. So the huge amount of structures, you can read this for yourself. I'm going to put this in chat. Yeah, good night. I'm so sorry, friends. I'm dead. I'm dead. We got a couple hard days ahead of us, and I hope we can be more in the clear, and I can do more interactive stuff. But you have, they called the different fire names, the Cherokee Atlas, the Tubbs, the infamous Tubbs fire, the Nuns, the Redwood Valley, LaPorte fire, the Cascade, just the one you just witnessed, 4 deaths. my family friend and his girlfriend being two of those. 143 residential, 123 outbuildings destroyed in that one. And that was the Yuba County portion of it. Butte County was next door, so same similar fire. That was the LaPorte, I believe, what they named it, but it was over the county in Butte County. This is all very not too far away as a drive from Paradise. You just drive a bit north and you get to Paradise. In Lake County by, Clear Lake, sulfur fire destroyed 150 structures. In the Mendocino County Redwood Valley fire destroyed 545, but the Tubbs, Santa Rosa area, 5,643. So it got all the press. And one person injured, and 22 people died there. So the this all happened pretty much in the same 24-hour period, being caused by PG&E almost exclusively as a cause. Yep. Now, there was a botched investigation that was semi-corrupt that pretty much the entire world rejected. All the locals did. They tried to say that a hot tub, get this, a hot tub on Tubbs Lane, you can't make this up, was wired wrong by the homeowner, and thus it caused the fire. BS. Nobody believed that. The PG&E left their lines energized when tree branches went on them and when they went down due to wind speed. And there were at least 6 explosions of transformers in the region, and yet, it was that guy's wiring. Yeah, right, it was your surging. So Calfire got a lot of heat for their botched investigation. I'll just call it that. And they held back some information until settlement in a couple other situations. I don't want to get to the whole drama of it. But eventually PG&E realized that they were going to be held accountable for the Tubbs anyway. So they decided that they would just include the Tubbs fire in their settlement thing. Because why not? PG&E was later protected by the governor, and they reduced the amount of money that they had to pay out to the victims. Thanks, Governor. The outgoing governor of the time. The new one that came in, Newsom, did further legislation to limit their liability, so they gave worthless stock options to the victims instead of fair compensation in both these situations and Paradise too. So a lot of people are homeless in California, and they should have their home completely rebuilt by the power company, but corruption, the way it goes. So when they knew they couldn't win that, they just decided, we'll include the Tubbs fire with the settlement thing, which was just as good as an admission of guilt as any, into their 2019 bankruptcy thing that eventually had to happen. So, their restructuring agreement interrupted the court cases for all that. What I really wish is if our good family friend Stan had survived, he was an attorney, he would have known what to do to PG&E. He would have ripped them a new one. But nearly all of these were going simultaneously and destroying different towns. So it wasn't just Santa Rosa, Bangor, and Loma Rica. Others got impacted. I haven't even studied all of them. But what's the death toll of most of these? The amount of injuries that were on the Cascade are not shown. But people had severe burns. Children had severe burns because of the damn power lines going down. They tried to fit in the culvert and their legs were sticking out. A little girl's legs didn't fit. You can imagine what happened. When I went to film the aftermath, I wasn't doing Firestream yet. I had just called my dad. It's Friday the 13th, Dad. How are you doing? Not so good. Fires down here. And I said, yeah, Santa Rosa, man. That was the only one I was aware of because of the news dominated with that. Everybody was watching that in complete and utter shock. And Loma Rica and Bangor got totally forgotten. So he says, no, there was Loma Rica and Bangor. And I just couldn't imagine people dying there. Like, it just seemed so open, like you could drive across the hills in a four-wheel drive vehicle if you had to. Of course, I was not fire educated. I did not understand just how fast it can go with Santa Anas and Diablos. I didn't know there were multiple ignition sites due to multiple lines going down, so that trapped people. I didn't know that reverse 911 could fail. Not in this day and age. I just couldn't fathom that people would have zero warning and not even know what's happening. And so he said Stan's a missing person and his girlfriend. And the last phone call they made, they said, we woke up, the roof was on fire. We go outside to get to the car is on fire. The motorcycles are in the garage and we can't open the garage door because the car is on fire. The power's out, and even if we wanted to, we'd have to manually open the garage door, which would have been a little bit of a challenge. And then you can't sneak motorcycles past a burning car. That's not going to happen. So they said we're trapped. We have nowhere to go. We will try to defend with a garden hose. That was the last call. And then days later, we got the confirmation that they didn't make it. But that woke me up. A year later, my brother was a missing person in Paradise until he checked in and lost everything. And that made me say, what the hell is going on? How are all these fires starting right in front of communities, right in the worst fire season when everybody knows to be careful with fire? The media didn't say it was the power company, so I had to find out by researching. I was like, are you kidding me? So I found out that the power company did this. I thought that they'd be sorry, that they'd never do it again. They'd learn lessons. Like, surely this would bankrupt them, and they would be like, never again. Always do emergency power shutoffs if anything is surging, especially where we have rickety lines and trees that are half dead leaning over on that we haven't removed yet. But they didn't. They learned that they didn't really get affected. They didn't go to prison for having policies that got people killed. CEOs didn't go to prison. CEOs didn't get fined. They didn't lose any of their wealth. Their stock price remained viable. They didn't get their yachts and their jets confiscated, and they didn't see prison time. So the legislature bailed them out, said, oh, you don't have to pay all the victims' money back. Just do what you can. And, oh, go ahead, authorized rates, raise the rates on the victims to pay the victims. There you go. That's why the rates are always increasing. There's no incentive for them to actually stop lighting the fires, so they keep doing it. The Dixie, they just keep doing it. So many others. The Mosquito, they just keep doing it. They keep killing. So I'm not happy with PG&E. Killed my friend, and I will never stop talking about that. This has to change. It'll bankrupt the entire nation if we keep having billion-dollar disasters that are just because the power company is a lazy bunch of crap. The power company has a lazy bunch of bad, evil leadership. Put it that way. So I evacuated my own mom from the Beachy Creek. I went live on Labor Day. It's called Red Monday, my old stream. We go to my channel and you could see my archive, but unfortunately I didn't know one thing. I went live briefly during Paradise. Oh, that's so weird to see my own live broadcast. So we can go to oldest, quick button. Red Monday, Dramatic Live Firefighter Radio, Washington County, Multnomah County, Oregon. I didn't have a webcam at the time, and I was too shy for it. I at first just put on scanner radio because what I was hearing was incredible coordination of a very competent team, and I could see out my window. I could see Columbia County, Multnomah, and parts of Washington, and smoke rising everywhere from the power lines being ripped off of roofs by trees with the crazy wind gusts of the Labor Day storm of 2020. But these are not the original streams. I only have a couple of snips of what I did in 2020. I just put the radio on all night and tracked the heat with the satellites, and I didn't even speak with a microphone. I was too shy. People came. I couldn't get any viewers because I didn't have any followers, and so YouTube didn't promote me to the top. They promoted all the fear-mongering crap, even though I was helping people find out evacuation info. So we'll talk about that another day, but very little of that footage survived. Now, very little of the 2020 footage survived a year later. I mean, because I consider November 2018 roughly 1 year from 2020. I mean, it's very late 2018. Add a few months. But I thought it was a one-time deal, what happened in 2017, and this wouldn't happen again. So when 2020 comes around and I look out the window, I'm like, oh, seriously. I had become quite a bit more fire educated. I didn't have any contact with real firefighters yet. But when I did go live, Cogito was the first one to notice me, and he started taking me under his wing. And I said, I don't feel qualified about teaching fire behavior or trying to predict where it's going to go. He goes, oh, you should, because it's not rocket science. You're smart. You learn fast. We'll teach you the basics. We'll be here as moderators. If you accidentally say something wrong, we'll correct you and teach you on the get-go. But look, fire goes where the wind blows. It loves to run uphill. It's a bunch of basic phrases, and that's all you got to pass on to the public to help them become educated. I thought I was going to teach the public to track fires for themselves. I didn't want to do this or think that there was anything to this. Like, I hate fire and don't want to deal with it. But then I realized there is nobody else. And that's the problem. The system has not been fixed yet. We still see constant failure of evacuation notices not reaching everybody or not happening at all. The First 911 system has still been failing since 2017. It's 2014. It just doesn't make sense anymore. So here we are. Yeah, it obeys the laws of physics. As long as you don't go into conspiracy world, you can actually protect yourself with knowledge. I can't save anybody from laser beams. The occasional person comes in here and insists that that's what's going on. They even challenged me, and I used to take up their challenge because I'm like a Scully and Mulder at the same time. Like, I have an open mind, but I need evidence, right? So I'll analyze any weird images or what people try to say is evidence of news and weapons, space weapons or military weapons. Fire is a weapon of war. So if I ever see any evidence or something truly bizarre, I'll be the first to talk about it. See, when was the El Dorado fire? That's what we were going to look up. The El Dorado fire burn scars where the line is going. El Dorado fire, San Bernadino County, because I don't remember if I covered it and what exact year it was. November 2020. No, I didn't then. Wait, I did. Yeah, 2020 I did. So September 5th is when it started. It's likely that the 5th of September I might have started the coverage of it. So what you do to search my archive is, back then I didn't have standardized dates. I only thought it would last a week, so I called it Red Monday and Red Tuesday. So when the following Monday came, I was like, okay, it's Red Monday too. And then somebody finally clued me into, hey, YouTube doesn't save a video that goes past 12 hours. You got to cut and restart your video every 12 hours. And I went, what? What do you mean it's not going to save what we're doing? And sure enough, I had been live for 5 days and had gone up in the search rankings, and people were actually finding us because I had that many views. Views are what the amount. What's already popular is what is at the top of the screen. It's 10:18, guys. I'm still blabbing. Oh, what am I doing? Anyway, the worst of it is that the days when it got super bad, like when I had to leave and evacuate my own mom and like drive and help other people, all that, some of that was so dramatic, and it's no longer here. I was too poor to record all of my footage. I ran out of hard drive space. I just trusted YouTube to save it because there was a button that says save stream after it ends? Yes. So it was triggered. There's no fine print that explains, unless it goes over 12 hours, then we delete the whole thing. So what happened was viral, and it would have catapulted me all over the internet. The very last day of the fires for 2020, lightning struck my house while I was live, and I screamed into the camera and into the microphone. And every car alarm in Portland went off at the same time. And then once I blasted everybody's eardrums and destroyed them, eventually I started doing it by date. So let's see. God, the Zog fire. Where did the Dixie? We need to be in 2020. You should be able to search by date, not just dates in a title. September. Did I label any of that? Oh, in my own fire playlist. I probably have to go date those videos in order for us to find them, because I started doing the dates in front of all of them just so that we could find stuff. Ugh, that's the worst lighting ever. I look like a zombie there. Now let me read about the El Dorado. I was doing the Bobcat in 2020, so let's see how much I remember about it. San Borgonio Wilderness, San Bernadino, destroyed 20 structures, one firefighter's fatality, for which the couple hosting the gender reveal party were charged with involuntary manslaughter. Yeah, it was that one. Okay. I think we heard more about the aftermath the day later than covering it as it occurred. I remember they had to do a helicopter rescue of the people. And September, though, was pretty frightening. And I evacuated my mom and family members. So then I had house guests, and I couldn't breathe in Portland. It was too bad. And I said, Mom, we're going to the beach. So I left the stream on for 3 days. And I just felt like I was going to die without fresh air. It was 2020 was something. Now that you guys are members, you get sneak peek, you get first look at my archive footage, the stuff that's never made it to the internet before. I've got a lot to show you. So on September 17th, the El Dorado fire crossed State Route 38 in 2020 and grew to 21,000-something acres. And near Angeles Oaks, wind gusts created local fires that resulted in the death of a firefighter. Now we were talking a little bit about this. So much was going on at the same time, with much of Oregon burning down at the same time. We whack-a-moled with the let's check on this one, let's check on that one. So 2020 was my trial by fire, where multiple firefighters were just educating me, and I was learning on the fly. But they're right. If you want to be a professional, you've got to get a pro education. You have physics degrees and know all that stuff. And if you want to build computer modeling with accurate, you need to know a lot of fancy falutin educated stuff. You want to survive, which is what I teach, survival. You just know the basics. That's it. And I'm the bridge. I'm the multimedia person who can do web, video, and audio. And I'm a good explainer most of the time. Better if I'm scripted. I can get rid of all the excess words. I'm the person who can get the basics and accurately pass them on to the public and actually mass teach, if I put it that way. And I'm not speaking the esoteric slang or what people hear as Chinese. When the experts start thinking people know what rollout is, and there's just a couple of slops over there, and everybody's like, what the hell is a slop? I'm one of the few people who can do that. I can pass along the information that the that the officials want you to know, but I can also call them out when I think they're freaking wrong, and I have, and my confidence has only grown more. Oftentimes they're wrong. They're human beings. So I tell the public I think you're in danger, despite what they say, and that's how we went viral in a way, you know. And I know the local weather and the local region for Butte, Yuba, Lassen, parts of Shasta, but Nevada, Sierra counties, those areas I know the terrain. I know what wind could do there. So I knew that Greenville wasn't safe. So the officials say at Calfire advised the sheriff that people can return to their homes that day. And I went, oh, hell no. I really thought they saved it with a lot of retardant drops. I go to bed confident that they saved Greenville with lots and lots of retardant, where the fire started going down the hill towards Greenville. I woke up and Greenville had burned to the ground overnight. My next stream, I was just weeping in the morning because I couldn't even believe it. Just thought it was like fake news, some poor taste fake news. Because it's not that big of a town. It would be relatively easy to defend. But what happened is they abandoned their fire trucks to escort people to safety, and they came back in the fire trucks and melted in the streets. So that's why people have to leave. And so once I realized that, yeah, there's still something very wrong with the system, that Calfire's Mike Wink, who I respect very much, just no defensiveness, just said, whoa, we're sorry. We screwed up. Computer modeling said what just happened was impossible, basically. We relied too heavily on it. And that's the firefighters, they come in from all over the place. They're not locals. They underestimate especially what the Sierras can do with wind. And just how much the seventh circle of hell it is to fight fire in the Sierras or many parts of California. So what that truly woke me up to the fact where I finally had a pair, and I'm like, that's it. I did not forcefully tell people they are wrong. Don't go back to Greenville. That's crazy. In my mind, I'm thinking it, but it's still at that point I didn't have enough confidence to just say Calfire is wrong, or feds are wrong. You know, Forest Service is wrong on this. I do now. So when people come in here and they're like, you don't know what you're talking about or something, I'm like, well, you know what? I oftentimes am more accurate about predicting what fires can do than Cal Fire or the Forest Service. So just let me know what you're confused about, and I'll just point you to the videos that prove that I do know what the hell I'm talking about. The last time we did that for Westwood on the Dixie Fire, but even this year, on the 4th of July, Mariposa was in danger, and they didn't alert the downtown, and they didn't alert most of the town of any level 1 danger. Even air attack seemed to have laser beam eyes focused too much on looking down at it. But I looked at the cams from far away and saw a nuclear mushroom cloud. And then I checked the weather and the weather forecast for the next couple hours, and the fire was on a hill overlooking the town, with the wind blowing towards the town scheduled to increase. And they still didn't have their last retardant drops in that they wanted to do. So I said, guys, call everybody you know and tell them that Mariposa's in danger. I don't know why they're not doing level 1. And sure enough, the very last retardant drop they were trying to make, and the fire crossed before they dropped it. And it started devastating the town and almost erased it. It was a hard battle to save the town. And I gave people about 4 to 4.5 hours notice if anybody listened to me. So that's what the channel's for. I'm not the news. I'm not here to do your summary. I'm not here to show how homes burning down. I'm not a reporter. I'm just an ordinary person. I will be expressive, and I don't give a damn if I don't come across as professional journalist. That's because I'm not one, and I don't want to be one, guys. I want to be a documentary filmmaker, all right, but I don't want to be a reporter. So I'll just sit here and call it like I see it. And I can't become affiliated with the groups that are more of an official bent because they can't speak their mind. Somebody at Calfire wants to say what I want to say. They can't, they get fired. Same thing with securing donation funding from this or that group. You can't criticize it anymore. But I just need to point out all flaws because I want them fixed. Mostly it's technological issues, not modernizing, antiquated bureaucratic nightmare, red tape systems, antiquated feudalism where it's like different feudal lords fight over which fire is ours versus yours. That used to make armies very ineffective in medieval times. You don't want to have Lord Byron and Lord such and such come up and argue with each other about who should be in the vanguard, like over the honor or the funding or whatever it is they argue about, or you know, you want unified all the freaking time, and there should just be one big efficient team, rather than a million agents. Or at least there should be a way that they come together and form one big mech warrior seamlessly, like they all know their place and how to fall in line. It would be a good thing to model it like coyotes. Coyotes can work in pairs or they can work in a pack, and they only form a pack when they need one. So only if a big prey animal comes by, then they'll howl and say, hey, everybody come here. And there is a predetermined leader. There's a predetermined alpha, leader calling the shots. And the others who arrived just do what the leader says, and they're an efficient team, and they can take down the prey. And then once the prey's gone, though, you break up into smaller units and handle your own everyday small potatoes, You don't need a pack for eating rats, right? So if there is a way that they could come together seamlessly, they don't have to form one big agency, but I'm starting to wonder if the National Guard just shouldn't be the big hurricane, flood, and fire branch of the military that just comes in, takes charge in the big affairs with all the funding and all the technology and toys and discipline and all that of military branch. Because the Caldor only got big because the Forest Service and presumably because the Forest Service and the Calfire fought over it. Hey, it started on federal land. It's our fire, and we get the funding. No. It started on state land, so it's our fire, and we get the funding. That's what people told me. And from what I've seen with the Colson Aviation 60-minute special, that sounds a lot like what actually happened. Okay, just got a parking lot there. All's quiet on the bird cam. It's 10:30. God, I could have gone to bed at 8:30. Why am I doing this to myself? Sorry, I need to read chat. When I go into story mode, I have to complete. I visualize something in my head, and I have to complete my description of what I'm visualizing. So I can't even see chat when I'm in the middle of a story. So I then scroll back up. I don't mean to be ignoring, of course. Yeah. Grumpy Gamer Guy says, the fire I was at in Staten 4 years ago made this list. You were in Staten? I was covering the Beachy Creek Live, Grumpy. I was. I kept replaying the fire chief of Gates and how he had to abandon the fire station at Gates, which was the headquarters of all the Cascades Mountains firefighting. And it was like a 3 or 4 truck bay of a huge, for that region, fire station. The power company didn't turn off the power, Pacific Corps, so the power lines basically falling down is how the Beachy Creek spread so fast to the west. I mean, the little lightning strike fire was up in the mountains, but it was one canyon to the north and to the east. and could not possibly have spread that fast, even with those crazy winds. So along everywhere from Detroit Lake west to Staten, all the power lines are going down, trapping everybody along the one route of escape. And it got so bad that people at Detroit Lake, the people of Detroit Lake were trapped out on the dock and asked for a airlift evacuation and were denied due to the smoke. So they almost all died there. I mean, you could stay on a dock and defend it, but that sucks. Are you still in the area, Grumpy Gamer Guy of Staten? Yeah, the Lion's Head merged with it, and Lion's Head was the fire from Detroit Lake East past up to Warm Springs Indian Reservation. The Lion's Head took out Brightonbush and my friend's cabin there. We lost almost all the hot springs of Oregon in like that same year. Bagby miraculously survived in between the Riverside. The Riverside was by Estacada. Then you had the Beachy Creek west of Detroit Lake, the Lion's Head east of Detroit Lake, and the Holiday Farm fire down by the Mackenzie Bridge area. I believe that was the Holiday Farm one. Then there was the Echo Complex fire, and I came across it on accident, the aftermath, with my mom driving to the beach, and I interviewed some of the victims. Oh, you had an encounter? Sorry, New Day, I gotta look here. And the one that threatened Medford, there was the fires at Ashland. Those were arson, like we kind of suspected. The ones at south of Ashland, the Talent and Phoenix were destroyed by the fire coming up south of Medford towards the north. Medford was basically everyone was trapped there. They never said that to the public, but as I watched all the fires close all the escape routes, there's really no way to evacuate Medford. So we watched Talent and Phoenix burn down on the traffic cams. 2020 was so messed up. It was, but the Echo Complex fire at the beach at Lincoln City, also power lines down into Blackberry. It's hard to start a fire at the soggy Northwest Oregon coast, but hey, power lines can do it. Now let me look back up here. Gratz Pass is beautiful. Beautiful people, mostly good. That's cool. And there's so many fires, I forgot all of their names. Grumpy Gamer Guy says, information technology is IT. Network administrator was one of my hats. MCSE and many other acronyms. Okay. Yeah. Nothing wrong with an overly active analytical mind. I was an IT tech for 17 years. You had to think 5 steps ahead when troubleshooting. Yeah, if you're ADD like me, there's some jobs that you're very, very apt for. Navigation is one. Like, if you constantly make little adjustments and constantly have to notice changes in your environment, and you'd be the good navigator in the back of the airplane in the old days with your sextant and all that, and check my calculations, check where the stars are. Okay, what's our new wind? Blah blah. How long has it been since we were at the last landmark on here? Navigation is good, but when you're communicating, the most effective communication is don't use too many words. Choose impactful words. Choose your words into the arrange them for greater impact. So if you say a nice day we're having, the nice day we thought we'd have, it is not. If you said something like that, the word not stands out. The last word of your sentence stands out the most. That should be your most impactful. So you can think about arranging words. So it's few words, bullet pointed. Tone, if you're speaking, have to work on that. Inflection and all that, have to work on that. But few words, powerful, arrange them to be more powerful, and use terms of authority. But the main thing is not too many words. once you get past bullet points, every word that you use weakens those that came before. So it's better to be able to think about how can I put this in a bullet point real quick rather than just start launching into a story. Unless you have a talk show, right? So I do that. I flip into, okay, let's go to bullet point mode and tend to write that down and then copy and paste that. That's the thing we'll repeat in the chat. That mods will repeat. And I used to have a ticker, like news scrolling across the bottom of the screen. We just need to fundraise a little bit more because that cost me $16 a month just to have a stupid animated graphic that shows the evacuation scrolling across the screen. So I cut that from the funding. But hopefully we could add more later. But it's if people like to hang out all day when you have a talk show, that's one thing. You've got to be able to talk a lot. Use a lot of words. But it depends on the application. So thanks for the pat on the head, though. I'm a better writer and a much better editor of somebody else's writing. I'm more talented at that. I'll be like, no, arrange your words so this is better, this is that. There you go. Cut that, you got it. I can teach writing better than I can, effective writing better than I can do it. Creative writing is where I was at, not persuasive. So I got into script writing once I realized that I didn't want to be in criminology or anything like that, and I didn't really want to do web design like I thought. I really realized that documentary filmmaking is now something you can do on your own. Women have not done well in the film industry. We're discriminated against. It is a boys' club. And I don't mean like, well, yeah, it's a boys' club. I mean, it truly is. A lot of it's more because it's more physically demanding than you can ever imagine. It's, 48-hour shifts are kind of common in Hollywood where you're not sleeping and you're not resting either. You're eating and working for 48 hours. So you have to have some kind of stamina and strength and moving around heavy equipment too if you're on the set. That's why women have a better success chance being the talent, being the actors, because they can perform that kind of labor. It's still grueling for the actors. It's worse for the crew. But there's a kind of a notion of they can't keep up with us, and on a very just practical level with those kind of grueling, insane, should be illegal hours. Yeah, that's very true. So a female's talent for being on the crew has to be worth it, She won't be able to keep up as much and won't be able to carry as much stuff. That's okay for Hollywood. Somebody else is carrying their stuff, but most documentary type things and the sort of thing I can get involved with is the small set crew, the small student projects and the like I've worked on, and it's beyond brutal. I met a guy who was an actual Hollywood cinematographer. Cinematography is what I wanted to do, and I naively started taking video classes, and I was taken aside by every teacher saying, just prepare yourself for the boys' club. But it's a new era. Don't give up. If they reject you, reject them, and do it yourself. Get other women involved, or do it solo, because technology is finally making everything small enough and affordable enough for you to make a film by yourself. And you can. It may not be as elaborate as a team effort production, but they can be very impactful and very good. Films come in all kinds of sizes. It could be 6 minutes these days, and you can have a very impactful 6-minute short film. That's what the 48-hour film project is about, which I'll explain later. But the 48-hour film project, where you have to build a film in 48 hours, it's at least 6 minutes long, is grueling. We stayed awake for 48 hours, and I've done several of those, and I just learned the truth of it. That kind of production schedule is messed up. Everything's heavy, everything's hot, everything is time-consuming, and everything goes wrong. I even met a guy at the beach who took my portrait, and the guy next to him says, do you know who you just handed your camera to? I was like, hey, dude, sir, can you take my picture? Because I saw him taking pictures of the beach with settings, like he knew the camera. I'm like, there's a guy who knows photography. His friend goes, do you know who you're talking to? And he was a true Hollywood cinematographer for Vietnam war epics and horror films. And I said, he goes, oh, you want to be on a movie set crew? You don't want to be the writer or the actor? And I said, no, cinematographer. And he goes, a big smile, and it just collapsed. He goes, oh, you want to be a Hollywood cinematographer, like in Hollywood? And back then I said, yeah, I do. That's because I hadn't done a film set yet. I hadn't seen the elephant yet. He goes, well, I think there's been one or two female cinematographers in Hollywood before. One or two that you could say made it, but that's it. I said, what? He goes, really, there really aren't any. Maybe 3. And this wasn't that long ago that I was talking to him. And I was like, oh, and why is that? He goes, well, the dirty little secret, and it's after 10 now, almost 11, is that everybody's on a film set. If you have to have grueling hours like that, they're on drugs. They're doing drugs. Stay awake. Many of them are. And it'll take every scrap of energy you have. And a couple of bad movies can totally break you to the point where you got to rest a few years to even want to do movies again and like have that desire and that energy and even be enthusiastic. He says, if you're not enthusiastic when you show up on a film set, nobody else is. When you feel like crap and you're tired and you're hurt and you're exhausted, you have to be the person faking it and being cheerful and rally your team. And it's grueling. And there's things like if you're doing outdoor scenes and you have to go use the bathroom, it's like guys will just whip it out. Women have special considerations, take special longer time. And he goes, nobody really wants a female on the movie set like that. And he was kind to explain this to me. He explained the straight dope. He says, and I kind of was in shock for a bit as he explained this stuff. He goes, mostly, women do better with this, that, or that kind of set thing. And so I said, well, that's okay. Maybe I won't waste my time trying to break into Hollywood, then I'll just do it myself. And I smiled at him best I could, even though my soul was a bit crushed at the time. And he blinked back at me, and he goes, hey, that's the kind of attitude you need. Then you could make it. Find a way. Good luck. And he walks down. And he gave me his name, and I looked up who he was, and I don't have that handy right now. But yeah, he truly was a Hollywood famous cinematographer. Okay, sorry. New Day said, no, watch duty, no, I'm going to bed. No, we're going to bed 11 here. No surprise midnight fires and stuff, no. Valley fires 17,000 block of Dog Valley Road south of Russell Valley. Where the hell is that? What state is that? Watch duty doesn't tell you on the notifications what state the fire's at. Valley Fire, Russell Valley, Nevada County. I'll tell you one thing though, it wasn't all depressing the 48-hour film projects, as grueling as they were, it's student films, and different cities compete in that competition. And what you do is you have to make a 5 to 6 minute film in less than 48 hours. That's very difficult. You have to write it, shoot it, edit it, render it, and submit it as a finished product within 48 hours back to the place where you started it. There's a big meeting, and you don't know what film you're going to make. They're going to give you your genre. It'll be like, okay, drawing out of a hat, you get Western, and your main character's name is such and such. Your prop that has to show up in most of your scenes is this. Go. Since you can't pre-shoot and cheat, right? So, like one time we got a menorah as our prop, and we were supposed to do a Christmas sci-fi movie. And I went, menorah? A Christmas sci-fi movie? Okay, I'll let the writers handle that. And they go, Catherine, go buy a menorah. I'm like, really? Okay, that'll be easy. There's Jewish stores around Portland. And they go, but it's Saturday. Oh, God. And so I just ran around town trying to buy a stupid menorah, and I found one at a Hallmark store, thank God, at Lloyd Center. But I'll never forget that one. But if you complete it and submit it, the audience votes. The other people who participated in the 48-hour film project, and then I'm sure judges or whatever from whatever, they vote. So Portland has the contest. You have to register, submit, finish your film. It gets screened, and everybody goes to the Hollywood Theater in the Hollywood district of Portland, the cool theater. If you don't know about it, Hollywood Theater, totally support them and check it out if you're ever in town. This is one of those elegant, grand old theaters, right? It's one of the cool ones. So I've had the films that we were involved in debut there, our student projects. And whoever, it's audience vote plus whatever, who the judges are. Now, whoever wins Portland goes on to the national. So Texas, Houston will have its own. I'm sure New York has its own, different times, right? So all these different cities will, the winner of each one goes to the national contest, and whoever wins the nation's contest goes to the worldwide contest, because it's a worldwide movement for 48-hour film project to, launch students of talent. So if you win the world contest, then you go to the Cannes Film Festival with what you make. So that's why so many people do it. And it also is a great proving ground. If you can't handle it, you can't handle video production. It's grueling, especially not those where you're hiring actors and you have payroll and stuff. If you go around interviewing people and you don't have to pay your own salary, that's one thing. But we're talking about actually budgeted films, productions. So let's see here. Take a note. All right, let me read what New Day was saying. Look back at our actual fire. So I have been filming with a real movie camera, but since I couldn't afford one for so long, starting student days, I don't have a lot of experience. So I put off filming for so long, and really, I just need to do it and learn as I go. I'm too much of a perfectionist due to anxiety, where I want everything to be perfect. I'll just delay this, it'll be perfect. Or it'll be my standards or whatever. Time keeps on ticking. Or slipping into you. Okay, never mind. The Angela Stokes checked in. Okay, we got that one. Nobody's there, that area. Oh man, I am this tired. What did? Oh, New Day. I was going to read New Day's thing after I put it back on this camera. Okay. He said, "Oh my God, I did the same thing in 2020. I lived a part of my entire life outside of the Army and worldly travels, of course. Weird. Moved to Lake Oswego at first. Okay. Familiar for a year. Went. Nope. Still sucks. Just stuck up people there now. Oh dear. Then Staten and then the beach. So whereabouts? I mean, you could tell me in private if you need to. Um, I'm impressed that you got all this knowledge, Grumpy Gamer Guy. I'm sure I missed chat. Just repeat anything that I missed. Uday says I had an encounter today. Not a big deal. So I thought about it later. I was sitting in a parking lot, drinking coffee. Have no problems with anybody. Just don't like dudes walking up to me asking for money. A virtual tourist says, damn straight. New Day says, so, two Latinos, 20, 30 something, park next to me. Spanish speakers. Older one says, hey, gringo. New Day. Well, I guess I am a gringo. New Day says, yes. I was nice. He asked in broken English, how far's Sacramento? I said to those guys, 200 to 250 miles. Never been called a gringo before, but I gave those boys a tip. Grants Pass. Dangerous town, dangerous people, watch out. Oh, I thought Grant Pass you guys were saying was nice. I thought about that contact later. That guy could have been with the Mexican cartel. Ah, you're right, John. Time to go. Now, 11 is our hard time. Our hard sign-off time. New Day says, hi, Catherine. Lived and worked through the Northwest. Great place to live. Yeah, yeah. Goodness gracious. Yeah, get in touch with me. I'll get in touch with you tomorrow. Sorry, that's what you requested, Grumpy. Sorry. And we'll talk about things. Thank you, everybody who has hit the like button. Please do it. If you did not, you can double tap the screen now. That's supposed to work. You can try that if you're on mobile. But please, if you guys could help us reach the goal. Let's see if it refreshed and we have more money yet towards the goal. We should have more than 256. YouTube will match like it says on the screen. Still, it's 256. Okay, maybe it takes a while to reflect. But I'm starting to sweat bullets. We got to come up with 1,000 with memberships. It's $2.99. You hit the join button. That should be on the stream now. If you're on, it's $2.99 a month, And if you have more dough, you can gift the memberships to other people. That's what I would love the most, is just people to be included as much as possible, regardless of their financial situation at the time. So you can gift memberships to other people, and that's been cool today. We've had Spyman and Michael Jones and some others do the gifting. It's been great. But if we reach 1,000, then YouTube matches 1,000. That'll get us towards more of this gear that we need. Video production is one of the most expensive things on earth. And just the miles that I have to drive to California, and I'll be doing that twice this year. I'll be going in December, early December, and I now am free to leave as soon as I possibly can. I get to get my rear end in gear, buy the laptop, secure everything I need to do up here, figure out a date. Some of you guys want to meet up. Of course, I'd love to do that. I'd love to give you enough notice to do so. And it's time to make a million phone calls and make it happen, even though it seems like everything in the world's trying to prevent us this year. But hey, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Yeah, you never know who you're talking to sometimes. People who look guilty or suspicious could be totally innocent, and those you would never assume are monsters could be monsters inside. That's the way it is. And sometimes who looks like they could be a cartel member or something, could be an undercover cop. You just don't know. But the world is what it is. Okay, friends, thank you for being here. The donors, I'm blown away. Mods, thank you for helping. New mods like SB, welcome. And I'll get the full mod training video series set up. It's just a lower priority than actually doing what it takes to get on the road to California, because I have a hard deadline. I must be back by about November 3rd. So if I left by the 15th, I don't want to leave any later than that, and I'd rather leave by the 10th as a goal. So that should give maybe people 10 days notice. Is not that much, but I have relatives to stay with for a week until I can meet others. That it might still be a 20-day notice for some people. So we'll get that sorted. Oh, I'm developing a headache. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's time to dim the lights, relax, and say goodnight, friends. Yeah. Thank you, John, for shaming me into sleep. You're a pal. And I did enjoy talking with you, John, and I hope that I can stop by and we can meet up. I think I will be going down via I-5. So I have an option of veering off of I-5 and taking the back way and ending up by Susanville first, but I don't think that I have a reason to go there first anymore, now that the park is a done deal. It'll be, the route is to be determined. So we'll see, but I'd love to meet as many of you as possible, friends. So remember, hit the like button if you can to help the algorithm thing. If the join button is not there, friends, and you're on iPad and iPhone, it should be there. It's just that Apple didn't like it, and they apparently were demanding a cut, and YouTube didn't want to give them a cut of the. YouTube's already taken 30% of memberships, but hey, they always do that. So with YouTube, apparently they didn't negotiate. So the YouTube app for iPhone doesn't have a join button. Just go to Safari or some other browser and go to youtube.com, and then you'll see it on my channel. Sorry, it's a pain in the ass, but I never knew that would be this difficult. I thought people would just see a join button and join, but mostly it's people on Android and desktop that see it. But help us reach that goal one little bit at a time, and we'll make it, friends. We'll make it. There are helicopters still working the scene. Everything could have been so much worse today. Let's check out tomorrow, friends. I'll check in with you at some point in time. I don't know when exactly that might be. I'm very on the phone a lot trying to make this trip happen. So what I do is I monitor all the fires. I ask mods to text me if anything I'm not aware of happens. And I'm ready to go at a moment's notice in the afternoons. But I need to take care of as much of my stuff as I possibly can. So yeah, I'll try to be a better communicator, but I will stream it live at some point somehow tomorrow. That is what I plan on doing. Maybe after 2 is probably the most likely time that I'm available. Early morning, I'll try to do tech support and help the people who have computer problems. I'm prepping a couple of computers too that I have to give away to some of the mods that I might meet. So if you don't have one and you would accept like an old laptop, it's awkward that they're trying to phase out Windows 10 right now, but hey, I may be able to come up with something. It may not be ready for this trip, but I can hand them out because people give me their old laptops when they've either broken them or they're hopelessly outdated. But I try to refurbish and refresh them in order to give them to kids or fire victims who have lost things or anybody. I hate seeing electronics in the trash that still work that somebody can use. So this is, I have to quickly do that, order the missing parts, put them together. So I have to get stuff ordered. Hey, there was a bug that flew past the camera again. And once things are on their way to, on their way shipping to me, then I can relax a bit more. But things have to arrive before I leave. I don't want to order stuff in California with the sales tax. Boo. Boo. Should be illegal. Anyway, good night, friends. It is 11:04. Time for bed. I'm passing out. See you in the morning or tomorrow. John Sater says, remembering how wild the chat was when the Dixie was raging, hope something that horrific isn't required for you to make your goal. Well, that's the thing, John. I thought it would always be like that the channel would just grow and that people would tune in to almost any wildfire to see coverage. I didn't realize that, A, the economy was not in the crapper. The very next, I spent on credit cards what I needed to because I didn't like to make all of the camera purchases. You know, I did make a couple of grand, but that wasn't enough to cover an entire video production unit. So I figured that, well, I can float till next season and I can make some documentaries. And the next season, 2022, was very mild, and I didn't understand that so many people hate Wildfire and don't want to hear about it that they would immediately unsub. So I lost 4,000 subscribers in a few months just because they didn't want to see fire anymore. And so what that did to my channel, I didn't know what the algorithm did. If you lose 4,000 subscribers pretty quickly, the algorithm thinks you offended people en masse. And so you're to the bottom of all search results and nobody even knows you're there anymore. YouTube does not have a, when you go live, you pick, are you sports? Are you entertainment? Are you arts and crafts? Are you news and politics? Are you gaming or teaching languages? Whatever. And there's no charity like public good category. So YouTube doesn't even know that we exist, like the algorithm doesn't. So the algorithm doesn't account for it. So the algorithm thinks we're all entertainers. So it will only promote videos that are already popular, already trending, because it thinks that that's the most entertaining thing. And so I'm totally screwed with what we do. Every 12 hours I reset the stream. I go to the bottom of search results because the algorithm boosts only what's already popular and already trending. So if I have even if I have 15,000 people in the chat, I still have to dump all of them and restart and start from scratch. Even if that had 10,000 likes, it's never that ratio. But I mean, even if it had 6,000 likes, I have to end it because YouTube won't save videos. And they could just change it so that every 12 hours a live stream is saved as a video. And then we'd be viral like crazy. We'd have millions of subs, not just millions of views. I mean, we saw fire tornadoes live marching across the landscape, and we couldn't get many viewers. So with the economy going in the crapper, all the people unsubbing, not wanting to tune into a fire unless it affects them, and then couple that with the economy going down. The next year, we were down 65% donations last year, and in 2023 didn't break even because there just weren't any big headline grabbing fires. It was too mild, and the slaughter to my channel with so many unsubs happening. Also, YouTube punishes us for not going live every week or even every day. YouTube is now, the algorithm wants us to go live every freaking day. Otherwise, we're not promoted. Where it says, where it suggests videos to you. So I don't know that we can survive on YouTube. I don't know. There's Twitch, Rumble, and other platforms, but the elderly people, I mostly serve an audience of people over the age of 60, and generally over 65. They don't even know how to install Rumble or Twitch or even know what the first thing about it. The only reason they tune into YouTube is because it's pre-installed on their phones. So there's that. New Day says, "You go, girl. Got illegal for you." Yeah. So I got used to that amount of viewers and money. I knew the whole world was concerned for Tahoe. When you have thousands of people in the chat and 10% of them donate $5 to $10, you're going to be okay day after day. But even this year, just like last, even though people were more generous this year than last year, it's the economy. Everybody is nervous. Overall donations since 2021 are down like 78%. I have to do the math. But there are entire days where I go and stream 14 hours and I didn't make a dime. Nothing. Not one donation. And YouTube wants you to hit that button to turn on ads because YouTube makes more money off of you if you do. So you see all these things stacked up against me, why YouTube doesn't want to promote me. It's all automatic and it's all dumb. This is how all the clickbait, fear, and trash get promoted and not the life-saving stuff people want to do. You know, like these tornado trackers who do for tornadoes like I do for fires. Ryan Hull, y'all, and Vince Valetti, and you know, the other big names like Reed Timmer and stuff. I didn't know they existed. On YouTube, it was never suggested to me, even though I Googled tornadoes, you know, I wanted to know about them. I never knew that anything like this existed. I was an ordinary person. I hit live. That's it. I'm going live. It was a 100% novel idea of just live streaming a disaster and tracking it. And just 24/7 volunteers on YouTube. I just said, that's it. Nobody else is doing it. I'll do it. I have to. And I really thought it would last a week or two. So I would have loved to have, like I find out later that people do for tornadoes when I do for fires. The tornado guys, they make easy 60 grand a day, 80 grand a day. Just looking at their super chats, and that doesn't count what you can't see, the PayPals and all that, Patreons and the like. But that's because tornadoes affect multiple states. And so you get thousands of viewers guaranteed every time. So wildfires are not like that. So even though they're just as deadly and somebody needs to be doing what I'm doing, there's a reason why nobody does, and it's too hard. Red flag days are for multiple states. Multiple big fires erupt on the same date. You need multiple crews talking about the different fires constantly. I can't even cover every single one. You need multiple mods for each one. You would have to be like a news organization, and then we would have to switch between the coverage of this fire, that for the different people. But in reality, it would really have to be different channels live at the same time. And how on earth you would try to fund that, I don't know. But it was a learning experience. So when I say that donations are critical and mods are critical, I'm absolutely serious. If they dry up and if we don't have the mod volunteers, there is no way we can do this. I can make educational videos about fire survival, but this is, I found out why nobody else does it. I want to continue to help as long as it's needed. I want to do next year. And I want to be more live and pro and from the field. But that, like I said, the incredible cost, because you can't have a day job. I got confident that I could survive financially in 2021 when the money was good. 30,000 people in the chat, Tahoe, you know. And when people start donating, others follow, and it's like a trend. If you just don't have enough people in the chat, so you are not messed up in my book. Oh, thanks, New Day. It's just because you don't know me very well. I'm kidding. Thank you for the pat on the head thing. This is something I will turn into a message to YouTube. I said, YouTube, you can help the public. This is how you need to change so that public good streams can exist. So you're no longer associated with trash, clickbait, scams, constant advertising. Promote the people that save lives, the disaster coverers, the people even teaching, surgeons passing on their knowledge, just whatever it is that is truly valuable and survival oriented, right? Have a category for that and accommodate it, for the love of God. I think I could be pretty influential if YouTube ever saw what I was saying, but I think it would possibly go viral if other people are trying to do the same thing I am and facing the same problem. This isn't whining, this isn't complaining, this is matter of fact explanation of how I got a series of rude awakenings. YouTube is very different than I thought it was. But then again, things can change. Some say it's dying, and a lot of people are worried about that. But we'll see. We'll see. Good night, friends. It is 11:15. I'm going straight to bed. I will be with you tomorrow. We will be live. Expect it after 2 unless something weird happens, okay? After 2. I will do my best to be on before 4 o'clock. But I'm sometimes making phone calls right up until the 5 o'clock hour. So I'll do my very best. And tech support takes as long as it takes. So I'll keep you informed. Remember, go to my channel's community page. A lot of people are not aware that it exists. YouTube also is right now having trouble notifying people. We had very low notifications. We reached very few people with notifications. And few people report that they got notified yesterday. That's what I should say. But that wasn't unique to me. Other streamers said, what the hell happened the last couple of days? My people are not notified. So when I try to update people, it's been hit and miss. But you go click on the logo with the K, there's the community tab here. And these are where I post bulletin board, status updates. I try to tweet it too sometimes, although even fewer people notice me on Twitter. So, but that is there. It's supposed to notify you when I make a community post, but oftentimes it just doesn't. And many people who have been watching since 2020 still don't even know that that is there. I have no idea how that works. New Day says, I've lived in the Northwest my entire life, never seen a tornado. Seen big lightning and thunder in Southwest Oregon. I've seen aftermath of it too. Yeah, New Day, were you there when I was covering the Devil's Fire, the Slater, and when Carney Schill was showing up a lot when he lived by Cave Junction down there? Oh yeah, I was trying to cover that down there. I'll have to tell you the lightning strike story, guys. I do have some of the footage, even though YouTube deleted what would have been viral with lightning striking my house or right outside live. I had my phone on the porch recording rain sounds. So I found that footage, at least that survives. But that will be like a member perk thing. So remember, memberships are just another way to fund the stream. It's much better if you purchase memberships right now. If we reach 1,000, we get 1,000 from YouTube matched. And then it's bonus footage for memberships. It's nothing life-saving will ever be behind a paywall. Nothing unique will ever be behind a paywall. It's only that the donors who are serious supporters, like the Keystone supporters, will get special one-on-one streams that get shown to everybody else later that we're not talking fire emergency stuff. It may be teaching, especially, like how to use CalTopo. Nobody is being left behind. All viewers I care about. You're all important to me. I want to help you all. I love you all. We have to survive financially, right? And I do want to make it as fun as possible in the face of tragedy. We have to stay sane. So you get sneak peeks, behind the scenes previews, and early access to mostly behind the scenes stuff. And what I would have shown on my stream if fire tracking wasn't a thing, it would be Catherine's World, and I'd have about 3 channels, one of them being ghost towns and abandoned places. I got a lot of footage of that, and I'm a walking encyclopedia for ghost towns in the West. So if you're into that, you'll want to be a member. But we'll see here. Good night, friends. Remember, I love you all. Check the community post. Make sure you're subscribed still, not just a member. Subscribe with the ringing bell if you ever hope to find us again, because every time you restart the stream, it's very difficult to find us with a search. So that's all appreciated. Subscribers, donors, viewers, even hitting the like button, hitting the share button is the best way to help the stream, and that is free. Just share. Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I seriously rock the entire monitor in my webcam doing this. That vibration went through my legs, and my feet are propped up against the desk. Yikes. Okay, I better not do that again, or my glass desk might shatter. Oh my God. Okay, friends. Take care.